Hey everybody, it's your favorite drop frame streamer. Back again, trying to set new records, hit new highs, ascend hopefully above 40, 50,000 drop frames today, if we're lucky. Let's see how many slides we can get through to your bandwidth. Hopefully more than a couple. Hope everybody's doing swell after the last couple days of nothing. It's the weekend now. It's Friday now. It's Saturday tomorrow. We here. Oh, we here. No, I really am here. Hi. Hello. How you doing? Howdy, Notification Squad. Did I see Sorcery? You did. We're doing part 4 today, Sicilian. We've had a continuing saga stretching over the last month plus. It's hard to believe it's been that long. How long has it actually been? Let's find out. Well, I guess I can't really tell because they don't show the dates anymore. On VODs, they simply show 2 months ago or something. What does it say? Sorcery Part 1. It says last month. April 14th. Yeah, it's been about a month. Month-long saga. So there we go. KBS Wild Omelet, she's the worst. Blue Man Z, howdy. Hey Diefire, glad you're excited. Miss Today, welcome back. Yes, we're going for a world record frame drop attempt today, Wax. See, we've already got 284. That's starting out pretty strong for only 4 minutes of video. I think with the right push, the coercion, we could very much see unassisted drop frames world record. Month-long lasagna. What's up, Batman GTA, Opitex, El Dorito, Mandy? Hello. Everybody popping in between. Give some people some time to get in here because the beginning of each new game, I think, deserves that opportunity for people to kind of start from the same jump-off point. Because the great thing about Sorcery is you don't have to really have seen 100% of what came before to kind of get a grasp on what we're doing going forward. Because I think the evidence has been very clear that Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3 are each mostly self-contained narratives with their own start, middles, and end, but they each tie into the greater whole. And Part 4 will see the culmination of that greater whole, specifically as it is self-titled The Crown of Kings, which we have been seeking for a month now. And the funniest part to me was I looked at the Steam page for this game. And I will look again so I can actually give you an accurate quote while I get a different song on here. Chill 2 for a moment. Here you go. From the store page. Cheat death, uncover ancient mysteries, and recover the Crown of Kings. If you can. I don't know if I can, but I'll try. I hope there's not. That would be really embarrassing if there was a fail state that I find somehow. If I get all the way to the end and have nothing to show for it except a good time. We will have had a good time. Hey Twitch, your Mocha, what's happening? How's it going? What's up? I wish to see our long slideshow. Let's all work toward dropping frames together. We'll do our best. Relaxing in my new lounge pool. There you go, Mandy. I'm outside right now. I can pretend like I'm in the sun. No, I actually got some sun yesterday. Had a lot of fun. We had some company over. And the incredible Orb, all the way from Sweden, who now is just Orb, but it will always in my heart be incredible. What's up, Casey? My boys, welcome back. How would you rank the first 3 parts compared to each other? Crimbald, I would say that I agree with what I heard before. I was told Part 2 is the best, and I'd still stand by Part 2 is the best. I would say part 2, then part 3, then part 1. Part 1 was so brief as to almost be a tutorial of sorts, so it's kind of hard to rank it against the rest. James W. OG Moose. Hey guy. Noah Curry, welcome back. You got any snacks for the stream? We have no snacks for the stream right now. Just some coffee. Yes, part 2 was really cool to me because it kind of, you went down the water slide. I felt like I was on the water slide. You get in on the top and you just swirl around the toilet and then you end up where you end up. And it kind of like kept pushing you towards that flush point where you got flushed at the gate at the end. No, that was just the sewers. Whereas part 3 was super open. And that openness can sometimes lead to some over-analyzation on the player's part, so... I felt like it was so open that I almost wanted to try to uncover every possible nook and cranny that I could get to. To the point where the last hour and a half of the stream was kind of spent searching for something in vain that I couldn't actually achieve. But I didn't know that I couldn't achieve it, or I didn't know how to. But that being said, time was not wasted. The time was spent very well, and I'll explain how once we get into the game. Hey Solus Husk, doing fantastic. Just recovering from, I wanted to give myself some time, that's why we're starting about an hour later than I would like. I wanted to give myself some time to recover. Went kind of hard last night. And spent some time with the orb out on the town. Got some exercise, got some good walking, got a little bit of sun, got some drinks, and so forth. But that was the plan, so I planned accordingly, I planned ahead, and I knew I would be able to handle it, and that's why I just gave myself 1 extra hour to kind of get chipper today. So, I'm feeling good. Alright, we're gonna turn the 60 drop frames per second off. I don't need Nightbot chastising me during my own stream. There. Done. But anyways. Forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, I had my first ever martini yesterday. It was like a very sweet and fruity one. Not like a dry olive oil. No, they didn't just come up with a cup and like pour olive oil into the cup. Wow, you just turned 21? Congrats. But yeah, there's like good martinis apparently and like terrible ones. Ones that taste like super dry, like just distilled olive in a cup. It's a joke because like, hold on. Here you go. A dirty martini is a vodka martini sullied with olives and brine from the olive jar. Can be served on the rocks or strained into a chilled cocktail glass. You guys think I'm making this stuff up. Yeah, if you get it dirty, you're gonna get olive oil in your drink. That's okay, I'll pass on that. No thanks. Alright, can you guys see? There it is. There it is. Can you hear it? You cannot hear it. That's okay. You should be. There's no music. That's fine. I'll make my own music. Not that one. Not that one. How about this one? Not that one. Nope, not that one. Too excited. Let me get you some DJ beats. I love olive brine. Well, then you might like a dirty martini, Miss Liz, today, but olives are not my friend. unless I am like cooking with them, and that's about it. By the way, G Franco, thank you for coming back for 11 months. Potato Elijah says, howdy, streamer man, for 14. Thank you for the prime sub, both you guys. Glad you're here. Happy to have you as we're getting started. I was going to tell you guys something else that I did, but I forgot what it was. What did I do yesterday? It's all a blur. Chat, it's all a blur. I don't know. Things are just crazy. Because in Vegas right now, you guys know what EDC is? EDC is happening in Vegas. And places are packed. Things are hectic. There are tons of just random people all over the place. I forgot what the C is. It's the carnival, right? The electric carnival. Oh, by the way, see my Twitter? If you missed it, somebody make this into an emote. Just cut the face. We'll make it into an emote. You can only get that kind of content on Twitter, okay? Yeah, the Electric Daisy Carnival. 2019. It takes place on like a racetrack, I think. And let's see if I can get you a photo. Let's see if I can get you a photo. There you go. EDC, welcome to the Electric Daisy Carnival. Very colorful, very neon, very bright. So it's one of those events that you've probably heard about that happen here, where people get tents and they live inside the grounds on these tents, like Fire Festival 2. No, I'm sure it's way better than that. They got like a Ferris wheel. I don't even know what this is, but if I was just an uneducated guesser, which I am, I would say this is a rollerblading combat derby where contestants fight each other to the death. Back over here is probably the wave pool. They got the little mouse coaster from Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 right there. This is where the Human Sea is. They do a concert, but they turn off all the speakers and the microphones, and the people just make up the words as they go. This is where the race cars park, and then while everybody is wandering around listening to electronic music, they like race the cars, and you try to cross the street Frogger style. So it's pretty crazy. Okay. Anyways, that's EDC. Looks great, looks cool, looks fun, but also, no thanks. I'm too old for that now. No, I would like to go. I would not like to camp there. Like, living in the tents. That's not what I want to do. I would go and, like, have fun at the actual, you know, concerts. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. But no actual, living quarters there for me. I'm old too. You have to live there for like 3 days. But yeah, we had fun yesterday. Just out on the town, walking around, seeing the sights. Did I take a picture? Let me see. Did I take any pictures, chat? I'm curious now, so I can show you what I did. Oh yeah, I found my restaurant, of course. I didn't put this one on Twitter. I did put it on, I was probably drunk putting it on Discord, though. Did you see my eatery? I'll show it to you on my phone, I guess, because I don't know. Actually, I guess I could just rip it off of Discord, but I'm too lazy, so you can just look. There was the Etaly. The Etaly eatery, and that's, of course, me on the left-hand side right there. I don't know if that's in focus or not. That's my restaurant. I just opened it on the Strip. So far, it's proven quite popular, if I do say so myself. I don't even know if it's a restaurant. It might actually be a casino. I don't know. Speaking of, if you wanted to see, like, the incredible orb and what he looks like, here he is. You have to look pretty close. Because, hold on. Bixby? Okay, Bixby's not doing anything. Bixby is not doing anything. This is him. That's his head. Right there. There he is. The orb. See him? That's his head right there. Anyway, all right, let's get into the game. You've seen enough. You've seen enough. There you go. Actual slideshow. Look at this. There's no Statue of Liberty there. Somebody draped a green screen over it. They're trying to hide it like they don't have one. Must be a streamer. Or something. All right, we're going to get some sound effects. No, wait a second. What? Oh, I got to remember my cloud. Chat, what's my cloud? It is. Isn't it Rokewu? I think it's Rokewu. Oh, there it is. There's the noise. Rokewu. Found one saved adventure. That's exactly what I want to hear. The gorilla. This us. This me. Missed an opportunity to just name it Lix. Well, there's already a link, L-I-N-Q. That might get confusing if there was a competitor named Lix. Mandy, thank you also for the resub. Oh, hi, I need another beer. Well, go get one. What are you waiting on? Thanks for 2 months. Diefire says, I'm thinking of starting a Twitch stream where I read books to the viewers. No, I'm already doing that. You can't do that. In your professional opinion, is this possible, or would it be infringing on copyright Twitch rules? Yeah. You're asking the wrong book reader. I've already got this market cornered, okay? I'm reading this book. You defeated 6 of the 7 serpents. No, I genuinely have no idea. I don't. I wish I could help you. You defeated 6 of the 7 serpents, destroyed Karay. Excuse me, I did no such thing. Okay? I did not destroy Karay. And discovered the secrets of Dadulay. It's still bringing back the secrets of Dadulay from game 1? That's from game 1 when you take a hard right out of your starter zone and then go to the cliffs and solve the little puzzle right off the bat, right? And then float back up to the top. Interesting. We have 9 stamina, but we have really high max stamina. 24 gold. That's a good chunk of change. 1 ration of food. And a variety of magical items. We're going to look at the items when they're a little bit more organized. I'm not going to go down the list like this. We'll check it out, though, in a sec. Oh, here we go. Prepare yourselves. There is a legend. Long ago, or so they say, the ancient world was prosperous and free. From the Cockabad Sea to Lake Lumley, harvests were plentiful and people were happy. All was at peace. Even the thundering skies were calm, tamed by the arts of the sorceress of Mampang. Then, everything changed. A fearsome sorcerer leveled the cities and turned the fields to dust with towers of devastating light. Talking about me. He heard no plea. It's very loud. Why is it so loud? Alright, I'll turn it back up in a moment. Excuse me. He heard no plea, cutting down village after village. The mages scrabbled to defend the ancient world, but they were weak. Finally, the last archmage sealed the walls of Mampang and sent out 7 deadly serpents to keep the dark sorcerer away. I did not cut down any village, FYI. The last Archmage sealed the walls of Mampang and sent out 7. I'm not the Dark Sorcerer. One of the serpents. They were all trying to kill me, okay? There's a bit of a misunderstanding here. All of them tried to kill me first. They failed. And now here you are, climbing the narrow pass into the mountains of High Salmon. The price of your journey across the Backlands has already been paid. Now, the Anul Land is coming to Mampang, and nothing will be allowed to stand in his path. The crown will be yours. The Anul? Is this the Anulander, but like written differently? Is the land being annulled? Is that what's happening? Check this out. Look at this map. We're going to Mordor. Welcome to Steve Jackson's Sorcery, Part 4, the Purple Text Edition. The Crown of Kings. This is the end. Oh boy. Hold on. What? Whoa. What? It like rotates? I'm already a little dizzy. Why? Why does it rotate like this? I don't know, but that's weird. It's like reminds me of those card pieces in certain board games where you have like the cardboard tokens. Where's Minas Tirith? It is here, in the very center. Look at these places. Look how cool this is. The map is awesome. I'm just trying not to move it too fast because I will get dizzy and then throw up on the stream, which would be worst case scenario. All right, well, we have entered the mountain range of High Salmon. 3D with spin. Rip cartographers. Yeah, there's no way. We kind of gave up collectively on that. It was a valiant effort. An attempt was made, and I'm not opposed to continuing work on it, but man, it like, because each game just gets so much bigger than the last one. Like, each game feels twice as big as the last one. Even though part 2 and 3 took about the same number of streams. I am so hyped. Me too. Let's do this. Part 1. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. It will be night. It can't be night soon. I just got here. You climb an ancient staircase worn to almost nothing by the years. Long ago, these steps were etched with messages, warnings, and words of advice and succor to the acolytes making pilgrimage to the fortress. But they have long since been scrubbed away by dust, and the remaining marks tell you nothing. You open your pack to check your provisions. The results are bleak. You have enough for one meal and no more. In the distance, black smoke curls upward. At least you have your blade. You draw your long sword an inch from the scabbard, its edge flashing in the dying sunlight. The blade is decent, if hardly heroic, but it should suffice. Pulling up your hood against the chill air, you stride onward through the failing sunlight. You must not linger here. And thus we will not linger here. You reflect on your progress with a heavy heart as you climb. The Backlands were a cursed place, and your journey across them was too slow. The serpent's message must have reached their master by now. We were there for about 40 days, as I recall. One serpent got away, and another dumb little elf that we saved from a pile of rocks vowed to go tell the Archmage about our journey, and we kind of accidentally let him get away, even though we were good guys and saved him. So, there's that to consider. Oh, hey, Ulthor. Hold on. I need to remod Ulthor. There we go. Howdy, Molotov. Dorito, Demon Hunter, what's up, guys? Polo Juice. With Nerds Ass, I was thinking of doing a stream where I reviewed book reviews. In your professional opinion, what would be the best sort of beard for such a stream? The best beard? I would say definitely, if you're going to review book reviews, I would say full beard. With spectacles. Not glasses, spectacles. That are at least halfway down your nose. Preferably. And then you just, like, shave the beard from here down, so you just have these huge sideburns that come down into, like, a bald chin spot. That'd be my recommendation. The serpent's message must have reached their masters by now. You stride quickly on up the winding stairs. So before we go much further, this map is freaking me out. It's freaking me out a little. All right, let's do this. Let's do this and get a nice view. I wanted to do just a quick recap of the things that we're carrying, the items on our person, the weapons and equipment we're using, as well as the magical options that we have at our disposal to play with for this final chapter, this big finale. So let's see what we brought with us. The one ration of food is a cooked fish. Better than nothing. At least it's good edible food and not just raw. Let's turn the volume back up, yeah? Seems like it's a bit quieter now. How's that? Good? Alright, cooked fish and a water gourd, so we do have food and water. I don't think the water gourd is holy anymore. I think it's just regular old water. I'm pretty sure, but I can't be certain. Maybe I'm wrong. Weapon-wise, we had a big improvement recently. For the majority of Part 3, as we traveled through the backlands, open-ended as they were, we were using this -2 and -3 sword. Now, what that does is effectively just take away from your damage potential when you're fighting creatures and enemies. So the fact that we beat the majority, I would say over 90% of Part 2 with this sword. At the very end, in the last hour and a half, we were exploring a city to the northeast in the last game. Happened to shine the time beacons just so, in such a way that I had not done so before, on top of another beacon where there was a guard for the city who had left his sword inside the guard tower. And we swiped it, basically, pretending to be his superior. Thus, we have the longsword. Have not even gotten to use this yet, but it is a nice +2, kind of just above average. We also carry with us a hefty arrow and a silver chain. Chat, is that what you want? Alright, we have a hefty arrow and a silver chain. Is this game louder than the last game? Because I have them at the same volume. Part 2 was at 23. This one is at 23. Are they not the same? Mixing? It's definitely louder. Okay, well then, I'll just turn it down. Let's go back to where we were. How's this? Well, I just killed the music, but the sound's here. Anyway, hefty arrow and a silver chain. We've been carrying the silver chain since the city of Karay. We just picked up the hefty arrow from a group of centaurs in the backlands, just wandering around, who fired it off as a warning shot. We are carrying... Let's see what clues we bring with us. Only the 5. We know that mini-mites prevent magic. Why is this a clue? The presence of a mini-mite prevents the action of magic. Nagamanta, the Torture Master. You were given advice, pay respect to Nagamanta, the Torture Master. You were given advice, beware the breath of the mucolytics. You were given advice, do not eat from the larder of Throg. And you were given advice, in the dark chamber of night, do not light your way with the blood candle. At least 2 or 3 of these clues were given to us by the 7 serpents, who we bound to our will via magic and forced them to answer our questions honestly. So like 2 or 3 of these are from that. As far as other items go, we've got a whistle. May or may not come, these may or may not come up to be relevant, I don't know. Flask of oil. A goblin message that gave us a clue about how to dispatch the time serpent. We've got an... Oh! I didn't even mean to click that. I thought it was examine, but there you go. You attempt to whittle the branch with your sword, but the blade is not keen enough for the task. Fair enough. We have a wrapped human skull that we've been carrying. We dug up from the ground in the backlands. Some dice so we can play our favorite game. a compass that pointed to our destination. I don't know if this even still works now, but it pointed toward the Towers of Time previously. Snakebite Antidote, Tinderbox, 3 Firefox Fangs that can be used to start fires, Essence of Bark, which we used to control the trees and try to get them to stop attack. Like, some vines were wrapping around me, and Essence of Bark pushed them away. We have Poison, Born-Skin Boots to travel through cold mountains, 2 Snatacat Teeth, whose use we do not yet know the answer. We will find out in time. We got 24 gold pieces in the Serpent Ring, obviously, courtesy of Lorag. So Lorag is at odds with the Serpents and the Archmage, so we're not really sure who's good or who's evil at this point. We've been told, of course, that the Archmage is the evil one. We got the Snake Belly Key, the key to a Backlands tower found in the belly of a snake, and then a regular copper key for Karay. I don't think either of these are going to be very useful right now, but maybe I'll be wrong. And then magical items, we've been hauling this crystal tooth painstakingly. It's very heavy. We do have 21 stamina because I accidentally went Super Saiyan at the end of the last game. We found a series of upright stones with 1 horizontal stone in the middle of the circle. We stood upon that, looked up to the stars. There was a strange constellation that bestowed upon us letters to a spell. We cast the spell the next day, and then using a feather that I had been carrying, it started to, like, empower us by casting the spell and using the feather in tandem. We got, like, +4 max stamina, which was kind of crazy. Beeswax helps us sharpen our sword. Claw Skullcap helps us read minds. The Pouch of Sand can make quicksand. Pebbles can make explosions. Blimberry Juice can cure diseases. The Bamboo Flute can make people dance. You can summon a giant, talk to animals or other languages, summon illusions, summon light. Green metal was teleportation, I think? Jewel studded was floating, so we can levitate. We have stone dust to turn to stone, and jewels of gold to become gods to lesser intelligent animals. If I remember, I actually remember all those. So I am impressed with myself here. And that is where we began. We did kill all but the Sun Serpent. I could not find the Sun Serpent, and thus the Sun Serpent got away and delivered the message, but we did dispatch of 6 of the other serpents on our own. And now I can look at chat again. I perceive the game to be much louder. I need to replay this game. It's so good. It has so much replayability as well. Chapter 3 did not meet my Swindlestone quota. Maybe we can play some more Swindlestones this time around. We'll have to find some people that want to play with us in the mountains, if we're lucky. Alright, and now we're about to get started in earnest here. If there's any questions you have about what we did in the last part, feel free to ask me in the chat, guys, or maybe somebody will be able to help you if I can. Mandy with Nerd says, I was thinking about reviewing book reviewers. In your professional opinion, is it better to sleep on your side or your back? See, I go to sleep on my stomach and then I wake up on my back. That's me. Sometimes I wake up on my side, but I always have to go to sleep on my stomach. I fall asleep that way. I don't know. I don't know, I think it's not better to do that. I think it, like, changes your spine if you sleep on your stomach, right? Doesn't it mess up your spine? Am I just making that up? Anyway. I don't know about you. Novibio says, thank you for the good content. My pleasure. Thanks for hanging around, Novibio, for the few months, if not more. And for sharing that resub one more time. Thanks a ton. Batman GTA says, why do we park on driveways and drive on parkways? Listen, I don't know the answers to all these life questions, okay? I don't know. I just know that I'm a sorcerer. I'm trying to be good. But everybody thinks I'm evil. I don't know why. They're all trying to kill me. The sun is sinking and the sky is turning bruise purple. Soon it will be dark once more. The Zanzunu peaks rise on either side like jagged teeth. The path winds back and forth as it climbs, and glimpses of the brooding horror of Manpeng come and go. You should make progress while there is still plenty of light. Sing as I climb. Watch the skies. Keep walking. Let's watch the skies. You watch the skies as you climb, staying alert for signs of the fearsome birdmen that patrol the peaks, the eyes and ears of the Archmage. Okay, that's another thing. The birdmen took my sergeant from Analan captured him, tied him to a tree, turned him into a Red Eyes, and tried to get him to kill me. How am I the bad guy here? I'm not. He's the one kidnapping people. Why would they think I'm the one doing all this evil? I haven't destroyed any towns. Whatever, I don't know what they're talking about. I have no idea. The back ones were dead when I got there, okay? Rough undergrowth springs up, lining the path on either side. Look ahead, search the undergrowth, cast a spell, or keep climbing. What spell would I even cast here? Sharpen your blade. Look for danger. Get some extra light. Become depressed. My superpower. Cause invisibility. Talk with animals. I don't even see any animals here. Cause slowness. What, myself? Open locks and doors. I don't see a lock or a door. This all seems a bit preemptive. Let's look ahead and see what's going on. Ahead, the stairs curve away out of sight. You can see nothing of what lies around the next corner. Okay, search the undergrowth. Perhaps one of the acolytes who climbed this way years ago dropped something of use. You pause and push back the undergrowth with the blade of your sword, and then jump as you disturb a nesting spikehawk. The creature flaps in alarm. Kill it! I will stay back. You stay well clear and the hawk screams and flaps its wide wings, but does not chase you. Let's see if we can say howdy to it. Chubby penguin, what do you say? Is it rap or yap? It's gotta be yap. Talk with animals. Let's see what they have to say. Yap! The first spell of part 4. Grabbing the wig from your pack, you pull it onto your head and weave your spell. Faint chitterings from the bush resolve into words. Worms! Screeches a tiny voice. Worms! Dark! Cries another voice. Babies? Look in the bushes. Speak a greeting or cancel the spell. Let's speak a greeting. Greetings, you declare. I am a traveler. A moment later, the bushes part and a mother spikehawk rises from the undergrowth. Intruder! Attacker! Beast! She screams, her talons rise. Eyes! I mean you no harm, you reply quickly, the wig translating your intention into clicks of your tongue and curious squawks. Harm! The bird screeches back, rising higher. I come in peace. What can you tell me of Mampang? Cancel the spell or back off? I'll just back off. You back away a pace. The bird hovers a foot above the bushes, a rage of wings. Blood! It screams. Can you chill? Why does everyone have to be so freaking out all the time? He's gonna, what word would the bird misconstrue in this? Piece? Like pieces? Cut you into pieces? What can you tell me of Mampang? I don't think it can even talk. They can only speak one word at a time. Whatever, I'll try. I come in peace, you declare. Peace, the bird replies, settling somewhat. What can you tell me of Mampang, you ask. Mampang, the bird replies. Evil magic, evil magic. Finally, the spell fades. The bird settles back into the bushes. You resume the climb up the endless stairs. Evil magic, by the way. Well, at least we got an answer and didn't have to kill Mama Bird. That would have been, you know, kind of awkward, let's be honest. The sun has almost set and the sky is a deep pink. You reach the top of the stairs. Rounding the corner, you find 3 cave mouths set into the rock. Look at the caves. You regard the caves with interest. The middle cave has the smallest entrance and probably opens into a niche and nothing more. The nearest cave would be large enough for a fire, but looks deep enough to contain any number of nasty surprises. A series of hoofprints lead into the mouth of the furthest cave. You take a closer look at the hoofprints. They are deep enough to suggest a largest creature, but they are no longer fresh. They are at least a few days old. You also note there are no prints coming out of the cave. Call out, cast a spell, enter a cave, or move on. Guess we could cast a spell and see what's going on here. I'm gonna turn the volume up a little bit, because I don't think you guys can really hear much. You guys can you hear like the wind in the background and stuff? Or is that just me? Wow, we speak of a talking bird. Yes, there is Sorcery 4, Buka Mihai. I love this game so much and seen none of it. It's all there. For plenty of opportunities. But definitely take your time. The VODs aren't going anywhere. I'm going to make sure these VODs get saved, for sure. What's up, Tony Mo, who says, Zap back for 5 months? Thanks a bunch, Tony Mo. I'm not going to zap the bird, though. Not yet. But I might burn it with a fireball. I think that would work just fine. Molotov Bartender says, hey, Etalyx pop quiz. Hope you studied. How many days till Lego Racers? Too slow. The answer is 222 days. P.S. Graduation is tomorrow. Is it too late to drop out? No. You can not show up and just don't get a diploma. I think that would still work. If you really wanted to. I'm not saying you should, but you could. And Wild Omelet says, hey, Etalyx, I'm thinking of starting a Twitch channel where I review people's sleep positions, but I might need to invest in a ladder first in case their bedroom windows are on the 2nd floor. Please advise. Wait, hang on. Are you reviewing them through the window? Like you're just looking at them in the window and then turning around with your phone and like doing the review. Just get a drone. No, that's good advice. I would say just get a drone. It's a little bit louder though, so they might hear the drone and wake up and you might disturb them. So I don't know if you can get an accurate blank slate review. So the ladder's definitely sneakier, but I would suggest if you can't afford a ladder, just position some very carefully hidden cameras, and that might help you get the data that you need in order to do the sleep position reviews. Don't do that, chat, please. Okay, thank you. Now. Hot. Actually can throw a fireball right now. I don't know why. I was just joking about throwing a fireball. Open locks and doors. They really want you to do sus, but they won't let you. They will let you do how, but I'm not in danger. So I can cause strength if I had the ability to do that. Create explosions. Why would I want to do that, though? What does the lowercase d lead to? Cause stupidity. Or heal who's diseased. I don't really like any of these at the moment, actually. I feel like calling out is dangerous. Make the cave stupid. I'm just gonna choose the cave. I gotta pretend like I'm on the game show where you have to choose one of the showcases. I gotta decide which one I want to choose. We got the middle cave is the smallest. The nearest cave will be large enough for a fire, but deep enough to contain surprises. And the furthest cave has a series of hoof prints. The caves are unlikely to contain anything but nasty surprises. Surely. Are they, though? Hoofprint, shallow, or large? My gamer sense says pursue the hoofprints. It could be a centaur that can give you some information. My safety intuition says go to the shallow cave. My danger intuition says go to the large cave and see what you can find in there. Because it could be anything in there, even a hoofprint. I'm gonna go for the large cave. Maybe I'll be able to go to more than one. I don't know. It depends on what happens in here. You approach the cave mouth and peer inside. It seems to stretch back a long way. Smell the air is scary to me, considering we specifically have a clue. Beware the breath of mucolytics. But I don't think that breath, if you can smell their breath from the mouth of the cave, then you know what, just go. Just step inside. You take a few more steps into the mouth of the cave. It quickly opens into a wide chamber. You stop a short distance inside and look around, waiting for your eyes to adjust to the dark. This is where the sun spell's coming in. Let's look around. Create light. Sun. You cast a spell, and the sun jewel in your pack pulses and throbs with brilliant, blinding light. As the light from the jewel settles to a comfortable level, you see a dark, blurry shape on the floor of the cave. A moment later, the dark shape rises up and lashes out, catching you with a heavy blow across the chest. It has destroyed over 1,000 frames, just like that. You hit the floor gasping. The creature in the cave roars at you, claws outstretched, and you have mere moments to react. Look at the creature, use an item, draw sword, cast spell, run. Well, well. Turns out the big cave was exactly what I expected it to be. If you save the Vons, they'll be forever in your debt. Yes, the Vons will be saved for the Sorcery series, for sure. Because a lot of people are definitely watching the VODs when they can to catch up. Because we have been going pretty heavy on it. But we're almost done, too. So, finish strong, right? Look at the creature might take too long. I can't guarantee that this is not going to take time. Let's see what spells we can cast. This is not going to take any time to look at the stars. And try to make a decision based on that. Call slowness might be good. We could, like, maneuver around. The illusion of treasure would be a risk because I don't know what this creature is. We got zap, obviously. Hover in the air. I don't know what that would do. Sharpen your blade. Do we have like a law or anything like that? Summon replica creature. I could create an illusion. Maybe creating an illusion would buy me some time. That's probably my favorite pick so far. I didn't really see any other good picks besides those. So I'm gonna say slowness or illusion. Let's go with illusion. See if we can trick him into like attacking the wrong thing. I'll try it out. With my bone bracelet. Once I get my frames back. Kid! Looking to the stars, you craft the magic and the bracelet begins to glow. You have a moment in which to choose your illusion. A wall of fire, a swarm of hornets, or a pit in the ground. So where did this creature come from? A dark shape on the floor of the cave. I'm gonna say a wall of fire. You summon the illusion of a vast, crackling wall of fire, but the skunk bear is too stupid to understand what it is seeing, and it blunders on regardless. The illusion fades around you as you are forced to draw your sword. Well, so be it. It is too stupid. If it was too stupid to avoid wall of fire, it's definitely too stupid to avoid bees or a pit in the floor, because wall of fire would be right in front of your eyes. I would think an animal that's too stupid to avoid a wall of fire is too stupid to block turn one. And I'd be wrong. How is that allowed? The foul beast has two weapons, its long claws and its terrible smell. Killing it quickly will be your best chance of avoiding losing your last meal. You swing your sword in a mighty arc, but the skunk bear, for all its growling, is not careless. It rears up and waits, trying to stay out of reach. It grunts as it paces back from you. Afraid, it rears back, claws raised. Okay, afraid. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. Okay, wow. Whatever. Standing firm, you swing a mighty blow at the skunk bear, but it has read your intention and drops in a crouch. I didn't think it was gonna go full to zero. Most of the time, wild animals in Sorcery always will do like a 1.5 kind of a minimum. Humans will do the full block defense. It drops to all fours and roars. My turn to defend. Ouch. That's a wait, what sword am I using, by the way? Why did I just take a -2 from a full block? Do I have the wrong sword equipped? Oh no! Oh no! That's not good. Apparently I'm the one who is too stupid. But why is my... No. It has to be the good sword because my power goes all the way up. If it was the -3, I would be capped at 5. Whereas I can go all the way up here. I think it will use the best sword, yeah. The skunk bear stays low and tries to ram you. Then the tail lifts, and you are coughing and choking. It stumbles away, tail whipped high. Stumbles away. Okay, well... There you go. You attack the creature. Sidestepping, you slash out at the skunk bear, but it knocks you aside with a paw. It is weakening little by little. It edges toward the slopes, tail up. Is it gonna spray me? Okay, I thought it was gonna spray me. Dropping your weight, you chop a mighty stroke against the skunk bear, but it has guessed your move and raises its claws to protect itself. It squeaks and this pushes you away. It drops its weight and growls. I hate you so much. Why would you do a 0.5 after dropping your weight and growling? This is the... I'm gonna die to skunk bear in the first encounter. Warily, you move into a defensive crouch as the skunk bear rushes you. At the last moment, you dive to one side, gasping for air. It shuffles back. He's a better fighter than me. Way better fighter than me. What does it shuffles back mean? He can't just keep defending every... The smell is getting worse. Back against the rock face, you deliver a mighty swing at the skunk bear, but it bats you back into the mud with its tail. The skunk bear emits a new terrible odor. The smell of fear, perhaps? It squeaks and snuffles, standing up onto its hind legs. Squeaks and snuffles. If that is a full-on attack... Well, that was fun, chat. That was fun. Oh, it squeaks and snuffles. A clear sign that it's about to drop a full 9 power attack, of course. As we all knew. The skunk bear whips out with its savage claws, and from somewhere it issues a foul cloud of stink gas that makes you gag and choke. You stagger, and the bear, sensing your weakness, stomps over and lifts its tail directly above your face. The smell is excruciating, and it fills your being with a foul, rotting stench. That smell is the smell of your death, the last thing you ever experience. What is my fate? You've been killed in combat by a skunk bear, literally as soon as you began the game. Let's try again. Let's try again. Okay. The cave quickly opens into a wide chamber. You stop a short distance inside and look around, waiting for your eyes to adjust to the dark. It actually just sprayed you to death. Yes. That is what happened. Dude killed 6 serpents. One, the serpent of time, dies to skunk bear. Snuffles. Listen. I just wasn't ready. Let's get that death out of the way early on, so we don't have to deal with it again. Cause slowness. DOS! Looking to the stars, you craft the magic and the creature's eyes glaze over. It is still approaching, but it is definitely moving more slowly now. He stamps his feet and bellows. I could probably run if I wanted to. What item would I use? You flip open your pack to find something to use. Throw the hefty arrow. No. Nothing useful. You spend a valuable second looking at the creature. Its black and white fur and long bushy tail are unmistakable. This is a skunk bear, though far larger in size than those... Okay, far larger than those that inhabit the Shamatanti Hills. That makes a lot more sense. I was like, why did he kill me so much easier? That explains it. Well, we bought ourselves some time for another... Oopsie. Bought ourselves some time for another spell. Perhaps given how poorly I did, it might be worth just going for the throat. It may be worth just going for the throat, but I'm curious what happens if I Zin. What does floating do here? Hover in air. Zin! You bind the starlight into shape around you, and the medallion glows as you rise gently up into the air. The skunk bear reacts, knocking you backward. The impact is enough to send your weightless body all the way out of the cave mouth. You pick yourself to your feet once more. There was no movement from the cave. Your weight returns and you settle down to the ground as the light from your sun jewel pulses twice and fades. The path continues on past the other caves. I can go back. I can go back in the large cave. Okay, we may do that. We're just gonna investigate these caves. Outside, night has fallen. You approach the smallest cave mouth and kneel down to peer inside. You may be able to crawl in, but it would be a tight squeeze. You call a wordless greeting into the cave mouth, listening for echo, ready to react should you disturb any creatures. Nothing stirs. As your eyes adjust to the darkness within, you see that beyond the entrance, the space opens out somewhat. Toss a stone into the cave. You find a stone nearby and toss it in. Nothing happens at first, then a shrill howling issues from the cave. You leap to your feet, expecting to rush you at any moment, but nothing emerges. Shrill howling. I feel like I'm gonna get stuck inside of the narrow cave, and then a bunch of, like, bats are gonna fly at my face. That could happen, it's possible. What is my fate, Gnock? Your fate is, an early death, apparently at the hands of a skunk bear. Do we have a shrink spell? No, we have a big spell. We can see the future. That would have been useful. Whoops. Wrong letter. Darkness? How would that help me? Force field. 3 stamina is very expensive. How? Find safe passage. This doesn't seem like it would do much. Talk with. I guess it couldn't hurt to call in there and see what. I don't know what animal we're talking to. And we have summoned replica creature. Let's just try and talk to it, I guess. See if we can find out what's going on. Yep. Should the creature howl once more, you should be able to understand it. That makes sense. Let's go in. Stealing your courage, you crawl into the mouth of the cave. You're barely through the entrance of the cave when the howling noise sounds again. It is somewhere terribly close at hand. Wait, strike a light, stab with sword, crawl back out. Wait. You wait a moment and slowly your eyes adjust to the dark, but you can still see nothing in the chamber. Suddenly, a tiny creature brushes your leg. What is this lemming? That's like if lemmings were real, what they would look like. Speak with Lord Skunkbear and see what he has to say. The thing is a jib-jib. No more dangerous than an overgrown mouse. Okay. Covered in fur and no larger than a bomba fruit, it stands on 2 duck-like feet. Its body must be mostly lungs. Despite its size, when it howls, it makes a noise like a horn. Threaten the creature. What? For what? I am a Dark Lord Sorcerer. Apparently I should start acting like one. Clenching your fist, you cry out at the creature, which holds your gaze for a moment, then scurries away into the darkness outside to hide somewhere else. The cave appears otherwise empty. This should prove an excellent place to rest. There you go. Get out of my new cave. This is mine. You lie down, pushing the pack under your head. There's just enough space to stretch out, facing the door in case anything should approach. You have not yet eaten today. Well, let's eat our last piece of fish. No more food. You eat the smoked fish and feel much better for it. Then you close your eyes and let tiredness overtake you. You feel quite safe here, and you do not dream. Inside the shallow cave, you ran out of provisions, explored the caves of Hyzaman, and began the ascent into the mountains. The Archmage waits for you. Day 1. You wake to find the cave is darker than before, not lighter. You open your arms to search for starlight, but find nothing. It would seem you are too far below ground for magic to reach. You look around, but the darkness does not resolve. Solid rock seems to float mere inches from your face. Where are you? You reach out, taking a step before your fingers reach the rock wall of the pit. Then step by step, you make your way around, drawing out a full circle. Overnight, the cave has sealed up, and you are now enclosed by solid rock. Oh, I see. Your dark powers are nothing compared to the might of the skunk bear. You feel above your head nothing. You feel a rush of hope. Perhaps you are not quite fully buried alive. You turn your attention to the floor. It feels like loose gravel, fine dust, small stones. You skim your hand through them and feel a slight shifting under your weight. Well, I think you all know what to do. Time to just jump and see what happens. Moving to the very middle of the chamber, you gather your energy, and then you jump. The effect is immediate. The stones below you shift, slide, and slip to one another, and a moment later, the ground gives way completely, collapsing in a rush. You are sucked away downward. There is no stopping your fall. You plummet, and then suddenly, you are in daylight. Oh no. You emerge into the sunlight through a narrow rocky opening, and then half stumble, half scramble down to the ground. You are at the bottom of a deep ravine, a distant ledge impossibly high above you. It would seem that there was no way back up. The opening down which you tumbled doesn't appear to have been a deliberate trap, just a gully in the stone that had filled in with small rocks and scree over the years. These stones are now spread across the valley floor. You search through the dust, but find nothing beside the occasional rat bone. You gather a few scoops of stone dust. It will come in handy for spell casting. Then it is time to move on. The valley heads in one direction. You begin to make your way along and gently upward. A fleeting shadow passes overhead. You look up quickly in fear of the birdmen that patrol the skies. You're just in time to see a wide-winged shape wheeling out of sight. Perhaps it did not see you. Well, we quickly ended up somewhere I did not anticipate being. Off the path, so much for the caves. Here's to the replayability of Sorcery, I guess. No idea what the skunk bear resolves into. No idea what the hoof marks resolve into. We took a cave and fell into the ravine, which I didn't even know you could do. We're already off the path. No time at all. Lickety-split. I mean, we might have a chance to double back. We'll see. You may have skipped a page. Yeah, why did my sleeping not resort or resolve into extra stamina? Did I only get stamina from eating, or did I also get stamina from sleeping as well? We're definitely spending more than 41 days on this map. You think so? Maybe. You might be right. Anyway. Molotov says, "Hey, Tal, two squad cars just rolled down my street with lights going and bagpipes blaring. Going 5 miles per hour with a dozen people on bicycles and a half dozen people jogging. I'm very confused." Well, I sent them to stop you from reminding me about Lego Racers, so I guess they made it, which is good. Died they there, safely. Okay. Let's go through the ravine under the bridge. There is an unshakable gloom about this place. A few birds are singing thin and miserable songs. You climb gently up the stony ravine. High overhead, something cuts across the ravine, throwing a pool of shadow onto the ground. You look up at the shadow, shielding your eyes from the sun. It is a rope bridge, running from one side of the ravine to the other. It might have been a way to cut out a whole loop of the path, but it is now merely a landmark to orient yourself by, as you cannot hope to reach it. Yeah, no, it would have been cool to be able to go across this bridge and over to the other side, but no. I'll just go this way. I see a small path cutting up here, though, should we decide to take that. I'm going to turn the volume up ever so slightly. Back to where we were at before. There we go. See if that helps you guys, or tell me if that's too loud when the time comes. You continue along the valley. The grass here grows long and thick. Bits of rubble lie scattered amongst the greenery. The path leads away down the valley, following the line of a gathering stream, with a medium-sized lake visible just on the edge of sight. A pleasant, verdant stretch of land, the first you've seen out here. But there is no one living here, no one farming or setting up homes. Clearly, the shadow of Mampang is long and cruel. There is only one way to go from here, and that is further up the valley, in the hope of finding a way to climb the slope. Oh, we really fell off the path, huh? You continue into the greenery of the valley, sweating under your pack head low. But as you wind around a bend, a voice like gravel calls out, "Halt!" Looking up, you see two creatures, half human, half goat. Unlike the tales you have heard, their torsos are those of muscled humans, but supported by hairy goat legs. Two stubby horns sprout from their foreheads, and the two women hold spears at the ready, standing on an unreachable ledge of rock above you. I see the cursor but no text pages. Oh, hold on. I don't know why you can't see that. Let me try this. What's wrong? What's wrong with this? How do you see? Hello? Hey, we're here. Here they are. Stream broke. I like reading the words when he reads. Here are the centaurs. These are the goat women. Cover your eyes, chat. What is your business? One demands. That's how they talk, because it says voice like gravel. Who are you? I mean you no harm. Please don't spear me. I mean you no harm, you call back. One laughs. We will be the judge of that, the other snarls. You have trespassed here, traveler. We are the Hoofborn, and will protect our home from outsiders. Where are you traveling? I intended no offense. Tell them something. It is none of your concern. Walk away. We are the Hoofborn, Nova King. You have trespassed here. Where are you traveling? Tell them something. You take a moment to prepare a reply. Are these creatures servants of the Archmage, or are they his enemies? I come from Analand, and I journey to Mampang. From Karay off to sell goods in Mampang, from the southern plains, with no destination. I'll be honest. The Archmage apparently already knows that I'm here, so we may as well just be forthcoming. His doom has arrived. I come from Analand, and I journey to Mampang, you declare. If these are servants of the Archmage, they will have already heard of you from the serpents. Exactly. Mampang, she hisses. The cursed place. And what is your purpose? To find... I'm going to be a little coy here, because we've had some issues being honest in the past. You may remember that one elf guy who literally ran to tattletale on me as soon as he found out why I was here. I am here to find a lost heirloom. Do not mock us, stranger, the Hoofborn retorts.
We are an isolated people, but even we know respect. Unlike yourself, it seems.
Do not test me. I am not used to strangers. I meant no offense. I meant no offense.
Everything about you offends me,
The creature replies. Enraged, the hoof-born guards give a scratching yell and raise their spears ready to throw. Perched above you, they have the clearest advantage.
We hoofborn never miss,
One shrieks. Charge, cast a spell, or run. Wow, that took a sour turn in no time. Chat, I think I will take the opportunity here to defend myself. Boom. Well, there's really only one. What is X? We don't know. Just a weird letter. I could create a wall and just stop their spears in their tracks. That would be interesting. The illusion of treasure. I feel like that's not really gonna do much. Slowness. Shoo, I'm allergic to going too slow. I gotta go fast. And then the obvious ones. Ooh, I could just teleport. I could just teleport. That would be interesting. Zip up next to them or just zap them. I don't know, these hoofborns seem kind of annoying. But, you know what? Teleport... Let's see what teleportation does. Requires a green ring. Zip! You weave the enchantment, trusting to luck as the ring of green metal on your fingers begins to gleam like a serpent's eye. You close your eyes as your body is wrenched away. You appear further down the path, hidden behind a large boulder.
Where did he go?
One of the hoofborns says, her voice drifting down.
We should head upward. Prepare an ambush in case he tries to attack the village.
Her companion replies. Then you hear the sound of them clattering up the side path. You are now safe to continue on the path, but trying to visit the hoofborn village would not end well. You are left alone once more. The valley continues straight ahead, dipping down out of sight. To your right, and to your great relief, is a path leading up the far rock slope. The valley continues in both directions, and a track leads upward. Both directions in the valley, huh? Wow, that actually worked. Burn the village to ashes. Not a terrible idea. Hey, Elizabeth, what's up? How's it going? Please tell me we can cast Jig. I want to see them dance. We cannot see them dance, unfortunately. That was not an option. Dipping and dodging these encounters. Well, we did die, to be fair. So we didn't dodge all of them as well as we might be able to. We'll get there, though. So, the valley, the path... Well, the valley's just backtracking, so there's really no reason to go back there. The path upwards, I would assume, leads toward their village. If I was like a centaur village, where would I be? Maybe here or here? There's ruins, though. Further down the path, we definitely will hit a dead end. But I'm curious to hit the dead end and see what happens. Let's go down the path. Stay in the valley. It's kind of a weird place to be anyway. You climb up the line of the ravine. You think you are still headed in the direction of Mampang, but it's hard to tell so low down. As you travel, the rock slopes even out, becoming a valley peppered with clumps of grass and shrubs. A few clouds move across the heavens. You look around the rocks, but come across nothing useful. Oh. Although you don't have to tell us when you're going to go AFK. You can just do it, and it'll be fine. I promise. Chat, Arthur wanted you to know. So, you know now. I still have my dinner left to eat and have not spent my Friday gaming. Well,
Eat.
I had a chicken sandwich, a piece of ham, and some eggs for lunch. You clamber upward as the grass underfoot gets rockier. The sun has reached its highest point now, and it is time to continue. You walk along the heavy rocks and stones lining the bottom of the ravine. Thin heat beats down from an empty sky. Then suddenly, you feel a wave of nausea. The ground beneath you shifts. The sun turns sideways. Steady myself, open my pack, or cast a spell. You open your arms to cast a spell when you fall. The world rushes past you, further than it should. You hear a woman's voice, singing gently above the sound of lapping waves. What magic is this? Waves lull and wash toward a shore. You lie on a bed of stones, looking up at the bright sunlight. This is not High Zammon. A feeling of dread creeps over you. What kind of trap is this? How far have you traveled? You pick yourself to your feet, woozy, as though you'd been asleep for a long time. Greetings, murmurs a voice, warm and welcoming. We have traveled a long way together, you and I. Where am I? You ask. You do not recognize it? She replies with a gentle laugh. These are the silent shores of Dadulay, where gods sail. The sea washes at your boots, as though inviting you to step forwards. Pinch myself. A gentle wind tugs at your coat. As you shiver, you realize this is no dream. You are once more standing on the shore of Kakabad Sea, barely a half-day's walk from Analand. Oh my god. Huh. Welcome back to part 1, chat. The first chapter in the game where we saw this map a month ago. If you don't recognize it, this is Sorcery Part 1. And this is probably why the game specifically mentions that I uncovered the secrets of Dadulay. The shore or the cave? You crunch toward the shore. In the glinting water, a boat slowly rocks to and fro, and in the boat sits a woman with a loom. Why did you bring me here? You ask. We have walked a long road together, she replies. Perhaps you did not know it, but that road is almost at its end. I bring you here to deliver a warning. I am Libra, goddess of justice, and our long road together has almost reached its end. Her voice is filled with sadness. I have kept you safe many times, saved you, but I can do no more. The goddess of justice! I knew it! And I didn't know it. I can't believe I was striving for justice the whole time since the beginning of the game, and here we got the goddess of justice right here, tagging along for the ride. Ah, the goddess of justice. I had your aid once, you answer, when I was last at these cliffs, but... You do not understand, she replies, but you will soon enough. When you enter Mampang, you will understand. The walls around that citadel are more than those of physical stone. It is a cursed place, guarded by sigils and long knives. You mean you cannot enter? You are right, but perhaps you do not understand the cost. Analand, for as long as you have walked, I have walked beside you. I have granted you waking dreams, dreams of your future, dreams from which you wake to walk a different way. Visions? You remember no such thing. Waking dreams, the goddess replies, the kind that seem real until they disappear as though they had never been. She shoots the shuttle across her loom once more. But no more. Once inside the walls of Mampang, your future will become precious once again. The word strikes a knell of fear in your heart. My future is my own. Yes, the woman replies. Reaching up, she tugs a golden hair from her head and holds it out to you. You will know when to use this, I think. What is this for? You ask. Mortal memory is so short, she reflects, but she does not answer your question. A large wave strikes the shore, and as it drains, the boat tilts and begins to drift away. The woman makes no move to stop it, merely continuing to weave. You steady yourself and watch as she drifts away. The thought of the long journey back to Mampang begins to sink into your mind. Time to drown again. Maybe. Potentially. Okay, so. I have kept you safe many times, saved you, but I can do no more. When you enter Mampang, the walls around the citadel are more than physical stone. It's a cursed place, guarded by sigils and long knives. As you walked, I have walked beside you. I've granted you waking dreams, dreams of your future, dreams from which you wake to walk a different way. Okay, so yes. This goddess is like the reason why we were able to undo our death. Every time we've died in this game, in the game's canon, when we rewound, it was just the goddess of justice, Libra, who was granting us a vision of what would happen if we did the things that we did in that exact order. So when we rewound, we woke up from the dream and went the other way. However, once inside the walls of Mampang, your future will become precious once again. That's the key. Well, there you go. That's very interesting. I kind of want to go into the cave. I don't know if you're... I hope something terrible doesn't happen if I do this. You step away from the water toward the mouth of a dim cave. Inside, the stone drips salty tears. These tunnels must be flooded at high tide. The cave walls are jagged and irregular, formed by lashing waves and the shifting rocks of 1,000 years. Here and there, crystal seems to wink from deep within the frozen stone folds. You push deeper into the cave, climbing over fallen stones, following the line of the deepest darkness up into the towering cliffside. Somewhere overhead are the low hills around Cantapani, and a short distance from that is your home. I don't want to go home. If I go home, I feel like I'm going to accidentally end the game. You climb higher still, upward into the rocks, when something in the distance roars and moans. You are not alone in the dark. You open your arms to cast a spell as a great wind begins to rush through the tunnel, gathering its strength and force, and tries to push you back. Your arms are pushed apart and their power unbinds before it can form. As you begin to fall, the stars reach down to catch you. And we're back in the stony ravine. Was that real? But you still have a golden hair in your hand. You shake the vision away and look around yourself once more. You go over to the walls of the ravine. They are worn and weathered with several cracks and weathered pockmarks. You could try to climb, though the incline is sheer. Looking around, you notice scattered amongst the rocks are a few rotten boots, dented breastplates, and other abandoned gear. Where did this come from? After shifting rocks and pebbles, you discover the answer. The ravine is peppered with smashed bones of adventurers who did not survive the fall from the bridges overhead. You are not the first to attempt the journey to Mampang. Has anyone ever succeeded? I say we attempt the climb. You make your way to the foot of the slope and then begin to search for handholds in the rock. It will be an almost sheer climb. The ravine is very high. You start to climb. Well, just use float. We can just float up. The going is treacherous. The handholds are few and far apart. As you get higher, the wind screams past, trying to claw you away from the wall. About 20 feet up, the effort catches up with you. You're gasping for breath. Come on, you just zen your way to the top. You are about halfway up the rocky wall. The wind is very violent now, tearing at your cloak. Now I feel like if I cast float spell, then I'm just going to get... You open your arms to cast a spell, but even taking one hand off the rock is enough for the wind to snatch you free. You tumble and hit the rocks below. How many times have we been mid-fall and I've been able to catch myself with the fall command? But not this time. No. This time, right into the rocks. Whatever. You're gonna do me dirty like that, game? Put me back into the ravine? Let me cast a spell from down here. You are back at the bottom of the ravine. You will have to find another way out of this valley. Did I start from over here or over here? There's another climb spot? You follow the path up the incline of the ravine, but it quickly becomes clear you will not be able to get out this way. The slopes on either side have become almost vertical. The sun is sinking down. It will be dark soon. You pass under an arcing bridge. The walls pinch in on either side. You make a brief attempt to climb the wall, but it is too sheer at this point, built from faces of rock as smooth as metal plates. Then on one, you notice a small carving. It is a carving of dots, linked by lines, almost so simple you mistook it for natural. But its true meaning is apparent. It is a constellation, but it is not one you recognize or could cast. You look away from the rock once more and back to the path. There is clearly no way forward from here. The only way is back. Hold on, it's a constellation that I cannot cast. Can I not interpret the letters to remember it for later? Bit ominous that they just show me that and tell me it's a constellation and then I can't use it. It's very strange. Okay, well, we gotta backtrack now, and it's nighttime, so bad news for us. We're not off to a great start here, are we? You walk along the heavy rocks and stones lining the bottom of the ravine. The sun has almost set and the sky has turned a deep purple. Soon it will be dark once more, but there is nowhere safe to rest here. You cannot stay here. You must find a way back up the slopes to continue your journey. Yeah, I know. Time to accidentally sleep in the ravine. You clamber down the rocks and the grass takes over. Night has fallen. You should find somewhere safe to sleep. For if you keep going through the night, you will be weaker for it, especially on an empty stomach. Well, I guess I'll sleep here. Laying down your pack, you try to settle in the cold. You've eaten nothing today, but you have no provisions. Only a single vial of blimberry juice. You lie back and try to forget your troubles. What is left of the night is filled with visions. Jib-jibs are bouncing past you, appearing from all sides, their maniac eyes all but popping from their heads. You are standing on top of a tall, black-tiled tower, clinging onto its tiles with one hand, while with the other you wave something in the air. You look in your hand to find you are holding nothing less than the crown itself, and then you hear a cawing sound, and a great shape moves toward you. A birdman? No, a gold-crest eagle shimmering into view. The sight masters have seen you. They are taking you home. Not yet. In the ravine. You explored the ravines, met Liber, the goddess of justice, and the long peace. The Archmage waits for you. As you pick yourself back to your feet, you've been walking these paths in circles for days now. Time to make progress, surely. Yeah, you think? Don't say I didn't try to climb out of here. You follow the ravine, the early morning sun makes the air glow. Time is passing as we waste. This ravine sucks. Yeah, it does. Too bad I fell in, huh? We need to find some food, need some stamina. Ravine equals sewer. It may as well, Otis. Mikas, thank you for coming back for 9 months, by the way, and sharing that Prime sub one more time. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday. You guys do anything fun for the weekend? Anybody got any crazy plans besides graduation? After a morning of dusty walking, you arrive at a cluster of trees of a sparse, spiny type that seem to dot the area of High Salmon. It would be a quiet spot to rest. The air stirs a little, cold but fresh at least. Time to move on. The path upward. You climb the path, which soon steepens. You need to keep one hand on the rock wall to keep steady. It climbs, then sharply turns up the mountain. You keep climbing, vaulting boulders and grabbing tree roots. Up ahead, you make out the top of a stone tower. The path crests a rise as you climb. A tower sits a short distance from the path. It looks to be in ruins. It's familiar, but to a similar design as the ones you saw in the Backlands. But this one has fallen into a semi-ruin. The entire top half is missing, as though struck through by a blade. As you move toward the tower entrance, a shadow falls across the doorway. The shape is stooped and hideous. It would seem this place is home to a troll. It has not yet noticed you. You watch the creature as it paces inside the ruined tower. It appears to be ordering things, moving stone blocks from one point to another. You march over, and the troll's eyes snap up to meet yours. Then he lumbers out into the daylight. Oh boy. It was all downhill since the skunk bear fight. Too true. Too true. Play video games and watch Twitch. That's the way to do it right there. I'm 11, I'm not graduating. Lol. Sorry, I'm 11, and what is this? Surprised you can even read. My only crazy plan is to try to relax and watch movies all weekend. And why not? What movies? What movies will you guys be watching? Do stuff with family? Sounds good, Mikas. Did Etalyx not learn to read until he was 11? Well, El Dorito, it looks like a lifetime of learning hasn't taught you how to spell, so... what am I supposed to make of that? Sharpened blade. Talk all languages. Does a troll talk a language, or is it a beast? I would assume it's a creature that can speak. We could throw a pop rock. That did not work for us last time. Mud. Cause stupidity. I mean, I feel like that doesn't work on a troll. Isn't that kind of the whole point? Force field. I will attempt to communicate with the beasts. You can also teleport. I'm tired of teleporting because it always teleports me away from danger. I will attempt to make communication. Rap! Taking the wig from your pack, you wear it and form your spell. As the troll charges, you can understand his speech. Kill you! He screams, raising his sword to strike. That certainly cleared things up. Cool. Gonna watch Game of Thrones this weekend, sad face. No, yeah, me too. Same sad face, though. I can relate. Alright, for real, though. Defend first. Yep, that's what I thought. The troll stamps forward, then, while still a sword's length away, he drops down into a crouch behind his thick shield. You gather your wits and drop into a defensive crouch. He begins screaming and shouting. 15 stamina. Am I gonna just die again? Maybe. I need like a shield or some kind of combat help. I don't know. Screaming and shouting says full attack. I was right. Okay, good start. You keep your guard up. The troll tries to batter you down, but you turn his blow aside. You adjust a grip and square your shoulders. He shifts his grip on his sword. Shifts his grip on his sword. Okay, well, really didn't expect that to lead into another all-in attack, so I feel kind of dumb after that. And we're real low on stamina now. He catches you off guard. Yeah, no joke. You try a fast attack, keeping yourself as much covered as you can while still cutting forward, but the troll stabs out violently and beats you back. The impact is enough to send you reeling as his shield comes up. I will take my chip damage, thank you. He stops to brush his hair away from his eyes as you seize the moment to strike. Reaching down, you toss dirt into his eyes and cut him as he staggers. He reacts quickly. He shifts his clutch on his mean sword. Okay, he shifts his grip, he shifts his clutch. To me that says go all in. Good, I didn't know how much he would possibly still have in the bank. You keep up the pressure and attack with precision and strength. His own half-hearted blow is knocked away. The troll stamps back. Okay, you can't, that's not enough information for me to go on to know that he's gonna do a 3. The troll is fighting for his life and fighting hard. You stab quickly, then snatch your sword back close to cover your body, but he stabs faster than you. He steps away, he steps back. The last time he stepped back, he did a full attack. Okay. Well, that was only a -1? You spy an opening. Why was it only a -1? Turning your sword, you punch with the hilt, and as he reels, you lash out with your blade. He thinks better of his own attack and defends instead. He did not defend. You catch the troll slightly. Blood trickles across the surface of his armor. He narrows his eyes. What does that mean? He just did like a bunch of max attacks. Okay. So we'll take the 1 chip damage. You batter at his blade. You cut him as he tries to turn. He grunts as he brings up his sword. You knock chips from his shield. The troll shifts from you fast. I don't know what that means, but I think I have to defend here. Oh my god. You suck. I'm getting beasted on. You drop into a defensive stance. The troll makes a light attack. You knock it away. You watch his eyes carefully for his next move. He starts wailing and cursing at you. Just kill me. Thanks. I'm doing great today, chat. We're doing real good in the combat department. Why are these fights harder than the other 3 games combined? 15 stamina trolls. I feel like I'm having a lot of trouble figuring out what they're gonna do before they do it. You've been killed in combat. Your adventure is at an end. Well, one more time then, please. That was just a vision of things that could have come to pass, but did not. But, of course, did not. It was just a skunk bear in disguise. Yeah, what sword? Why am I not using my awesome sword? Am I? I think it automatically uses the good long sword. That's why we have 10. We're just not striking when we need to strike. Which is why, as we approach this time, we're gonna do things a little differently. You haven't eaten in 41 days? Incorrect, Kairatobi. Were you here? I ate literally day 1. Come on, up arrows, at least get it right. I ate the cooked fish and slept soundly the first day inside of this new area. What is P? Pop rocks cause explosions. I mean, I'm probably gonna end up zapping, but I'm trying to see... Cause depression in the troll. I don't know, I may. Maybe I will. Who's to say? Sap! Consulting the constellations above, you bind the spell and the sluggish troll slows down even more. He should be easier to fight now. The troll roars and bangs his massive sword against a shield large enough to squash you with. He is a ferocious enemy of incredible strength. He stands at least a head taller, and his shoulders fill the exit. Run for it! Whatever, draw my sword. He should be easier to fight now. I don't... Oh, he is. We made him depressed, and his maximum strength went down. That's pretty cool. Alright, well, last time he defended turn 1. Of course that means this time he's not gonna. But he could. If I was a depressed troll, I would defend turn 1. And indeed, I would. The troll slopes forward. Then, while still a sword's length away, he drops down to a sulky crouch. A sulky crouch! Very, very apt descriptor for a sapped troll. You dodge away quickly. He shifts his grip on your sword, on his sword. You know what to do. All in! You keep up the pressure and attack with precision and strength. His own miserable blow is knocked away. He begins yelling and shouting. I'll defend here because I don't know if he's gonna go all in. And he is. Well, we have mastered the troll, I think. The troll tries to wear you down, but you turn his blow aside. He stamps back. Last time he stamped back, he did like a little attack. We're learning the patterns. He stops to brush tears from his eyes as you seize the moment to strike. You have themed, depressed troll combat text. He has no faith in his own attack and defends instead. The troll steps away quickly. Last time he stepped away, we take the opportunity to strike. You batter at his blade, making swift progress across the dirt toward him. He tries to cut you, but you have all the momentum of this fight. His wiry old muscles leak green blood, and his shield comes up. Take another chip damage off the top. You are easily the better swordsman. Reaching down, you toss dirt into his eyes, and then laugh at him. Now it's time to defend as he shifts the clutch on his sword. Nicely done. You draw back as the troll swings with great force. He shifts from you fast. This should be like a 3. Should be less than a 5-1. Oh, way less. Whoops. It's still only -1 damage. You spy an opening and swipe with your blade. You catch the troll and blood trickles from his armor. He moves out of reach. What to do? I'm gonna go mostly all in. Mostly all in. The fight must be yours. He defends in a panic and stamps back in swift strides. Keep the pressure up. It even says that. He tries to cut you, but you have all the momentum. He stamps on the ground and curses in an unknown tongue. He's going for the big attack. We're still losing a bunch of stamina, but we're doing the best we can against 15. You adjust your grip and square your shoulders as he steps away. Come on, that should have been a -2. Now I have to take one more hit for no reason. You seize a moment to strike. You cut across his stumpy blade. He shifts his grip. Well, we're down to 4 stamina now, but this troll is kind of annoying. There we go, finally. You seize a moment when his guard is down and charge forward, rearing back and bringing your sword upon his head. You swing, spinning around on the spot, and the last cut slices through the troll's neck. Decent dueling. You get to your feet and gather your wits. The troll is quite dead. You quickly search the troll's body, finding nothing but a charm around his neck, a goblin's tooth, strung onto a string. You tug at the tooth, snapping the string. The path continues in both directions, and the tower is open to you. You step between the fallen blocks of the ruined tower. It stinks. You pause and look around the broken, shattered room. This was a fine building once. There are hints of carvings and decorations on the stonework, even though all of it is now tumbled away and the tower is open to the elements. Niches set into the wall once held idols and statues, and a curving spiral staircase once climbed upward, but is now broken halfway. You search around the ruins and come across something black under a stone, a folded cloth. You pull it free. It is thick and heavy, and has been neatly folded into a square. There is something bulky inside, which you can feel through the cloth, but whatever it is not heavy. Shake it out or unwrap it. In the center is a length of knotted rope. Something weird. Do we have, like, clues that relate to knotted rope somehow? Breath, larder, blood candle, torture master, mini-mites. None of this, really? Was this fight worth it, though? Perhaps. Maybe. Possibly. Yeah, Clive, I think the fact that he had a shield and he was just a really strong enemy is why we were doing the damage we were doing right there. Possibly. My thoughts. Look at the rope. Well, I may as well look at it first. You look at the knotted rope, but its purpose is unclear. It is too short to climb and too thick to tie anything. Why did anyone wrap it up and leave? You turn your attention to the cloth. It has 2 loose sleeves and a heavy hood. After a moment, you realize what it is. It is the habit of a monk, and the knotted rope is a belt. Are we going to wear a monk disguise? It seems in one piece and free of moth holes. You could try it on. You gather up the monk's concealing habit and quickly pull it on. You will now pass as a monk. Huh. We have a disguise. You wind your way up the stairs to about halfway up the tower's height. The stairs end a few paces further on. They've been sheared off by the same force that removed the entire roof of the tower. You step carefully to the broken edge of the stairs, 2 more steps taking each one at a time in case the stone should give way under your weight. After 3, you stop. The broken edge of the stairs is now 1 step away. Can I not float? Ever. Zen doesn't exist anymore. You take another step, and then another, and then another. Still climbing. Looking back to the stairs behind you seem quite intact. Looking in front, there are once again only a couple before they fall to ruin, and yet, with every step you make, it seems more steps appear. You pace, step by step, up the tower, spiraling round and round, until finally, you reach a trapdoor in the non-existent roof. You push it open and step out onto the roof of the tower. Oh, it's all come full circle. The wind whistles past your head, ruffling your hair. You are standing high above the pass, atop a tower that was not here when you passed through the path below. A brass beacon of the kind you have seen before stands here. There is the faintest shimmer of magic in the air. Is this like a music video where the cameraman just like keeps... Like, I can't zoom any... Hold on. If you go too far out... There we go. There's our beautiful tower that we find ourselves in, just in case we ever do map this somehow. Let's take a peek at the beacon. There is no light shining from it now. You step away from the trapdoor and walk across the roof. Zip on over to the beacon. A shimmering blue crystal is set at the end. You try to turn the heavy beacon, but unlike the towers of the Backlands, this one is firmly fixed, its eye pointing out toward Mampang and its central tower. Oh god, yes, finally! You reach in to touch the crystal, wondering if you can activate the beacon. But though you touch it, nothing happens beyond a sense of healing wellness that floods your veins. The beacon seems unchanged as you step back. You hear a quiet cough from somewhere behind you. Who's there? You call, but there is no reply. Who's that? Chat, was that you? Yeah, do you like my Death Wraith robes that I've got? I pass for a monk, apparently. Someone's watching us. But to what end, I do not know. Peace be with you, chat. You head over to the edge of the tower just by the end of the large brass lantern. Let's look out across the land. You look out across the land toward a deep crater in the earth that is split like a bleeding sore by black hissing vent in the ground. No doubt this hellhole was the quarry used to build the citadel that lies beyond. Mampang itself dominates the skyline enough to chill the hardest of hearts. At its top is a tower with a single high window, the Archmage's turret room. Looking back at the lantern, you're surprised to see there is indeed a very faint light spilling from its end, and the beam seems active, but it's been focused into an extremely narrow beam that reaches across empty space toward the citadel. Leaning out over the edge, you have a surprise. The tower below is still not there. Looking down, you see nothing but ruin and rubble, and yet, under your feet, the planks are quite sound and solid. You step back from the edge of the tower. Just then, a robed figure steps out from a shadowy spot behind the lantern. You approach the figure boldly. "Greetings," it declares. "And what are you doing here?" "Greetings," the figure nods. "You seem remarkably intact," it observes. "Intact?" "Indeed. It is most curious, since the lower floors of this tower are home to more than one mind snake, and I would not expect any traveler to simply walk in." Mind snakes? I don't know what that is. "I am not afraid of mind snakes." "Well, that is simply not possible," the creature replies quite calmly. "It is like saying rain does not make you wet." "Are you not afraid of them yourself?" "I am terribly afraid of them, obviously." The creature strokes its sharp chin. "All in all, this situation is most unexpected." "Let me ask you a few questions." "Indeed," the creature returns in some surprise. "I have seen beacons like this before," you tell the creature. "This is the last of the great beacons built across the backlands," the creature guarding the tower declares. "They are lenses, and like all lenses, they collect, focus, and deliver. Only, they do not focus and deliver light." There is something strange about the creature's speech, as though the conversation was happening out of order. "They focus time." "Indeed, that is correct." "You are funneling time to Mampang," you reply. "For what purpose?" "For my master, the Archmage." He lifts a hand to his forehead reverentially. "He desires immortality. It cannot be achieved, but extreme longevity is a close second." "Why do you serve him?" "It is right that I should serve someone," the watching creature replies. "As you do." "When I entered this tower, it was ruined," you explain. The creature cocks its hooded head and considers that with some interest. "Remarkable," it breathes. "I sense the truth in your words, though I cannot understand them. Perhaps I should summon a snake up here to test your assertions." The creature nods to you. "I must resume my calculations," he declares. You nod in return. "If you survived your journey up to my tower, no doubt you will survive the journey down." "I don't know what to make of these mind snakes," but apparently that explains why we had no problem, because the tower was ruinous when we got there. The tower was ruinous when we got into this place. Descend beacon. Is the guy still here? We couldn't even move this. You go back to the beacon. The creature watches you with some suspicion. Turn off the beacon. Look at the light. Smash beacon or move away. I mean, this seems like a strange... I'm definitely gonna get attacked by this magical creature. Just turn it off. Dorito, did you write break the beacon before there wasn't even an option to smash the beacon? Do you know what happens to people like yourself? They get banished to the Shadow Realm. Just look at the light forever. Why don't I just stand inside the beacon and then I can have eternal youth? You peer along the length of the light's beam as it head toward Mampang in the central tower. Is this beacon the very source of the Archmage's vitality? Well, let's take a peek and see if we can look at, well, it's not doing anything right now, is it? Apparently, it is the only beacon here. And it's heading toward... Like, the beacon points toward this, I assume. We're still only right here. Well, this is a big place. This is a big place right here. Well, we are here to deal with the Archmage, after all, right? The creature watches you with some suspicion. Well, I have a feeling this is going to come back to bite me, but so will everything, and that's fine. We will learn the truth soon enough. If this is a vulnerability of the evil wizard, you must exploit it. You raise a sword to smash the blue gem. The creature leaps forward to stop you, but is not fast enough. Your sword smashes through the glass. A moment later, the beam flickers and the floor beneath you disappears with it, and you fall painfully to the broken earth below. You are back in the ruined tower. The wind howls through the broken structure above. Justice. You climb up the stairs again, but this time nothing changes. You reach the top where the stone falls away, and you have no choice but to go back down. Oh, I didn't realize I was still inside the tower. That's fine. We didn't actually waste any time. No problem. You're back outside the tower. You can smell the troll's corpse even from this distance. The path continues in both directions. You climb up onto the cliff path. The sun has reached its highest point. The path splits here, snaking around the edge of the mountain, while a branch works its way downward toward the stone tower. Looking west, you see the end of a narrow wooden bridge. There are 3 ways to go from here. Well, we're not going back to the tower. We can go toward the big crater in this ruinous structure. We can head up into this grassy patch, this strange valley. And even from there, you can choose to go around. You can go through, around, or out to the edge. Well, ruins have served us well up till now, though I am concerned with the fact that this seems to come from nowhere, and is a body of water, and may indeed somehow trap us in the wrong... Ooh, there's like a broken down part of the wall. More broken chunks of wall. The front gate, the various towers with spike traps. We have all these little huts with dotted stone paths. Every inch of this seems to have something of interest to look at and uncover, including the town inside the fortress of Mampang. There's a lot to see here. I will choose... My gamer sense says explore to the outside, then work your way in. I'm gonna ignore that for once and just go up to the pass. The trail winds through the mountain. You follow it until a sight ahead makes you stop. Higher up the rocky cliffs perch a strange structure made of twigs, branches, and moss. It looks like a huge bird's nest perched on a wide stone ledge. If you were to climb the rock face up to it, you could easily fit inside. We need some food. You climb up, careful to hold on to your belongings as you scale the rock face. You scramble up the rocks and hoist yourself onto the ledge just outside the enormous nest. It is an intricate construction of twigs and branches built into a natural cleft in the peak. The wind whips past a short distance away. Everything it can grasp has already been taken. On one side is a dark hole in the straw, maybe large enough for you to crawl through. If I strike a light, I'm going to end up accidentally setting it on fire. Almost guaranteed. I'm going in. I want to be a baby bird. You crawl through the hole into the heart of the nest. The inside is curious, bell-shaped chamber open to the sky. The walls are of woven straw, matted with feathers and scraps of fur. Look at the nest, search the sky, scan the sky. Crawl out. Let's look at the nest. You look around with interest. It is an incredible piece of engineering for a bird, even a large one. What could have made this thing? I didn't mean to click scan the sky. You look up through the narrow opening but see nothing. If the occupant is going to return, they have not returned yet. You poke around, eventually coming across a rope ladder packed roughly into one of the walls. But as you weigh your find in your hand, you hear a shriek from behind you. You swing round just in time for 2 pairs of talons to scrape down your chest. The nest occupants have returned, but this is no bird. It is a birdman. The birdman's wings are outstretched, clawed hands already up and ready to tear at your body. The vicious talons drip with blood. You have only moments to react. It's a birdman! Cool area? It is a cool area. The map looks amazing. Archmage dead. If only it was that easy, Beyond. Hey, you have successfully turned off the time tower. The Archmage is dead. Good job. You've done it. That was a good game. I enjoyed that a lot. Here's what I'm gonna do. I say the king of the great apes, a creature of honor and good faith, who accepts danger and misfortune as traveling companions without hesitation. We should offer a prayer. And gather some stamina about us. We got 5 stamina. And now, we can use it. This actually is a home invasion if I blow up this birdman. But like, who really cares? Summon replica creatures. I can summon an illusion. You could probably fool the birdman with an illusion. Turn to stone. I do have a lot of dust. Sob. Unknown. Okay, but like... We've cast that before, chat, right? Summon a goblin? There's so many weird ones here. Is there a letter I haven't looked at? H. O. T. Cast Fireball. I don't know, I kind of want to see what Sob does. Unknown. Sob! As you complete the spell, there is a popping and hissing from your pack. You pull it open to see that one of your Snatacat teeth is glowing. A moment later, it has shot up into the air and exploded. A long-clawed Snatacat leaps down onto the ground. The Sob spell has been added to your spellbook. The birdman shrieks in anger and batters its wings at the Snatacat. In response, the cat closes its heavy eyes and disappears from sight. You sit back and watch as the birdman scratches and claws at the empty air. It snaps this way and that, but cannot find anything. And then in a single blow of a massive paw, the Snatacat reveals itself and breaks the birdman's skull open. A moment passes and all is quiet once more. You crawl out of the nest. Yeah, how about that? Yeah, I invaded a birdman nest, summoned their mortal enemy on accident, the cat. The cat killed the bird and presumably ate it for food. No problem. The cat won that one. We have 1 Snatacat tooth left, I believe. We sold 1, we just used 1, and we have 1 remaining. You emerge into the fresh air and biting wind on the edge of the cliff. The sun begins to lower and the air begins to cool. You begin the long, cautious climb back down to the path below. The question is, did we actually get to carry the rope ladder? We got the monk habit. Rope ladder, sick. That was why we went in there. I mean, I didn't know that was in there, but I'm glad we got to take it with us along for the ride. We should have hoarded Snatacat teeth then. Well, we had 3. We did get some, I mean, money's good. And I used one on complete accident. To be fair, we had no idea what that spell was. You had to learn eventually. Further up we go. You head down a slight incline. Mampang looms into view once more. It is as though these mountain passes had been carved to ensure no one approaching could forget its looming presence. Looking at the path ahead, you see the ground appear to buckle where a sharp rock rim rises out of the ground. Before you lies a deep crater, as though an entire mountain peak had been scooped away. You will have to find a way across. The sun begins to dip, heading toward the horizon. This is where we are looking down the barrel of. Lots of splitting paths here, by the way. I might just go I'm going to go down the middle towards the hut or along the side toward this building. I'm probably not going to take the path on the right because we need somewhere to sleep, right? Etalyx killed a bird person. Technically, the Snatacat killed the bird person. I just accidentally summoned it. Stop! Like, out of my backpack, it just like flips open and the tooth rises out and a Snatacat lunges forward like a Pokemon. I choose you, Snatacat. When's that going to be added to the Sword and Shield edition? And look, animals gotta eat too. All right. The Snatakat's gotta eat too. That's if Pokemon was real, you know? Like, Pidgeys would absolutely eat little Weedles and Caterpies. For sure. But they don't. They just knock them out instead. You scramble awkwardly up the rim of the crater, hampered by the hem of your robe. Then you skid and slide several feet down the rough slope, landing on what appears to be a path. You are uninjured, but there is no way back up. A path leads down the crater. Another trail leads north to south around the rim. The path down into the crater is wider and more beaten down than you might have expected. This is not the main road to Mampang, but this trail must still see some use. You must keep going. All right. I love all these different options you can take. There's so much going on here. I'm going to take the northern path around the outer edge to the side. Instead of going right down the middle, let's take the dangerous roundabout one. You follow the path around the edge rather than going down into the crater bowl. Looking ahead, the path continues to curve. There is some kind of hazy shape up ahead, barely visible through the thin smoke that hangs around the edge of the crater. You peer into the middle distance and make out a hut. It is no kind of shelter and seems to be open to the elements. A thin bell tower rises from the roof, bronze bell tilting a little in the wind. Keep moving, you are too exposed up here. So you can still go down into the crater if you want to change your mind from here. Okay, middle distance is a hut. Bell tower from the roof. Is this the bell tower or is this the bell tower? Which one's it talking about? I think it's got to be this that's exposed to the elements with the bell tower on top. Still, I'm going to go there. Too exposed to the outside. You approach the hut, squinting against the dust in hope of spotting danger. It has wide windows and empty doorways, allowing the wind to whip right through. The wind gently swings the bell on the roof. Wait and watch, look at the hut, cast a spell, enter the hut, make a move. Oh, look at the hut. Seems deserted, nothing moves inside. Let's see what options we got here. Will I stream Sword and Shield? No. We're not going to stream Pokemon. By the way, speaking of what are we going to stream, the plan is tomorrow is RimWorld Day, where we're going to get one step closer to actually leaving the planet, of which I think we're going to hit that in the next 2 streams. We're going to probably finish all the research on the ship tomorrow, but actually start building it and blast off the next time. And then Sunday, I am tentatively planning on playing the Game by the Papers, Please developer, Return of the Obra Dinn. So we might try that. Hopefully it translates to stream well, because I would very much like to play it. It looks really fun. Cause slowness? We don't really have anything to do besides suspect danger, right? May as well. Let's try and take a precaution. Sus! You wind the stars into order around you, and a familiar, calm voice begins to speak to you. There's nothing here, the voice remarks. Mampeng knows you are coming. Their scouts have been pulled back. Its message delivered, the spell fades. Well, there's nothing here. You slip into the empty-seeming hut. The scouts have been pulled back, huh? You approach the hut and step inside. It is silent as a tomb. You search the corners of the hut thoroughly and uncover 2 vials of potion wrapped in oily cloth. Blimberry. You slip quickly out of the hut once more. Blimberry's a good find right there. Very much worth it. You leave the hut and follow the path in the direction of Mampeng. The sun is almost set. The sky turned a deep purple. From here, you can look down across the bowl of the crater as far as the rocky rim opposite. It is mostly scrub, but beyond that, smoke rises from a deep fissure in the ground, near an empty, broken building. There is no time to waste. Well, the sun is setting. Where do you want me to take cover? I don't know. I can't just sleep on the path, can I? Maybe I can retreat south into the crater? You follow the path all the way around the crater to the far side. An open pass leads forward and up. The skyline is suddenly dominated by the looming specter of Mampeng. Darkness closes in. You need to rest, especially on an empty stomach. Spellbound by its presence, your eyes follow the lines of the citadel's walls. Gnarled spires twist upward toward the sky as if in agonized prayer to the heavens. Sharp angles and jagged points protrude everywhere. Demonic gargoyles line the outside walls. You try to look away, but you cannot. It is as though the towers have gripped your eyes. The sight would be enough to break the courage of any brave soldier, and its effect on you is much the same. You feel a knot of fear bury itself in your stomach where you cannot shake it. Despite shivering at the sight of the citadel, you feel yourself compelled to step forward. Still, perhaps it would be best to approach it well rested, and you cannot sleep here. Well, then let's try and retreat to the crater real quick and sleep down there. You scramble back down the ridge as moonlight covers everything. The trail passes a deep crack in the rock, which extends southward, growing deeper and wider. Smoke issues upward. The fissure is like a deep wound in the ground of the crater, as though the earth had shrunk and cracked apart. There is no way across the fissure, but the path leads in either direction past it. I will go to the ruined building straight away and try not to take the stamina hit from staying awake all night. You come across a low stone building. The moon moves slowly across the dark sky. The wind washes through the upper story, and gripweed and yellow bright spark peer from the shattered windows. The building was perhaps once an inn, maybe a trading post, perhaps a place for guides to welcome newcomers to the great fortress beyond. Now it has crumbled to half its state. There might be enough stone left for a decent shelter. Pick the bright spark. What is bright spark? You pluck a sprig of bright spark. It has bright yellow flowers, but is completely useless as most wild plants are, so quickly you toss it aside to wither. What? Okay. You put a hand on the frame as you step through the listing doorway. Into the hut we go. It is missing a roof, so you're exposed to the sky. You look around hoping to find something left from the happier times of this building, but you can make nothing out in the dark. Setting down your pack, you try to stretch out under your habit despite the wind. You have not yet eaten today, but you have no provisions. Only 3 vials of blimberry juice. You find yourself beginning to scratch. You seem to have gotten fleas, probably from the monk's habit. Come on, huh? Come on. Hey, good Tommy. How's it going? Spoilers will be banned in Oberdin. Don't be a jerk. Is it easy to spoil that game? Is it really easy to spoil that? Did we deal with the elven jerk yet? The one unburied from the river after drinking foot water? I don't think so. I don't think I ever met him again. This is game 4, by the way, so he was in game 3. There's no way that a cloth in this game on the ground doesn't have fleas. Delayed fleas. It's been like 2 full in-game days we got these fleas. I got Cox fleas as well, apparently, because Cox Communications has decided to drop 7,000 frames today. I'm shooting for that high score of 50,000. Let's see if we can get it. Internet fleas. A constant bother. Should I drink a Blimberry potion? Should I? Or should we just leave it be? Is this considered food? Phrasing. Did it occur to you that I phrased it that way on purpose? Drink a Blimberry I got 3 Blimberry. I don't think we're gonna use one. You get comfortable and rest. You are protected here. You are untroubled by dreams. During the past day, you ascended into the peaks of the Zanzunus, descended into the Argbad crater, disguised yourself as a monk, and found no new clues. The Archmage still awaits for you. You wake well slept, if lightly covered with the dust that blows across the crater, and get to your feet, searching again, this time in the light. With great care, you find nothing of interest. The building is quite empty, but carved on one wall is what appears to be a message. Pause to pray. He's already back? Gorilla's back? You read over the message. Third spee that the Throben doors is L of Invis. Third spell that the Throben doors is spell of invisibility. That's gotta be a clue. To open a secret door. You know what? I will pause to pray. The doorway beckons, but you are not ready to move on. The open sky, framed by the edges of the building, quiets your thoughts. You close your eyes and raise a prayer to the gorilla. You feel a great sense of calm overcome you. You are close to Mampang, but can still know a moment of peace. There is nothing more here to find. You slip outside the aged building and back into the light, having found one new clue. The scratched message. We must collect more messages and find out the information that we can to potentially open the front gate, maybe. Hey, 28 months. What's up, Kirk? Thank you for 28 months of sub. I can't believe it's been that long already. How was I even partnered? I think I got partnered in 2015 after streaming Dying Light. That's my memory. Good old... When's Dying Light 2 come out? Anyways, thank you, Kirk. Kill Code is also back. Add a message for the streamer so that he can ignore it. Remind me to ignore it next time, Kill Code. What up? Long time no see. Thanks for sticking with it for 10 months, though. Appreciate your resub one more time. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday. Who's gonna assault us here? Guaranteed somebody's gonna swoop down and attack. Watch. You step back out to the trail, looking around once more. Paths lead in several directions. There's a bunch of stuff going on down here. There's a lot. Toward the rim, north, the smoke. The trail, east. Let's go to the rim. I'm going life on the rim. You head back through the scrub toward the crater rim. The early morning sun makes the air glow. Climb the slope. Nah, it's okay. Let's go to the scrub. You fight through the scrub that fills the crater basin. A short distance ahead, you spy a large black bundle hanging from a tree. Well, the last cloth black bundle we found was the monk robes that we are currently wearing. So I wonder if there's another monk person here. The bundle is long, at least 6 feet tall and jet black. It sways slightly as it dangles. Oh, it's a body. As you get closer, you notice a chain running from the bundle to a stake in the ground. You also notice the bundle is hairy. A chain. Hold on. Hold on. Is this gonna be like an upside down 6-foot long bat hanging from a tree upside down on a chain? I'm thinking that there was a bat. Like a hairy bat. That's my first inclination. Because it's chained to the ground. If I look closer, I'm definitely gonna get attacked. Let's cast a spell first. Batman! Speaking of Batman, how you guys feel about the new Batman? What do you think? Mr. Pattinson. I personally, I'm in favor. I think there's a new change of pace is in order. There's a new Batman. There's a new Batman. Robert Pattinson. Is that the one people are memeing with Robert Pattinson? Yes, it is. People are memeing it. People are being mean, in my opinion, for no reason. They get a new Batman like 2 years. I don't know who the old one was. It was Ben Affleck, and you know that. And also, they get a new Joker every 2 years too, but nobody's complaining about that now. The new Joker movie looks good. In my personal opinion. With Joaquin Phoenix. We cannot create wind, but that would be very interesting here, if I think it's bad. Find safe passage does not seem important. I do suspect danger without needing the spell to tell me. We can create a force field. Anything else that looks good? Hover in air. You know what? I'm curious. Zin! You craft the spell and the medallion begins to glow as you rise gently into the air. Float past is now my opportunity to get away. Looking closer, you spot a large pink mouth with a long snout. It is a giant bat. Much larger than those in the Shah Mutanti Hills. Thankfully still asleep, hanging upside down with its wings folded around. The creature snores deeply. You follow the chain with your eyes from the ground to the bat's leg. It has enough length to let the bat fly to the tree, but not much further. Who would trap a giant bat in the middle of a crater? Who would trap a giant bat in the middle of the crater? I mostly watch the DC animated stuff. Yeah, I've heard they're really good. There's some really good animated movies. I don't think I've seen more than maybe one myself. Batman's always the same? I don't know. I don't think so. I think, there's room to explore. I think that's why they're doing a bit of a reset button on, like, a younger Batman. I think, people are kind of tired of old, gruff, jaded Batman. Batman Begins is incredibly underrated. Yeah, I love Batman Begins, to be honest. I think it's a great movie. I think it's fantastic. Wait and watch. You hang back, the creature stirs little in its sleep, but nothing more. Why am I doing this? Why can't I let sleeping bats lie? I want to try and free it from the ground to see what happens. You walk closer. I mean, am I still floating? I don't know. You are a few feet away when the creature begins to lazily stretch open its wings. Its eyes have not yet opened. You stop, frozen to the spot, hand at the hilt of your longsword. The bat's head swivels this way and that, and then its beady eyes rest on yours. It sees us! Can summon replica creature and you cannot do this? Peepo. Cause explosion seems a bit harsh. Pump, kid. It's PZK. Those are the only options. Oh, there's a lot of options though for these. I can float. I can float again. You know what I'm gonna do instead though? Lightning! Zap! Reaching up to the stars, you create the magic, building up a charge of electrical energy around your palm. Then you unleash it into the bat's body. The creature jerks and smokes with energy before falling to Earth, a dark husk. The trail runs in both directions through the crater. Okay, listen. You guys don't have to believe me, but the plan was, I didn't really think it all the way through. I was like, maybe I can zap the chain and like explode the chain. Because sometimes when you do fireball, it lets you do two different things. It lets you throw it at the creature or throw it somewhere else. I was like, maybe I could blow it up. But now it just zapped the bat and is dead. It was a chain. Look, I just put the bat out of its misery, okay? It couldn't even feed here, all right? They left this pet bat. It's 6 feet tall. It's clearly going to try to eat us. Just like the ones in the Shamutanti Hills did. So, I just wanted to put it out of its misery, you know? That was a waste of 3 stamina. So really, I gained nothing from that. Your weight returns, so I was still floating, and you settle back down to the ground. The air moves a little around you, icy but fresh. Look at the smoke. From what you can make out, it's rising steadily but thinly. More like mist than a bonfire smoke. This is why the game calls you the evil sorcerer. Okay, but was I the one that chained the bat up? What was it gonna eat? They weren't coming back for that. You break from the trail and head across the loose dirt toward rising smoke. The air begins to get warm. Sweat trickles down your back as you get closer to what appears to be a crack deep in the earth. You make your way to the fisher's edge. It is almost pleasantly warm here with soft moss under your feet. Superheated steam bursts up every few minutes with a hiss. There is something else on the air, too. The sound of wind, surely, not voices. Hold on. Breath of the Mucolytics. Do not eat from the larder of Throg. Do not light the blood candle. Do not breathe Mucolytics breath. Pay respect to the torture master. I don't think any of that is relevant here. The vent is a jagged crack in the earth. The black stone is deeply cut. Strange shapes flicker within the rising jets of steam, murmuring. Listen closely. I feel like they're going to talk me into falling in. Straining to listen, you make out distinct voices deep inside the vent. It is like standing on a balcony above a room full of whispering people, all crowding for attention at the edge of your hearing. But how can anyone survive down there? The voices mutter and curse. You can cast a spell. It was going to eat you until you murdered it. I mean, the bat was definitely going to try to eat me. I guess I could have just left. But too late now. Bat's dead. I ain't rewinding. There wasn't even an option to talk to it, you know? Maybe there was. I don't think... No, there were only 3 letters. Suspect danger. I do kind of suspect danger. We don't have holy water. Confirmed. Talk all languages is a bit dangerous here. Nap. Oh, sleepiness. To who, me? Is there a letter I have not used yet? Heal diseases. What disease? Okay, I'm going to try to speak languages, I guess. Rap. Taking the wig from your pack, you wear it and form your spell. The voices from the crater transform into a cacophony of overlapping curses, wails, and complaints. They are confused, many of them hardly making any sense. You listen for a few moments, picking out voices here and there. They are demanding to know where they are, what year it is. One lost a donkey, another complains of a stomachache. They are nothing more than human, even though they are almost certainly quite dead. You greet the voices and they respond with surprise. Green shadows flicker near the vent. "You can hear us?" one asks. "Can you see us as well? Do we still exist?" "You are dead," you say. "You are ghosts." "No," wails one. "Yes," another says in a voice tinged with madness. "We have been dead for so long, we have almost forgotten death." "Can I aid you?" "How can one aid the dead?" "Put out the fire," one cries. "Are you not the Analander?" You freeze. "I am the Analander," you declare. "The great one, the one who was to come," the voices reply. "Our savior, our hope." "It is too late for you," you tell them. "You are dead." "Rivers of death run under the citadel beyond. The people within are trapped and live their lives as grain in the Archmage's mill." The voices are all shouting, but the common chorus breaks through. "Break the spell, break him, we will rise." "How can I reach him?" "He hides in his tower," the voices reply. "He hides from us, from the dead, from death. But his tower door has a key." Something rolls up from the vent and rests by your foot. You pick up a vial of water that sparkles with light. "Do not drop it," murmur the voices. "It is blessed of Chaos himself." Kick it back into the vent. Hey, take this garbage. We'll stop littering. This is a precious crater. Please revive Bat. No, we're not going to revive Bat. You lift it up, a vial of holy water. Powerful, certainly, but how will it open the door of the Archmage's tower? The spell begins to fade. You take the wig from your head, and their words become meaningless sounds once more. There are no creatures near the vent, despite the warmth it provides. You lift the vial to the light, and for a moment you seem to see the laughing face of a cruel god in the shimmers of light. Then it is gone.
Chaos is a ladder.
Right? Drink it. No, I don't think I will, but I can cast Res, which would be kind of annoying, because it would literally do the thing they just told me not to do. I don't think there's really anything else for us to do here. Maybe, I mean, there surely is, but I don't know. The air cools as you move away from the vent, and you have found one new clue. Holy water is key to the tower. The ghosts in the Ogbad vent claim holy water is the key to the tower, but it cannot be that simple. No, it cannot. But let us go to the fissure top. You follow the length of the cracked fissure till you find yourself on the trail at the base of the curving crater rim. Which way? Now, up, I suppose. An open pass leads forward and up. As the morning moves on, the wind rises. Despite shivering at the side of the citadel, you feel yourself compelled to step forward. Putting my patent on Banalander before anyone makes that joke. What, ban the Analander? Shrek is in here somewhere. We're not in a swamp. It's a crater, not a swamp. There's a Cox Communications crater where all the drop frames go. Remember when Peter Baelish had Yes, I remember, Knock. I do remember. A long time ago. Hobo Toaster with Nerd says, I'm making a video review of RimWorld. As a veteran of the game, is there anything that would be crucial to point out about the game? Yes, I would say, Molotov Bartender is got some information for the squad cars rolling down streets with their lights going and bagpipes blaring. Wild Omelet is starting a Twitch channel where they review people's sleep positions via observation, and Mandy is reviewing book reviewers, and then Polo Juice is reviewing book reviews on their stream, and then Diefire is reading books on their stream. So you might be able to get some advice from some of them. I would personally like some advice on, are we like full-on disconnected? Quality content here. Well, can't even take your advice. Well, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. Are we back? We good? Messed up my joke? Sorry. Sorry, guys. Cox deleted it. You clamber up the far slope of the crater till you're on the main road once more. Look down the pass and make a move. This is the only route into the Citadel and is certain to be guarded. Well, it's still not nighttime, so there's no reason to wait. You creep forward into the rocky, narrow pass. This is the only corridor to Mampang. There is no other way. Well, I think we missed a bunch of stuff, including this. There's some places to go left and right, including a large pass around the side. 2 big bridges leading to seemingly nowhere. The side door. This is probably the guard tower that they were speaking of. Let's go up. We only got 10 stamina, but we might be able to offer a prayer in the near future. You make your way slowly forward as the narrow walls close in on either side. The sun climbs the sky and the winds begin to rise. The pass stretches on in front of you, curving very slightly as it approaches the rising citadel. The road is barely wide enough for a cart, and the mountains tower on either side. An avalanche could bury you in a moment, and are there birdmen up there, waiting? You still your breath and listen for movement, but hear only the wind whistling. You grasp the rocks and try to climb, but it is too steep. You only manage to climb up a few feet before slipping back down. The pass lies open. There's no way around. The only way is forwards. You move cautiously along the pass. Barely wide enough for 2 horses to ride abreast, but the walls on either side loom high and threatening. There is no magic. Oh, there is magic here as starlight pools around you. Looking upward, you see the cliff looks much smoother somehow, as though loose rocks have been moved away from the cliff's edge. Looking ahead, you see an arrow sticking out of the ground. Allergic to archery. Cox is trying to provide comedic timing. I don't think they are, Duckmaster. I don't think it's funny anyways. Nope, no magic here. Yeah, I misread it. I corrected it. Sharp cause invisibility. I wish I had the pearl ring, but I have never found it. We do a force field. Protect ourselves from danger. We cannot cause sleepiness. Nor can we cause speed. Nor can we cause stench. So none of the spells that begin with N are useful. We could try to sense some danger if we wanted to. We could search for the minds of possibly people near. I think that's a good idea. It's a bit early to zap, isn't it? A bit early. Could teleport. Though it's another free spell. You're kind of at risk either way, to be honest. Let's try and search for mind voices. Tell! You weave the constellations into a pattern around you, pulling on the cloth skullcap as you do. Thoughts drift toward you from somewhere close. Such a dull assignment. Someone rough and violent thinks. Oh, someone violent. Such a dull assignment.
staring down at this little path. Haven't shot my bow for weeks.
Guards, they are above you, staring down into the pass on the cliff tops. They're definitely going to see me, but what am I going to do? Not go? I could teleport, but it's too late for that. You press against the wall, trusting to the shadows, keeping one shoulder to the rock. Intent on the path ahead, you fail to notice the second guard. A voice hisses from above.
Down there!
Looking up, you see a guard holding a taut bow. A moment later, the arrow is flying, and it pierces your shoulder. You spin around, struggling to stay upright. You dodge another volley, yanking out the arrow as you run. By Gred, the guard cries. Didn't kill it! He knocks another arrow as the guards arrive. The pass is a trap. Of course it is, and the guards have a clear line of sight. Stealth -2. Why can't we ever have a good connection? Well, we've reached out to the Cox Communications representative. We just kind of have to wait on them to respond in some way, which is always the issue. But there has been an attempt made. Hopefully it straightens itself out soon enough. Press against the wall, cast spell, run forward, retreat. Let's try and teleport now. We already lost 2 stamina. You know what? Just pretend like we used a spell that cost 2 stamina, and just as well. Right? Just as well. I'm in favor of a nice teleportation. Zip! You cast the enchantment and the ring of green metal on your finger glows and glitters. You are suddenly torn through the very air. You reappear a little further on, beyond the pass, on the road. The citadel before you, like a monster. Have we avoided the guards? You follow the path between sharp peaks, and then the pass opens, provides you with your first clear view of the citadel's gate. After 51 days of walking and hardship, you have arrived at the fortress of Bampang. There it is. Through a little tunnel, some warning skeletons mounted on rocks, a menacing large gate. Apparently it counted since we began our journey 51 days. Well, this was nice. It was. I'm going to start Gungeon for the first time. Good luck, Molotov. It is a hard game indeed, but very rewarding once you finally get used to it. From here, you can make out a few swooping patrols of birdmen crisscrossing the city and the passes on either side. They are on the lookout for something. The serpent's message has gotten through, it seems. A few carts rumble up the road from the east, toward the main gate. You take a moment to drink in the sight. Mampang's walls are towering, and they march away on either side, guard turrets jutting against the dark blue sky. The fortress is the size of a small city, and somewhere inside is the Crown of Kings. You scan for entrance points. Looking east, a road approaches from distant lands. Heading that way would mean leaving the citadel behind. Following the wall with your eyes, you see a path following the stone wall of the keep westward. There may be another entrance that way. The road from the east ends at the main gate. It is bound in strips of iron, taller than most trees. Carts approach the gate in orderly fashion. Most are searched, emptied, and turned quickly around. A few are allowed in. Guards armed with bows stand ready to cut down unwelcome visitors. Time to make your choice. You watch the carts carefully. Each is laden with goods. The guard inspect them fairly curiously, patting down their contents before waving them through. Hide in the cart, hide in a cart, or make a move. Tough call. Tough call indeed. Hide in a cart and probably get caught. Leads into a main courtyard here with various buildings, another gate, apparently, and a central courtyard, or try and take the side path to the secret door. I'm gonna say side path is safer. If I had like a ring of invisibility, I might try and hide in one of the carts. I guess I could cast like an illusion, but I can't hide myself, no matter what I do. However, I have a disguise on. Still, right? I'm wearing the monk's habit. Where are the monks? Don't answer that. It's a rhetorical question, Chad. Maybe there's a church somewhere inside the walls where this will be useful, but right now it seemed like the guards just shot on sight. So the monk's habit did nothing to disguise me. Alright, let's make a move. The gate is busy enough, it might be possible to slip through. You can also take the east road. I wonder why. Is there a reason to take the east road? I am curious about the east road, but I don't want to waste my time. What day, what like hour is it? We still got like half the day. It did say specifically that it would leave this area, and I don't see any clues buried in the wall. So I don't really want to take it. So let's just go the side path and see what's over here. You follow the path past the main gate, around the curving stone wall of the fortress. The sun is blistering hot now. The path opens out here into a wide plateau, directly beneath a guard turret. Crossing it will leave you quite exposed and visible. You shield your eyes against the sun and look up at the turret. At the top is a sentry post that would offer an excellent view across the land. Look at these guys. Look at these birdmen guards with their wings in there. Those are not spears. Those are like baradishas, almost. You're kind of like spear dishes. Nasty faces carved into the side, spike traps on the turret. Looks awesome. A guard stands leaning on a staff, looking out over the land below. Caw-caw! That's right, Trargov. Caw-caw indeed. I could just teleport. Teleport's probably the way. That is the easiest. Other options would be invisibility if you had it. Sense danger. I wonder if there's danger here. Don't know what floating would let you do, because you can't. It's not hovering. It's not the same thing. I'm gonna say let's zip. It's been really useful so far. Why not again? Zip! Looking to the constellations, you craft the spell, trusting to luck as the ring of green metal on your finger gleams like a serpent eye. You reappear a moment later on the other side of the plateau. Where? Oh, it like zoomed so far out I was concerned. You follow the path further. Far below, a river rushes at the foot of a deep chasm, and that opens 2 steps to your left. The sun has reached its highest point. Well, that worked. It made a big point about saying how dangerous teleportation was. I have yet to see the danger in teleporting. It's worked every time, which means I'm going to be far too reliant on it, and at some point in the undisclosed future, we're going to rely on it one time too many, and it's going to fail. Look at the wall, look at the side gate, look into the chasm, make a move. You look into the chasm. Stone black water rushes beneath, tearing through underground chasms that skewer the mountain's roots like the rot in an old man's gums who needs to go see the dentist. Look at the wall, look at the side gate, make a move. You lift your eyes to the wall of the fortress, built from blocks of stone of a size you haven't seen since the ruined steps into the backlands. They must have been carried and laid by enchantments, as no creature could have assembled them on the edge of this precipice with such narrow space to work. Basically, it's a tall wall made with magic. At the end of this path, a side gate is in the wall. It's not the main entrance, but it still is impressively large. Let's try going to the side gate and seeing what will hold us back from here. Does this not have the 3D map? It is 3D. You should be able to see it when I'm like going from point to point and zooming out, and kind of rotates 360 all the way around. but it definitely becomes apparent as we move into the city here as the towers and the walls stretch up towards the sky. Avoiding the watchful eyes of the birdmen circling above the ramparts, you sneak toward the door. The side gate is much smaller than the main and probably used for patrols. Look at the door, hide behind a bush. You approach the door, sizing it up. It seems solid enough. You would not be able to smash it open, and there does not seem to be a lock. It must be barred on the other side. There is a stone overhang over the door. You could perch there, but it wouldn't be high enough to climb over the wall. Knock on the door, climb up the overhang, cast a spell, or turn back. Some good options here. You open your arms to cast a spell, but you seem to find no starlight above you. There must be a magical defense in place. P.S. As you may recall, mini-mites prevent magic, and sometimes they kill mini-mites, who are a race of fairy people that can't do magic, little winged creatures, and then they pour the blood into the walls of the thing that they want to be protected. So there's probably mini-mite blood coursing through the walls somehow, if I had to guess. Or they just have them locked inside the wall. One or the other. Alright, check this out. You pull yourself up onto the ledge above the door. It is only wide enough to support you and will take some balance to stay up. The old ding-dong jump trick. You swing the flat of your longsword downward and there is a resounding thump. From behind the door, you hear some muttering and cursing. As footsteps approach, you hear the bar being lifted. Nice first-person visual on what is actually transpiring here. There's me little boots, the poor guard coming out of the door. He's fallen for the oldest trick in the book. We just put like a cup of water on the doorframe and ask somebody to come through. You stay silent as the door opens and a black elf in patchwork armor pokes her head out. Seeing no one, she steps through the doorway, looking behind bushes and round the corner. Well, we've already revealed my stealth to be very bad. She's definitely going to see me. Drop on her. You drop from the ledge onto the guard's back, laying her flat, only to turn and see two more. Rather surprised, guards watching from inside the gate. Ah, come on! 3 guards answered the door. They're really that prepared. You take a few solid blows before the second lies in the dust. One is left standing, who charges at you. Whatever. Charges at you. That's not a charge! That's a defend! There's a difference between charge and complete defense, okay? That is the opposite. With a snarl, the Black Elf guard raises his sword and goes for your head. There is no time for patience. You stab for his face. He keeps his sword defensively in time to block your blow. The guard stumbles. He is weakening. Determined to revenge himself on your blow, he raises his blade. Well, now I've got to defend. You screwed me over here, game. I could have just... I'm not going to make this mistake again. You ready your sword in defense. A good decision, as the Black Elf guard hefts his weapon and nearly dislocates his shoulder with a single stroke. You roll to one side and are intact thanks to your guard. Spying an opportunity, he changes his grip. That means he's about to attack again. He can't do a 6-5. I'm going to say 4-2. That's a good number. That is a good number. He started low, too. So by jumping down on him, we actually got some decent licks in before the proper fight. Raising your sword, you move in, hoping to trap the Black Elf guard in your blade. Thundering across the floor, you target a bold lunge for his heart, and he goes for your stomach. He lets his newly injured arm dangle. His trained eyes follow your movements. Ooh. You gotta train him a little bit more. You punish the guard, wearing him down. The Black Elf guard leaps away as well as he can. The eyes are bloodshot and panicked. He waits for you to move. Wait no longer, my friend. You keep up the pace, thundering across the floor. You target a piercing stab for his eye. You cut the guard down. 1 stamina lost. Skilled swordplay. The final guard bleeds out on the ground. 3 bodies lay around you. So much for a quiet entrance. You dash for the doorway and then gasp with relief. You are inside. Yeah, I'm not really happy with the way that I'm tackling this so far, but also I'm going to stick by my decisions that I made, regardless, and keep going. 7 out of 21. This is a small side yard with further walls between it and the bulk of Mampang, but it is still inside the citadel. The shadow of Mampang falls over you like a cloak. It is as though the sun itself is dimmed, and you feel suddenly more cold and alone than ever before. But you have no choice but to continue. A voice in your head whispers, "Good luck," before fading into the murmur of waves. You have entered the citadel of Mampang. Here, no decision can be rebound or rewound. The sun is beginning to lower and the air begins to cool. This is nothing but a small enclosure between the barracks and a small outer gate. It is most likely used for training exercises and the like. The brazier in the middle of the yard is dark. Rewind's gone, Chad. And I've already murdered people on the way in. We've come too far. We've sullied our hands so many times already. What's 3 more guards? You know what I mean? What's 3 more guards? We have now entered hardcore mode, yes. The side entrance was perhaps designed for the servants and lower classes who once served the sorcerers of the citadel. It has clearly long since fallen into heavy disuse. A stack of crates rots in one corner, leaning over a heavy inner door that has perhaps not been open for hundreds of years. Another door into the wall of the southeast seems more commonly used. A few guards nod in your direction and you make a pious gesture in reply. Okay, so we got the cloak on. We are incognito mode. Even though we murdered a few guards, we got away. The crates have been discarded over many years, with those at the bottom rotten to a putrescent pulp, while those at the top are more or less intact. They rise up almost to the level of the inner wall. A few guards march from the outer gate to the door out of the yard. The door to the barracks hangs open. Peering in, you don't see anyone around. You will need to find a way further inward. Well, I'm thinking, your spirit is far from you now, you must wait. We do have 3 blimberries, so I would not be opposed to casting Doc at some point in the near future, just to get higher, like more confident stamina. 7, no rewinds, that's a bit risky, isn't it? It's a bit scary. I'm a little worried. Easy, man. Get punished. Yeah, honestly, we did pretty good in that fight. We only lost 1 stamina. That's pretty excellent. Though, I just playing this, I can't wait. When I'm done, I'm not anxious to be finished playing it on stream, but I am anxious to, like, play it again on my own time for fun, like from the beginning, and try to do things completely differently and just see what changes. Try to, like, solve the puzzle of Corée. Try and, maybe save the city if I want to. Go through and maybe try to ignore the 7 serpents and just do things opposite of how I'm doing it now and see how the game changes. Alright, so we're in permadeath zone. Let's take this opportunity since it has been like exactly 3 hours. I'm gonna go get a drink. I'm also getting real toasty in here. Hey, you need to stop running. You cannot run yet. Midas is still healing. He's been on his meds and he's been mostly good, even though he's been whiny. So I'm gonna grab a beverage. Get a little snack. Try and grab a drink. Yes. And maybe this little boy will get a snack too. He will get like a nice dog cookie. Yes, he'll get a little cookie. Do you like cookies? Can you hear that? Can you hear that light crying noise? Hey, what are you doing? Ooh. All right, guys. So give me just 2 minutes. Well, it'll be more like 5 minutes. I'm going to take him out, and I will return to you in just a moment. So thanks for your patience, or this will wind up. Quiet, chat. Shh. Calm down, chat. Seriously. You're all talking way too much. For a Friday evening. I can't keep up. It's scrolling way too fast. How can I be expected to stream under these conditions? Gonna eat this cookie, and I don't care. I don't know why so many people think crunchy cookies are bad. You're just wrong. This is Chips Ahoy with Reese's in it. How can that be bad? I ask you. Can you hear that? Mmm! Isn't that crunch? Why would crunchy be bad? I don't know. You have to ask the people that think that. Because I am certainly not one of them. No rewinds. 0. Let's review our options. Nobody's in the barracks. A few guards march from the outer gate to the door out of the yard. The crates stink. The ones at the top are intact. So, which door is it that the guards are moving toward? They march from the outer gate to the door out of the yard. Gotta be this, right? I'm gonna go for the crates. We'll see if I'm accurate. You make your way over to the stack of crates. They form a rough tower. It's almost as high as the inner wall, but the wood is rotting. Oh, you can climb these. You get no sense of what the crates may contain. You open one of the lower crates, cracking the lid open just a fraction. It appears they are filled with sludge. Let's walk away. Climbing would be suicide, the stack would topple, and if not, you would be seen. I agree. The small door. You enter the shade of the barracks. They are reasonably quiet. Most of the guards must be out on patrol. Oh, you guys can't see any of this? The pages are not on screen? What's the problem here? Hold on. Are you telling me that Techno Toast is the only person that noticed this? Until I used to be a Trisket? Are there only 2 people in this stream? There you go. So, I'll show you where we are. We just went over here to the crates. We went over to the crates. Then we went to this door, and the door took us inside of this strange barrack area. Is there music or footsteps? I'm gonna turn the volume way up. You hear that, right? I mean, it's definitely footsteps. But, like, it could be anything. Could be a nice beat. Alright, you guys can see everything now, right? I don't know why it does that. It's something to do with the display capture. Anyway, here it is. It's back. And the map turns and shifts when we zoom in and out, which is kind of cool. I have no idea how cartographers would... Oh, you could do it like that. You can just cut it out and realign it if you want to, or just leave it like that. We may eventually do this. I don't know. It's good for now. The barracks are quiet. Most of the guards must be out on patrol. A closed door leads south. You pause to listen at the closed door south and hear the quiet sound of singing. The language you recognize, the common tongue of Analand. Well, what am I gonna not go find out what's going on in there? Why would they be singing the common tongue of Analand if they were not a friend of an Analander, right? 7 out of 21 stamina is so bad. I could pray for healing. There's no rewinds. I'm scared. You stride into the room. A horned humanoid creature stretches on a bed, looking as though he had only just woken up. He glances in your direction, opening a pair of exceptionally large eyes. They cover half his face, but the pupils are like those of a cat. You look over his face with growing dread. This is a Sight Master. What is a Sight Master doing here inside the walls of Mampang? He blinks very slowly. Might blow my cover here if I'm not careful. Oh, so we're away from the wall, which means I can consult the stars. So it must be the walls have the anti-magic and this one doesn't. Maybe I should read his mind and get his true inner thoughts, huh? You just zapped the Sight Master straight away. The illusion of worship. Interesting option here. That is most interesting. Suspect danger would be the obvious clue. Sap is a bit out of left field. I don't know, there's some really interesting ones. We're inside the city now. We are, Katie Bell. We just got into the city, literally. I don't know, I want to mind read. I feel like I rely on mind reading too much. So let's use the Jewel of Gold instead. The illusion of worship will cause this person to give me honest answers, maybe, if he believes me his god. God. You turn the starlight into alignment around you, and your Jewel of Gold begins to shine and gleam. The Sight Master's eyes open twice as wide as before. You are the Analander, he breathes. You have come to save us all, even me. What are you doing here? You demand. The Birdmen brought me here, he replies, after I betrayed my sergeant to them. He talks with pride of his actions, but it is most likely the effect of the spell. In his eyes, you see a great pain and darkness. Oh no. How did you betray your sergeant? I led him out to where he could be captured. They took him away, I think. I think they killed him. I think they set a trap. You nod, remembering the Sight Master you met in Lake Ilklala. He reaches out a hand. Will you forgive me? No. Of course not, he replies. He leans back, muttering madly to himself. I must enter the city, you tell him. How can it be done? There's a tunnel leading from the larder in the kitchens to the merchant's yard inside. I heard the Birdmen talking about it. He smiles eagerly, glad to help. You nod and the light fades from the gym. Rest now, you tell him as the spell fades. He lies down and obliges. How's it going? What's up, Golden Fishy? Jess, you got it? Yep, part 4 just began today. We're just freshly started into the 4th and final chapter in the Sorcery Saga. What's up, my little Kilo? How's it going? Was the Sergeant the Sight Master from part 3? Yes. So, at the beginning of the game, you get your sword and you do a training fight against the Sergeant. You later find him in part 3 tied up to a tree, turned into a Red Eyes, and they set a trap to try and kill the Analander using it. This is the Sight Master that betrayed that Sight Master, the Sergeant. So this guy trapped the one who was tied up on the tree, and they took him too, even though he betrayed him. Even though he was trying to help the Birdmen, they still took him here. The creature on the bed is clearly broken by what he has done. He is no ally, but most likely no threat. You search the junk in the corners of the room and find a black face mask, which you pocket. You cannot risk his revealing your presence here, so you run through the sight master, silencing his cries with your hand. You leave the creature's body slumped behind you as you leave. You found one new clue and another clue has been updated. This betrayal I cannot forgive. Oh, you're so sad. Oh, yeah, I'd be sad too if I betrayed my entire country and gave up my fellow sight master, the sergeant, to the enemies, to later tie to a tree and kill in an attempt to sabotage my entire quest and thus Analand's entire quest to retrieve back the Crown of Kings. It is treason. Plus, he's clearly broken by what he has done. And I did just say, no, I will not forgive you as God. He thought I was his God, the Analander. So, if anything, if I left him at that point, he would have been completely, like, whatever low he was at before was just brought 3 stages lower by me telling him as his God that I would not forgive him. So, may as well kill him. Not just for the traitor aspect. Lawful Chaotic. I don't know what we're actually playing now. What D&D alignment are we? And what is the new clue that we found? A tunnel inside from the larder. There are rumors of a tunnel leading from the outer yards to the inner Mampang from the larder. And do not eat from the larder of Throg. Remember this. You step out of the Sightmaster's room and close the door behind you with a very final click. We also picked up the black face mask in here. And our god changed to the fox. Cunning and always has a scheme, a great burglar dines well off those around him who never seem to see him come or go. Let's move down the hall. Break him and killed him. Priceless. Full Judge Dredd move. Gorilla noped out of there. Well, the gorilla will be back. Don't worry. You hurry along the corridor. A powerful smell emerges from the smaller door on either side. On the other side is what looks like a dormitory. Inhale. It just said don't eat. It doesn't say don't breathe. You take a deep breath and then cough violently as you place the smell. The small door is a latrine, and the smell coming from it akin to that of the sewers of Corray. You could go either way down the corridor, but lingering would be a bad move. Indeed. Okay, so the small door is a latrine. And then the dormitory. So we have the north door, we have let's see where these go. So this goes out to the oh, I like how that lines up so nicely. That's really cool, how it's overlaid. I really don't want to dig through the latrine. I'm not even going to go there. The dormitory may have some loot. It may also have some sleeping individuals, or it may have someone else that's going to make us get caught. I'm willing to tempt it, though. And they also said, down through the kitchen, there's also a roof. The trapdoor on the roof. This is really cool. Alright, I'm going north door. I like these buildings a lot. You enter the room. Also, the pressure of no rewinds. By the way, there are no rewinds inside this city right now. At all. That's not self-imposed. We are in Mampang. You kind of had to see the first couple hours to understand why. It's a little complicated to explain. Chat may be able to help you. At the foot of each cot is a small chest. There is also a table in one corner piled with papers and scraps of food. The smaller door leads off to one side. Okay. We have chests. We have papers and food. Look at the cots. You glance over the cots. One has a strange-looking bundle of sheets. No thanks. Check the table. You shuffle the papers on top, finding little of interest. Letters to villagers nestled in high salmon. A scorekeeping sheet for a dice game that must have been quite heated since it's splattered with blood. Beneath that is a missive directing guards to kill on sight a weary-looking man wielding a long sword. You cast a quick look over your shoulder. A guard may appear at any moment. Well, I would like the scrap of food, but I don't guess that's possible. Look through the small door. I gotta search the chests. You flip open a few chests and rifle through them. Mampeng's guards are a downtrodden lot to go by their meager possessions. The first few chests you open are entirely empty. Most likely the prospect of hot meals would be enough for many guards to sign up, and the threat of violence would convince the rest. Then suddenly you are sent sprawling by a blow from behind. God, I'm gonna die. You roll sideways on instinct, expecting another blow to crash down where you fell, but it seems your attacker is still only half awake.
I don't know who you are, he yawns, but no one steals from the outer yard guard room.
You've made a mistake. Raise my fists, or cast a spell. That's where the mysterious bundle was. I can't raise my fist with only 5 stamina. There are rewinds in Part 4, just not inside the Fortress of Mampeng. There's a in-universe reason for that, and it has to do with the ruins of Dadulay from Part 1. So the things we did in Part 1 carry all the way over till now, basically. I'm curious to try playing this again, avoid that area altogether, and see how my play changes. Cause invisibility, bit late. I could make him sleepy if I had a brass pendulum, that'd be fun. Cause fear, I don't... Just go through the whole barracks as God. I'm in favor. Cause quicksand. Do you have any other letters that I haven't looked at yet? Yeah, I'll go for God again. I am dressed as a monk after all. It only stands to reason I should do illusion of worship at every opportunity. God! You weave the spell and your jewel of gold shines and gleams. The man leaps to his feet and snaps to attention.
My apologies, Watch Commander, he declares. I was merely preparing myself for duty.
That's not good enough. The man gulps and nods fiercely.
Yes, Commander. Sorry, Commander.
He begins to rush for the door. Wait, you demand. The man freezes.
How many guards are in this unit? 360, he replies. Largely on patrol, sir.
How do I get inside Mampeng? He stares at you.
No one crosses the wall, he replies. But I once heard there was a tunnel.
Then something seems to slip. The spell is wearing off. He stares at you and rubs his eyes furiously. You point sharply at the door. The guard nods and hurries away. Ooh, okay. He's convinced that I am the chief. Search more chests. Look through the small door. Let's search more chests. You open a few more. In one, you find a small pouch of gold. In another, a more valuable prize. A complete guard's uniform. The size looks about right, though if you wear it, you have to take off the monk's habit and leave it behind. The "and leave it behind" is unfortunate. I have no idea where the monk's habit would even come into play here, or if it will come into play at all. But we're playing Hitman 2 now, and the guard's uniform seems a little bit more immediately useful. If I was a monk, these would be my buildings. This looks like a big church to me. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I have no knowledge of this place. I have no knowledge of this place. We already have fleas, don't we? We need a shower. I don't know. I've enjoyed the monk. The robes. Dressing as a guard. How far would that take me? Fine, I'll put it on. Bird in the hand's worth two in the bush. You remove and discard the monk's habit, too large to carry with you, then gather up the guard's uniform and pull it on. You are now disguised as a guard. The fit is loose, but your face is well enough worn to give you the right look. The uniform should make an effective disguise. You will now pass for a guard in Mampang, though the truly sharp-eyed may yet tell the difference. Through the small door appears to be a changing and storage area. A few cloaks and bits of armor hang on the walls. Time to move. Well, I am a guard now, so I should be okay. Benches line the walls under racks of hooks. Inspect the rack. You paw through cloaks, finding parts of uniforms, a hat here, a cloak there, a piece of shoulder armor, but nothing better than your current disguise. Pinned to the wall, though, there was a shift rotation scrawled in rough hand. The list of names is large, nearly the size of a town's entire guard assigned to the main gate and the side yards. Several groups are down to patrol the passes and the crater, while others patrol the outer walls. Curiously, none of these guards seem due to go inside the inner wall. It seems the inner city and the outer yards are truly kept separate from each other. That's important. So we can't be a guard disguise in the inner wall, is my interpretation. You kneel down to look under the benches, finding a few old buttons and ancient fluff. You return to the main dormitory, finding one new clue. The inner city is sealed. To all. No one may pass. All right, let's get out of here. Best to keep moving. A powerful smell emerges from the latrine. I'm not going in the latrine. It smells like the Carré sewers. That's enough for me to stay away. You stride confidently down the corridor, relying on your disguise to keep you out of trouble. Murmuring voices reach your ears somewhere close by. You still your breath and listen, catching a few scraps of conversation from the door south. Has Varric heard about the Night Watch? The Samaritans of Shin, comes an angry retort. That is what he thinks. Damn Samaritans are scoundrels, but this is not their style. Listen more closely. You lean down to listen at the keyhole. There is no need for them to worry about the gates. Exactly. They can fly, right? Still, it's worrying, all right. How long should I keep listening here? Third time's a charm, right? There's probably some toilet paper in there. Maybe so. Perhaps. I love this dress-up game. It certainly adds an extra element, an extra layer of choice, which I enjoy a lot. Having to pick the right disguise for the right moments, the right time, try to make do with whatever you got. You don't have to find that in the case, in the trunk. It could have gone way worse. The risk, does it outweigh the benefits? I don't think so. One more time. One more time. There are hundreds of those blasted birdmen crawling around this place, the other voice continues. I'd kill the whole lot of them if it were up to me. I agree. Then there was a scrape of a chair and footsteps toward the door. Step inside calmly. I am a guard. Like, I have to trust in the disguise. You open the door to the room with the voices and stride inside. Inside, you find a guard mid-sentence, fists raised. Behind her, another sits at a table toying with a knife, her eyes narrow. Her eyes flick across your disguise. What are you doing here? This isn't your barracks. I got the disguise from literally in this barracks, so I'm confused how this is not my barracks when I picked up the disguise in this barracks. So if somebody would explain that to me, you're telling me that they have this room to different I don't know, whatever. I don't get it. This is an inspection. We gotta go for, like, the authority route. This is an inspection. She straightens. Well, look around then. Not much to see, I admit. This is the worst barracks I've seen. The guard rolls her eyes. Don't be like that. Barracks are always bad. Anything else we can do for you? The other guard asks. Where's your captain? She's probably in the yard kicking everyone into shape. She's easy enough to spot. The second guard beckons you near. She's in a right temper, though, so it might be best to give her a wide berth. Something about smugglers, I gather. Who else is in these barracks? The guard wrinkles her nose. Some sightmaster comes from a distant land, and I hear they can see beyond the horizon. The Archmage brought a group of them here to help watch the walls. Has his own room on account of how rare he is. Stuck up, if you ask me. What rank is he? You demand. How should I know? She retorts. All I know is he's a traitor. He killed his own sergeant. Perfect man-pang guard material, puts in the other guard ruefully. This is the strangest inspection I've ever seen, the other guard remarks. You've not asked to see our daggers once. Show me your daggers seems like a bad move. I don't know. I'm in a bad way no matter what. This could be a trap. Don't show me the dagger. I'm not interested in your daggers, you reply smartly. If you can't keep them sharp, you'll be killed. Simple as that. She nods. Fair enough. I am always in favor of easy inspections. You turn for the door. Well, we maybe can't go up to the top, but that's okay. We found out more confirmation about the Analander Sightmaster situation and head out into the yard with our fresh new disguise. You step from the barracks into the main yard. Another night begins and you're worn out. You should try to find a place to sleep, like, for example, the guard barracks, especially on an empty stomach. The path from the main gate ends suddenly in a high wall, as though all Mampang held was this one yard, and the buildings on either side. As expected, there is no door into the wall of the city. Doors are set into the walls on either side of the yard, and to the east, a low wooden door that's closed. To the west, the barracks. You need to find a way through, over, or under the wall. Where was the tunnel supposed to be? Where was the tunnel rumor? Was it under the latrine? I mean, I don't want to go into the sewers. It's gonna mess up my disguise. For sure. 100 speech minus 100 stealth. Oh yeah, it was the larder. That's right, little pencils. Good call. Definitely stuck now. Well, not anymore, Chargoth. We're unstuck now. Rare? Apparently the Sightmasters are rare. From what I gather, technically. Okay, well. We got, oopsie. Whoopsie. We got a lot of different ways to go. The wall, the path. I don't want to take the path, though. I want to see what's up ahead. You approach the wall, a few barrels sit by, presumably left over from the day's trading. You go over to the cluster of barrels and prise one open. Its lid has not been nailed down. Inside, it smells like ale. Empty out the barrel. You tip out the barrel, pouring the ale into the dirt. The smell is terribly potent. This was clearly a strong brew. You look inside the now empty barrel, finding nothing of interest. No one smuggling anything into the city inside this beer barrel, it seems. Suddenly, you hear footsteps coming from the barracks. hide in the barrel, pretend to be asleep. You reclose an empty barrel and quickly move away. A guard strolls out of the barracks and goes across the yard to relieve herself behind one of the broken statues. On her way back to the barracks, she comes over to the barrel. She picks up a hammer from somewhere and reseals it. I'm always telling them, she murmurs to herself, and then perhaps to you adds, there's thieves about. She turns away and heads back, leaving you alone by the wall once more. 5 stamina, by the way. You walk away from the wall, back to the yard. Oh boy. The sun disappears. You are back in the shadow of the wall. There must be a way through. We got a problem here, chat, called I'm like stuck in the courtyard the wrong way around. And I don't know what to do. Sleep in a corner. Seems like a terrible idea. Go back in the barracks. Can I just sleep in one of the barracks beds? There's no rewinds here. I keep forgetting. I can't just be willy-nilly. We can see how much time is left in the night. I don't want to accidentally de-stamina myself. I don't want to try climbing this. I think cutting back through the barracks is smart, but I just don't know how much time it's going to waste. The sound of gentle conversation and snoring echoes from the various rooms that lead off this hall. I've returned to the scene of the crime where I murdered that one guy. We could go back into the south door, but there's probably people in there. You creep along the corridor. A powerful smell emerges from the latrine. You can go back. What if I just go and sleep in the barracks? How much time is left here? Decent amount. You stalk silently down the corridor. You step back into the yard. A small fire crackles in a central brazier, and a few guards sit around it. Oh, God. Stealing your nerve, you go over to the fire pit where the guards are sitting and take a place on the ground. One offers greeting, the other moves aside to make space for you. After all your experiences so far, it is a strange moment, but not an unwelcome one. I guess I'm gonna pretend to be a guard now and see how far I can take this. What are you guys talking about? There's a bunch of different guards of different types. How do people get in the city? They just open the door for them. They inspect the carts and stuff as they go in. Talk to Majid. Talk with the guards. Who's Majid? Is that the commander that they said to avoid? I don't recognize this name. I do not know. You look around the guards, trying to catch one's eye. One smiles thinly. You're new, he remarks. Welcome to the most boring guard position in the old world. I'm a new recruit. Are you? Welcome to the worst years of your life. Don't grumble, another retorts, thumping his arm. It's not that bad. Safe enough. How long have you been posted here? I don't know which one's talking right now. 14 years. My wife's probably given up waiting for me to be posted back inside now. You all seem very relaxed. Have you heard of the Analander? It is I. I have come to greet you. These are all very questionable retorts. You all seem very relaxed. Why, should we not be? Well, Demon Hunter, these are not the same guards that we inspected earlier. These are different ones. Those ones are inside. Hey, do you know how to go inside the Citadel? Just wondering. Asking for a friend. What's in the crates? You ask. The guard shrugs. No idea, one replies. They've been there for years now. What are we going to ask that's not going to give us away? Have you heard of the Analander? You ask. Why do you ask? The guard replies. I have some information. Oh, no. No rewinds. Everything's scary. Snitch on yourself. You do have info. Have you heard of the Analander? Why do you ask? I have no idea who it is. Just so I don't know. Okay? No, it could be anybody. It could be you. Are you the Analander? Why would you respond with, I don't know. Who is it? Very suspicious. I've heard terrible rumors. I think it's the most innocent. But I have some information they might bring me to a higher authority. But that may reveal my disguise. So I don't want to do that. I've heard terrible rumors. The watch commander is powerfully afraid of the Analander, the guard replies. But then, the watch commander would be scared of his own shadow if the captain told him to be. There is no Analander, another remarks. It's just a phantom to keep us occupied. There's general murmur of agreement at this. There is no Analander. Okay, well that's good. Is there a way inside the citadel, by the way? You ask? The men shake their heads. When you're chosen for the outer yards, they get a birdman to drop you over the wall. They're the only ones who come and go, really. No one is taken back. The fire in the brazier gutters. One of the guards goes over to the stack of crates, breaks off some wood, and brings it back to fling on the flames. Talk to Majid. Rest here or stand. I don't know who Majid is. Chad, am I supposed to know who this is already? What does Analander mean? It means person from Analand. I will rest here and hope for the best. You lie back, curling up by the heat of the fire, and fall asleep to the gentle murmur of the guard's conversation. It is a calm, rare moment of companionship. You have eaten nothing today, but you have no provisions, only 3 vials of blimberry juice. I am so scared I am going to drink 1. We have 3. Drink it. Unstoppering a vial, you gulp down a mouthful. You feel a little better, and all traces of hunger are soon gone. Then you close your eyes and let tiredness overtake you. The long night is kept busy with vivid dreams. You feel a hot wind gathering around your body. You are lifted into the biting air and pulled across the citadel. A dark, brooding shadow awaits at the end of your flight that grows larger and larger with every passing moment. Ah, comes a voice, cracked with age and hollowed by soulless laughter. There you are. Where am I? You stand on an open balcony with a view across endless frozen wastes. A figure stands before you and turns to greet you. Look at this full color. There are ghosts coming from this ball. There are little devils with slimy fingers. There's the crown being held. Is this the Archmage in full Technicolor? That's really cool. Awesome artwork. Dude's eyes are all beat bloody red. Finally, breathes the Archmage of Mampang. I've been trying to reach you for so long. In his hand is a brass pendulum and a crown. Give me the crown of kings. I will kill you! What is this place? What is this place? Give me the crown of kings. Ha! He laughs. A good jest. That would be a fine thing, wouldn't it? Hand it over like that. He shakes his head. Sadly, however, you are not here. I have simply summoned your dreaming eye to my presence, like an obedient dog. But you see me as I am. I have the crown. I will take it from your cold, dead fingers.
It belongs to the king of Analand. Give it to me, and I will spare your life.
I have summoned your dreaming eye to my presence like an obedient dog.
It belongs to the king of Analand, he says, confidently. Now, I'm sure you know what the crown does.
The Archmage responds calmly.
No one will take it from me, not least some ill-equipped, half-starved sorcerer novice.
Some ill-equipped, half-starved sorcerer novice.
I am no novice, you reply. Child, I am the Archmage, he replies. It is not an honorific title. I wield more power in my sleep than you would standing on a mountain top. He sighs and turns the crown in his hand this way and that. It is beautiful, though, is it not? Worth dying for?
Ask yourself that.
I am 1,015 years old, he replies. I don't expect to die any time soon.
For a moment you feel the mountains underneath you shiver and twist. Clearly whatever spell is being cast here is beginning to fade away. I will be leaving you now.
Yes, I think so. And when you wake, you will remember perhaps one thing.
He fixes you with eyes as empty as smoked glass.
I am the greatest seer that has ever lived. I have explored every possibility, and I know something to be true. If you come to Mempeng, you will die.
Then why do you fear me so? You retort.
I am only concerned for your well-being, as for all my subjects, as any father would be.
The Archmage smiles meanly.
I will end your tyranny.
Very well, then. He nods and bows.
You are welcome to come and die in my great house.
Then his smile becomes a scowl.
Only wipe your boots.
And with a flick of the wrist, you are dismissed, tossed like a stone back across the mountains, a mocking laugh ringing in your ears. During the past day in the barracks, you found some gold, entered the citadel of Mempeng, visited the barracks, disguised yourself as a guard, and found 4 new clues. The Archmage still looks for you. I'll give you half-starred, but novice, no. I was half-starred in the backlands, though, that's true. It was much harder there. I think he means father is in caretaker. Yes, he regards everyone as his children, apparently. Hence that you should track sewer poo over his carpet. I think that's the secret to the Archmage's demise. He just gave us the clue. You get to your feet. The guards have returned to their posts, and the brazier is just ashes once more. The sun breaks over the eastern wall. You hold your head high, relying on your disguise. Where will you look next? Oh, the old door. We need to find some more food so we don't have to drink blimberry potions for no reason. You step over to the door, which is set into a low arch in the heavy stone wall that shields off inner Mempeng. It looks like it's not been opened in centuries. The hinges have rusted into red metal fists. The door is ancient. The handle is a large iron ring set on a rusted rivet. Surely it will not simply open if you turn. You reach for the handle when, at that moment, a guard emerges from the barracks and calls to you. You there! Keep away from that! Can you guys just let me go? I can't escape this small area. Why? You retort. No one touches that, the guard replies, on pain of the Archmage. Oh, is that a warning? It's like trapped. You lift your hand away. Good, the guard declares with a nod. Can do without scraping up another body from the ground. With that, he goes back inside the barrack block. Well, perhaps we should see what we can do about this. What can we do about this? I mean, Dop would seem to be the easiest. But if it's trapped, well, we still have to touch the door. Will Dop cancel any traps? Summon a goblin. To do what? Grab the door? Summon a Snatacat. That seems a bit excessive. Hey, I watched your SimCity playthrough on YouTube years ago and found out you streamed good stuff. What's up, Tubby? SimCity was 2013, by the way. 6 years ago. Well, it took you long enough, but you're here now. Welcome aboard. It's been 6 years. Hot. Blast the door. It is hot. I'm feeling a bit sweaty. What about float? Hover in the air. Zen! Consulting the stars, you bind the magic and the medallion glows as you rise gently into the air. A couple of guards are moving toward your position. Float up onto the wall. You float up under careful control of the spell. Just then, you notice 2 guards looking your way. They have not yet noticed you in midair as you are, but they might if you keep rising. How am I supposed to get through here? You gotta go over this somehow. I can't just be trapped inside the gates for an eternity. Maybe these gates are open now. They haven't yet noticed me. Where are the guards? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because if I can just jump over this fence, then it's no problem. Who cares? I guess they'll know that I have a guard disguise. That's the only downside. Just float to the top of the wall. Let's jump over the other side. You continue to float until you reach the top of the wall. The guards are gathered below, staring and pointing. That must be the Analander, one cries. Quickly, you drop on the other side of the wall before they can draw bows. You gotta just go. We've been over here for way too long. Hey, this new guy's flying. The spell gives out just as you clear the wall. You land on thick grass, which cushions you somewhat from the drop. You are in the shadow of the wall of the outer yards, but you're inside the city. That's the main thing. Hey, that guy must be the Analander. You look around the field. The plants here are 3 times taller than anything you've seen before. No doubt forced to abundancy by controlling magic. This place might feed the whole of the citadel. Why would I cast a spell here? Why would you cast a spell at any point? Birdmen have wings, Epi. That's the big difference. Also, they're birds. That comes with the territory. Kind of comes with the territory, being a birdman. We can dop. We can zen again. Maybe to float back the other way. We can, I don't know what I'm zapping. We can create a gold shield, but I'm not planning on getting into a fight right now, so let's not do that. Move away from the wall. The early morning sun makes the air glow. So, chat, should I go to the field or the field? Options. You walk on through the long grass, then something large slithers over your foot. Hopping back, you see a large snake disappear into the wheat. You back away from the snake. The stalks close around you. Where did it go? The air stirs a little cold, but fresh. You stride onward through the field of wheat. The stalks nearby shiver, and the snake you saw earlier bursts forward. You twist away as it rears and goes for your neck, and your blade is out before it can disappear again. You track it with hawk eyes. But you have fought larger serpents than this one. The Archmage sure does love snakes. Indeed. I'd say, go to the field. Can't believe they didn't shoot on sight. Hey, if it works, it works. It's the first time I can cast Law in forever to control the snake. But yeah, I don't think it's a big deal if the guards know that I'm here, because the Archmage clearly knows that I'm here. Force Field. Sharpen your blade. What else is here? Zap. Just go straight on there. Those are all 3 stamina moves, and I only have 10 stamina, so you kind of got to be a little cautious here. Snake might be a difficult target as well. Clone the caster. Depress the snake. I don't think depressing the snake is really the right way to go. Maybe Force Field is the safest. Zap can miss. Law only misses if the snake is intelligent. Don't have to cast a spell, but that's a bit risky because it seems like a fight waiting to happen. Well, as we all know, when the Analander is cornered, his defense mechanism is, of course, to split into 6 separate clone jutsus. You gather the stars into design around you, and 5 clones step from behind you, forming a semicircle. Your clones pop into existence throughout the field. You can only see one, and from the voices of the others, they are clearly lost. They wander through the field, calling to each other. Thankfully, one is close enough to aid you with the snake. He strikes out, dealing a vicious blow. But the snake is just as deadly and latches onto its neck. The struggle is over quickly. Your clone lays dead, and you must finish the job. Wow, what a bizarre turn of events that is. Alright, snakes can't defend. We all know this. We all know snakes cannot defend. I'm gonna do a 7. Okay, well, technically he didn't. The serpent's great coils are winding around your feet. In a moment they will tighten and snap your ankles. You swing out wildly, hoping to chop it in 2, as it curls back, lashing out with its tail. The terrible creature can barely hold up its neck, its eyes glittering glow. Point 4. Glittering and glowing. I'm gonna say defend and then charge. Yeah, that was wise. I think 5-7 was higher than what I had. You drop into a crouch as the serpent strikes. You escape mostly unscathed. With no indication of what's coming next, I think like 3-7 is a safe bet. Indeed it is. You wait as the serpent shifts, exposing its belly, and then you attack. Launching off your heels, you lunge for its neck. With a cloud of dust, the head of the serpent crashes to the ground, and the light in its eyes goes forever dark. Stalks break and crack around you as you walk. Your clones vanish. Clouds move about the sky. Success! That went pretty well. The clone actually did something. I love the explanation for what happened. We killed one of our clones, which, I mean, the snake did, but very sad. What if I'm the clone? You know? You think about that? Out of all the times we cast 6, what if I'm one of the surviving clones? Where do they go? Who knows? You pick your way over low scattered ruins as wheat and grass stalks stick amongst the rocks. The walls that remain suggest a curved tower, perhaps a guard turret. You pick your way to the center of the ruin shape. Low walls form a rough circle, though what remains rises no higher than head height, and the grass grows long inside. Built into one half wall is a rack of rusted weapons. You examine the rack, but the weapons are all rusted and chipped. Even if they were not in such poor condition, the workmanship marks them as inferior to your longsword. Cheap iron blades, these must have been. Standard issue for whichever guards were stationed here. You'd be hard-pressed to find such shoddily made weapons, even at a rural market. How old are these? You wade into the grass, peering at the ground, and while searching, you step on the tip of a spear. Really? It lances through your foot! The metal tip, along with a small spurt of blood, poke from the top of your shoe. You sit in the grass to yank it out. But the pain was perhaps a necessary price, however, as in your administrations you spy a trap door hidden in the grass. After several tugs, he stepped on a rake. He really did step on a rake. The rusted hinges give way, and you open the trap door. Damp earth fills your nostrils. There is a short ladder leading down. You climb down, fingers pressing into the dirt as they grasp the rungs to the hidden chamber below. You climb down into the cramped chamber, dug directly into the dirt. A small bed and table are pressed against the wall with no room to spare. The wood of the bed frame is rotten, the table gutted with holes. Some papers and junk are on the table. Most of the papers are faded from damp and age, but even the intact ones are in a language you do not recognize. The writing is full of loops and whirls, a twisting script that causes your head to swim as you try to figure it out. On one of the sheets, another hand has been annotating the text. Cramped, precise writing in far newer ink fills the margins. Comprised of living or animated rock? Starlight does not provide power. A living animal is the template, but is not part of the construct itself. Without the context of the text, the notes are largely meaningless. This hovel is an odd place to find the notes of a scholar. You return the paper to the table. Living or animated rock? Starlight does not provide power. A living animal is the template, but is not part of the construct itself. They're talking about maybe the crystal rock demon. Possibly. You search the table, most of its writing materials along with scraps of wood, but among the clutter, a handful of gold. The design on them is faded. Is that some sort of lizard man? Lie on bed. What's the worst that can go wrong? Lying on the bed. You know? 7 stamina is 7 stamina, right? You lie on the bed, which immediately collapses under your weight. The cloud of rotten wood flings itself up into the air, and you choke and sputter as you stand. At least no one was around to see. Right, guys? At least no one was around to see. Powerful sorcerer clones self 6 times, slays vicious snake, steps on rake. Now has tetanus. You strike a spark on the tinderbox, but you need something to burn. The pile of papers. The oak branch. I don't think we need the Marsh Goblin scroll anymore, right? We translated it. It was to help dispatch the Time Serpent in the last game. So I will burn this. You take out the parchment from the marsh goblins and light the corner with a strike of your tinderbox. In the dancing firelight, the walls of the small room leap into life to reveal more of the looping, curling script covering every surface. It is still unreadable, but down here in the dark, oppressive enough to itch at your eyes. You trace the words around the edges of the dark space. As you do so, they seem to resonate and ring in your mind, even though you do not speak the language in which they are written. The words lead you on a dance around this way and that, up and down. You feel your body moving, writhing, twisting. The cursive poem your eyes are tracing reaches its peak until, quite suddenly, a voice is speaking in your mind. I am the library. I am a prisoner. Knock twice, then pray. You will be welcome. Then the scrawling text ends as though the writer's inspiration ran dry, or they were too tired to write any more. Sputtering, the burning parchment goes out, leaving nothing but ash. You climb back to the ladder, grateful for the sunlight. I am in the library. Oh, I said I am the library? I am the library. I am the prisoner. Okay, so he's in the library, prisoner, knock twice, then pray. Knock twice, then pray. Sure. Sentient library, I contain all the knowledge of this world. You leave the ruins behind, and the wind begins to rise. It's been a while since we zoomed out. Catch your breath, and look at how much we still have left to go. We're just now getting started. The egg is just now getting cracked open. The yolk is just now spilling out over Hippoopoo. I'll take a nice scramble. Actually, I had some scramble yesterday. I had a delicious scramble. Hey, Boo Boo. Thank you for 10 months of sub. Appreciate your prime. How you doing tonight? I love egg. Good. Hope you love drop frames too, because I got 12,000 of them right here for you. Huh, whoops, I dropped them. As you do. As you do. Through the field we go. Suddenly you stop. You have seen a prone form lying in the grass up ahead. The figure is a strange creature with long, flat-bladed arms, a little like the curious farmers you saw in the fields of Lower Carré. The figure is fast asleep, an empty wineskin by its side. We do only have 7 stamina. A prayer would not be the worst thing in the world. Quicksand, kill it. Whoops. Suspect danger, you know, the usual. Make a shield. Resurrect the dead, a bit premature for the sleeping figure, yeah? I say we try to read its mind. I don't know if it can be read while dreaming. Tell! Drawing the skull cap from your pack, you cast a spell. Thoughts rise up from the sleeping figure. It is dreaming of scratching its nose. You keep listening. The dream intensifies. It is now cleaning the inside of its ear and gently stroking across the top of its head. Both actions are giving the creature ecstatic pleasure. You remove the skull cap, feeling sullied, and the spell fades. What? Well. Your ears are clean now, I guess. I don't think we can take any chances here, to be honest. Sus! You craft the enchantment. There is nothing to fear here, the voice informs you. This creature is no more dangerous than a broom. Okay. You shake the figure on the shoulder till it opens its eyes. Instead of yawning, it lets out a series of small chirps. You're right, it says. I should probably get back to work. Look at the creature. It stares back at you, large teeth bared in what might be a smile. Its eyes are glossy like an insect's, and you see a harsh reflection of yourself in them. Who are you? What an odd question. I'm me. As you speak, the creature idly shaves off some grass with a blade. Are you natural? What does that mean? Do you live in this field? I usually sleep here sometimes, but sometimes I sleep closer to the market where I get my food. What do you eat? It raises its arms. Apples, mostly, and wheat. Are you from here? It asks. I have always lived in this field. Have I, though? Maybe I have. You doubt the danger of the common house broom. I guess depending on how dangerous a house broom is, yeah, that would make sense. In a sense, I have always lived in this field. Are you from here, it asks. No, I'm not. No, you admit. There was something beyond the walls. The farmer's eyes flick animatedly with interest, or with something like interest. There is a whole world outside. My goodness, what is it like? This conversation is like talking to a plant. I have seen others like you. Incredible! What are they like? Do they harvest too? The creature beams and sits up. It is so nice to sit with a human. Most avoid the fields or spit at me and call me a name. Now, what is it? Friend? I have never heard that word before. He shrugs and picks his nose with a blade tip. Has the Archmage been selling your type to Carré? Uh-oh. What kind of creature is this, though? Perhaps it is a jest. I think the Archmage made you. Made me? By Gret, what an honor! You were not troubled by this? Well, its eyes widen. Isn't that the usual way? The creature bows its head to you. Not every day I get to spend time with a human, the farmer says. Few come by here, and most ignore me. Say, perhaps, a game of Swindlestones? Or a drink? Oh, yes. Now you're speaking my language. Thought you'd never ask. Share a drink. The creature offers you a dark purple drink, which it insists is simply water. It smells awful. You take a drink. It tastes like the sewers beneath Carré, but afterward you feel strangely refreshed. I am very careful about what I drink, the creature says. No ale or strange potions, only pure water for me. Well, remember all the... Who is this guy? I don't remember seeing him in Carré. Who's this creepy bug arm guy? Look at this art, though. The art's fantastic. Look at this smug expression. How does he roll dice? I don't know. He just like scoops him up and like shakes it and then drops. Like a praying mantis. The farmer counts out 4 dice and takes the first bid. Okay, sure. Roll them. Roll them! Have you ever met another like me? Perhaps once, long ago. 2 4s. I have a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 3. That's not good. I think I would just... I don't know, I'm about to get swindled, maybe. I could try and raise him and make him think I've got a 4 as well. I could go off my 3s and bet that he's got at least 1 3 and go 3 3s. Because I can't guarantee he's even got 2 4s. Pure water is purple. I don't know, apparently. Remember, every time we drank in Carré, we got healed, I think is the key. So, if it smells like the water in Carré, that's a good thing. Maybe we should have drank from the latrine. Because the sewer water was healthy. Okay, I'm gonna go with... My gut tells me to just go with the 3 3s and hope that he's got 1. Ha-ha! He went straight to 3 4s. Perhaps once, long ago. Here in Mampang, how exciting! No, not here in Mampang. However, I am going to call. 3 out of 4 are 4s? I don't think so. Show them to me. Didn't think so. Well, I can't believe he did not call my 3 3s claim, considering he did not have one. Only 2 4s, the round is yours. Maybe I just did it so confidently. Good start. I'll start with... Now, I have his hand. This is literally the same hand he just had moments ago. We'll start with 1 2. Nice and easy. Well... I'll raise that. 3 4s. Why would you go straight to 3 4s? I'll bet you 4 4s, because I've got 1 2. I'll raise you. You've got 2, I've got 2, of course. I'll raise that. Here's a bid. 5. You're telling me all 3 of your dice are 4s? Absolutely not. Didn't think so. Well, you're not as good. Well, you know what? He probably just doesn't get to play that much. He's got to practice. Do you enjoy farming? I've never done it. When I was a child, I took in the harvest. Farming is for the weak. I have a 1 2 2s and a 4. He bid 2 2s. I mean, I have the 2 2s. I could just raise to 3. I'll just raise to 3 2s. It's safer that way. And if he has 2 2s, then good for him. But yeah, you always take those odds. I have never done it. Perhaps a human with hands like yours may find purpose in other work, but not me. Well, I gotta call that. statistically, it's unlikely you have 2-2s. You're getting crushed here, guy. No one plays with Scythe hand, man. No, I know. It's very sad. 3 1s. It's a very strong opening hand. So all I have to do is hope he doesn't have a 1, and I win. So I just bid a 3. Don't pick 1. 2 3s. It's very possible, but I'm just going to take the high road with the guarantee and go 3 1s. Try to make him call me. Hey, there it is. I just got a good roll? Where's there to go? You've never left Mampang, and nor will you ever at this rate if you can't win Swindlestones. The farmer smiles and gathers the dice into curved-bladed hands. Well played, the farmer says. Would you like another game? I'll do one more. It has been a while since we played. This guy seems nice. One more. Of course I do. No bets, though. Maybe he'll just help. I don't know. Maybe he'll help me out. Where do you live? Near the market? He bids 2 3s. 2, 2, 3, 4. He always starts really high. I'll just take the 3 3s. Then. I'll add to it. So he's going to 4. So you're telling me 3 out of your 4 dice are 3s. I have to take the statistical odds that that's not true. And it's not true. Okay, so stats have been on my side recently. If you win too much, he will cut off your hand. Hey, Onerous, what's up? How's it going tonight? 1, 3, 3, 4. I will stand on just the 4. What has been happening recently? Well, harvest is coming along well. I also hear the Archmage has reappeared. Oh, goody. 2 2s. What do you mean by that? He has reappeared. What did I bid? 1 4. He bid 2 2s. I'll bid 2 3s. What do you mean by that? Well then, he's not going to answer. Most interesting. 2 3s. I didn't even get to say, what do you mean? Sure, it's very interesting. 3 2s. You're telling me all your dice are 2s? No. Absolutely not. Close, though. Very close. But you're losing! He looks like the Thing from Fantastic Four. I guess I can see it if you only look at his face. 1 2 2 3. He bids 1 4. I bid 2 4s, which obviously I don't have. But he doesn't know that. Okay, apparently he knows that. Why would you ever call that, huh? He doesn't have any at all. Okay, that's why. He totally swindled me. There were no 4s in the whole hand. You dick. 2, 3, and 4. No 4s at all. Let's begin. You want to see a real trick? 1 1. 2 2s. 2 4s. Don't call. Don't call. 3 2s. He has to have 2 2s. I will take those odds. Oh, I hate you so much. This comeback hurts me. It pains me. You got so lucky there. And the statistics are swinging the other way. We were beating the house for a time, and now the house is getting its comeuppance. How about a 4? How about 2 4s? 3 4s. You didn't just roll 2 2s and then 2 4s back to back. I guess I'll just get screwed by RNG. No problem. 1 4. 2 4s. You didn't just roll 2 4s again. Sorry, you didn't. I didn't think so. Okay, there's still a chance. Please be higher than a 2. Come on. 1 4. I have to call, right? But, I have to call. If he got a 1 in 4 chance to just automatically win. And he's won. You rolled higher than me. We were just playing war there at the end. Well, now I gotta play again. It's rather hard for me to roll, you see, but I do enjoy it. Another? Such good luck. Alright, best 2 out of 3, farmer man. Best 2 out of 3. I will raise you to 2 2s. 3 1s. 4 1s. Very well. Let's try higher. He's psychic. He's cheating now. Have a good night, Othor. Take it easy. You're getting swindled. I know, and you're getting swindled by Scissorhands. He can't have 3 1s and I have 3 1s, right? He could easily have 2 1s, though. I'd have to raise him to 6 1s. That's just statistically so improbable. I mean, I lost. There was... Not a good start. 2 4s is nice, though. 2 4s is nice. I'm going to lead him to believe I have a 3. I don't. So he bids 2 3s. I will raise to 2 4s. He raises to 3 3s. You're telling me 3 out of 4 of your dice are 3s? Ooh, we're getting some information here. You mentioned an evil sorcerer. I do not like to speak of it. It is bad luck. Very well. I have clearly upset you. Well, they say he was called the Annul Land. He erased the world as though spilling water across a map. I know he's talking about me, and I don't like it. Definitely calling. You can't get lucky forever. Just like that. Such a powerful evil sorcerer such as myself. I bid 1 4. I have a 1, a 2, and a 4. You know what? I'm just gonna bid 2 2s. Reveal the 2. Don't want to reveal the 4 just yet. He's raising it to 2 4s. If he's that confident, then I will do a 3rd 4 and add mine to his tally and trust that he's actually got 2. 4 4s. He has to have 3. All 3 of his dice have to be 4s. And not even close. He was really getting cocky there. All right, we can win this one. Best 2 out of 3, baby. I heard the Annul Land killed a guy 3 times. Sort of true. Possibly true. I can neither confirm nor deny. 1 3. 1 4. How about 2 1s? 2 4s. Both your dice are 4s. That'd be so lucky. Okay. Okay. And then we just gotta finish him off. He's almost dead. And then there was 1. 1 dice left. I have a 1, a 2, and a 3. He claims to have a 2. He's probably telling the truth, but if he's lying, he's really good at this game. I have to take 2 2s and assume that he's telling the truth. Did he fool me? No, he did not fool me. He's just wrong. He was telling the truth, but the truth cost him the game. And it was done. Oh, I do love this game. Would you like to play another? I think that's enough. You decline the game. The farmer offers you an apple as a token of appreciation. Hey, we got food.
The spire in the field. What is it? The farmer shakes its head. It's old, older than the fortress. They say they built the fortress to wall the spire in, but I don't know what it's for. Don't go near. You cannot tell if the last words are a statement or advice. You elect to keep going. The farmer nods to you, then scurries away across the grass. Somewhere to the north, you make out the shape of a stone spire rising above the stalks. As the sun climbs toward its zenith, the winds pick up a little. So what did he just say? Older than the fortress. They built the fortress to wall the spire. Don't go near. The spire in the field. This? This thing? I don't know, I'm very confused. Which spire is he talking about? This is the spire, right? I mean, that looks like a spire. This is just like a little hut, as far as I can tell. Let's go investigate his hut. He said in the field, though. That's what I thought, too. Yeah, this is the spire. We were told not to go near. You know what happens when someone tells you not to do something? Yeah, no, I know. Jeffro the Dude, do not subscribe again for a 12th month. Okay, you know what to do when someone tells you not to do something. I'm joking. Thank you, Jeffro, for almost a year being subscribed. Appreciate you sharing your Prime sub with us. Do whatever you want to do. He said don't go near the spire, right? And he's a nice guy. So I'm going to listen. I'm going to listen. I'll stay away. Okay. He had no reason to lie. He gave us an apple. He played us a fun game. I will ignore it. You stride onward through the tall, swaying stems. The grass waves and wafts around your feet. This could be a bucolic... What is that? What is this word? Relating to the pleasant aspects of the countryside and country life.
Bucolic. Bucolic.
Bucolic. Thank you, anime person.
Bucolic.
Nice ASMR voice. Phil. Hi, Phil. Hi. You guys not see that? Whatever. I'll just use repeat joke from Twitter. You stride onward through the tall, swaying stems. The grass waves and wafts around your feet. In we go. In we go. By the wall. Oh, by the way, I posted that in Discord. If somebody wants to make that into an emote somehow, I'll use it in place of Krang. It's there, just the face. Like the face, the neck, you know? Alright, when last time I alt-tabbed... Does this work? Okay, it works. The door is closed. You look over the door. It is solid but seems in good repair, as though used fairly frequently. It does not appear to be locked. Well, what choice do I have? You try the door and find it open but stiff. The door has opened just wide enough for you to slide yourself through. Inside the city proper. The door closes behind you. You are inside the city. It's time to explore. Looking around, you're surprised to find this part of Mampang is more like a city than you expected. There are merchants, laborers, swaggering guards, washing hangs from hooks outside stacked houses. Of course, there are far more wicked glares and knives tucked into belts than even in Korea. The sun has reached its highest point. Suddenly, you feel hooked fingers catch your arm. You try to shake the grip loose, but it locks even tighter into your flesh. Then you all but forget your presence. All around you, the walls themselves are fading away. A moment later, the buildings of Mampang that you traveled so far to reach have disappeared. You stand in a humid climate. Tall plants lean down on all sides and a thin, watery sunlight leaks through.
some kind of glass ceiling choked with weeds. You look around, startled. A beggar stands beside you, but no longer holding your arm. He stands taller and seems better fed. That's better, he declares. Now we can talk more freely. Who are you? My name is Throbbin. The beggar bows most politely. You notice he wears a circlet of finger bones on his head. Some have called me necromancer, but they only mean that death has never stopped my work. You are dead. Sometimes, not entirely, though I'd rather think I soon will be. Well, he adds, spreading his hands, soon can be confusing, of course. Perhaps we should start from the beginning? What have you done? Moved us elsewhere, Throbbin replies. This is a favorite little spot of mine, a forgotten corner of Carré, the lost gardens of Briar. Even the gardeners who work here can't remember the way in. It's on all the maps, but no one can find the entrance. My own little fortress. He reaches rather tenderly for a nearby plant and pulls off a graying leaf. He smiles. Come, let's walk a little, shall we? He begins to saunter between the trees, and you follow. We're back in Carré, in part 2 of the game, in an area we never visited before. We were never in the Gardens of Briar. We did go through the Fallen Quarter and the Necropolis, but we avoided the Gardens of Briar almost entirely, and I wondered what they were for. And now maybe we'll find out, I guess. I want to go back. I'm scared. Maybe we'll accidentally find our way back into the sewers. But this is very interesting indeed. We keep getting taken back to the different games. It's pretty cool. This place is hidden from the Archmage, you observe. Quite so, Throbbin replies. The Archmage would chew a death sponge mushroom and then eat my brains if he had the chance. Best for all of us if that doesn't happen. I must return to Mampang, you insist. I have a mission. Of great importance, I know, Throbbin nods. But I must tell you, if you attempt your mission, you will die. I must take that risk. Perhaps you could try to understand it first, he replies with a slight sigh. In Mampang, death can be quite final. The reach of the gods is limited there. There is not always a way out, and you will die. Throbbin points at a nearby flower. Do you see this one? Purple thornweed only grows in one place, the slopes above my home village. Where is that? I grew up in the same village as the Archmage, you know, a small place called Kariyama. Maybe you've heard of it? He sweeps away, his face hidden from view. This way now. He steps between two plants and disappears. Kariyama. We have been to Kariyama. Was Kariyama the village in the Backlands on the northwest side? The one where the tunnel through the mountains and the little girl who lost her dog and the people that tried to arrest me around the fire and I vanished once I slipped through the time barrier? Is that Kariyama, or is it a different city? I don't remember. Anyway, I'll have to look at a map. Into the gardens. You push your way between the plants to find the beggar waiting. Only now he is no beggar, but a tall, handsome man wearing a long cloak embroidered with runes of power. There you are, he booms. I was told to expect you. Where is the old man? Safely in my future, he replies with a smile. Please excuse any confusion. I use these gardens for conversations quite extensively, but I have to space them out. One cannot have things overlapping. Now then, he smiles. I believe we will be, talking about Mampang and your impending death. Will you help me? I won't save your life, if that is what you mean, he replies.
I may make your death a little more valuable, however. He points up. The dome is gone. It is now nighttime. Stars shine overhead. I like these gardens for one reason, above all. Can you see what it is? The constellations. Exactly. He sighs with evident pleasure. Look up there, he declares, pointing. This is one of the only 2 places in Caray where the stars of the Zed spell can be seen. The other is by the north gate, but that spot's rather too busy. Zed, Zed, Zed. What do you know of that spell? The mention of Zed makes you stop short. The secret magic, the most powerful knowledge unknown to all. What do you know of that spell? You demand. Zed, he intones, is the great discovery of the necromancers, a spell powered by and fascinated by death. Some thought it prevented death, but it does not. Quite the opposite. The stars of Zed cause a death of the most significant, final kind. What is it for? The man nods. It is a spell of such power and significance, its secret must never be divulged. I have told you enough in this place. Please. He gestures at another path leading between trees as wide as bears that have fallen together to form an arch. After you. Well, the only clue we have, a spell powered by and fascinated by death. The stars have said cause the death of the most significant final kind. Okay. You slip under the arch and arrive in a field of bright yellow and purple flowers. Terrifically overgrown. Brambles choke the edges of the path the man does not follow. You call out but hear no response. It seems you are quite alone. High above you see 2 harpies screaming to each other and pointing, but they are not coming for you. You search the bushes. There is nothing hiding there, waiting for you. The beggar has abandoned you. You must find the path to Mampang yourself. You push forward through towering flowers into an area of cracked blue paving and fronded shrubs in glass pots. To your relief, the beggar is here once more. He looks older than ever. Now you understand, he hisses. Now you see why you have to die. I think you have missed something. Possibly, the necromancer agrees. It is hard to keep things in the right order when you are cursed as I am. You were telling me about a spell. Most likely I was, he agrees. The Zed spell is difficult to cast, you see, because you can't cast it at once. You have to cast it at 2 separate times. 2 times, 1 casting. Got it? Like left and right hands clasped together. He demonstrates linking thumbs and flapping his fingers like a butterfly. The secret Zed spell! Is that the whole thing? Did I do Zed? You begin now and finish later? Go on. A small change can cause a large effect. The old man looks quite baffled. What's that got to do with anything? The point is the time between castings disappears. He squashes his butterfly fingers into a single 2-handed fist. Is that... What does this got to do with butterflies? The point is the time between castings disappears. So this is a spell for traveling in time. Well, that is like saying a cart is a machine for pushing the world backwards. The beggar spits a tooth, then picks it up to admire. Be valuable, that, one of these days, he remarks. You reach down for it. Uncouth villain, he curses, batting your hand away. Now, we'd best be getting on. We don't want you coming back here when you finally die. Coming back?
Exactly. Thropin closes his dirt-smudged eyes and concentrates, and slowly the walls of Mampang return. How rude, Etalyx. He just spit that tooth out. Well, I don't know what's happening. I assume I will figure it out in time. There you are again, smiles the beggar. He lifts a crooked finger. Not a word. There are spies everywhere. One last thing to do. Draw your sword. Why? You ask suspiciously. It's the sort of thing people do in Mampang. Draw it. You obediently draw your blade. Throbin beams with glee, and then before you can stop him, he runs himself deep onto the blade. For the ghosts of the Backlands, I curse you with this, he whispers, and there is fury in his eyes. In the last moment, you see him hurl up his arms, creating some kind of incantation. A terrible force builds around his body, but then seems to only half explode. You are caught at the moment of detonation. For the ghosts of the Backlands, why not just, okay, but if he's a bad guy, why not just start with that, you know? He had to bring us back in time to tell us about Zed. He was born in the village that we are supposed to be destroyed. Born in Kariyama, alongside the Archmage. You are caught in the moment of detonation. The explosion dies away, its force curiously unspent, as though waiting. But you feel stronger for it. 16 out of 21 stamina. You look around, disorientated. There is no sign of the beggar. The road runs past you east to west. Time to continue. So he didn't kill us. What was the thing that he just said? What was the curse? Was he cursing himself? I don't know, I'm asking rhetorical questions here. We'll figure out what's going on. But he, like, uttered a curse for the dead ghosts of the Backlands. He took me away from where the Archmage can hear us. Anyways, I have no idea. But he's gone now, and we have tons of stamina. And the Analander's very confused, disorientated. So I guess that's what we're supposed to be right now. North? Or the main road? Let's go. North leads to these interesting little houses and huts. The main road leads up the gate toward the primary area. Let's stay away from the primary area for now. So, I did some more reading, Epi, on what the games were like, and it looks like Inkle did a ton of stuff, adding to the games as they went on. So, the first one is a pretty one-to-one representation, but they handcrafted the maps. So there were no maps. Inkle made each of the maps themselves, so that you could have a connection to what you were reading and move around a physical space. And it does a lot for the game. Like, give you an idea of progress, not least of which moving point to point, but also you can kind of see at a glance how far you have left. They added all the art for the combat. They added their own text, and they added their own scenarios, too. So, like, what happened was, they would give, like, a little sketch, right? Like, I want to show you guys, because it's really cool. Inkle sketch of sorcery map. I saw it in an article. It was like in Gama Sutra. This is pretty funny. All right, so this is not the map sketch. I have the map sketch here though. You'll see it in a sec. I'm simply trying to... This is what they, like, sketched out combat to look like. Here's you! Stamina 4, defense. They also wrote all the combat text. And, like, made up a new combat system to fit into the games. So, they basically custom-made the, like... higher, lower, like, do you want to go further, max? Do you want to go all in, or little, like, defense? So they created the combat system. And also, here is what the map sketch looked like. So, like, this one is what the backlands look like from Game 3, by the way. When they gave it to the artist, and then the artist turned it into what we saw from Game 3. But basically, they just sketched kind of general, dividers. So you can see, like, the mountains for the first section, the Forest of Snata, the steps, they said where the pylons wanted to be, and the artist would bring it back with, the actual in-progress work. And then what they would do when they saw, like, the finished map, for example, this would be an example of that. I'm trying to find one that doesn't have spoilers, though. Well, I guess this is part 4, so it kind of doesn't matter if there's spoilers. So, just FYI. Oh, here's one that's... Alright, FYI, spoilers for Game 3, which we're already past. You've been warned. So this map was turned into this, basically. And then, when they got that back, they would go in and when the artist would basically create various areas that they didn't even anticipate. Then they would go in and add events. So, like, if the artist made a little hut, they would create a custom event for that hut so you had more to explore as you traveled around in the maps. So they created a lot more as the series progressed. So they added more in part 2 than part 1, more in part 3 than part 2, and more in part 4 than part 3, effectively. If that makes sense. Okay, let's take a side street and see what's going on out here, huh? You skulk down a narrow street lined by low warehouses. You catch the scent of grain as you pass one. The sun lowers on the horizon and soon it'll be dark once more. As you turn a slight corner, you spy 3 guards walking toward you, one dressed in the finery of a captain. Distracted by conversation, they have yet to spot you. We gotta stay away from the captain. Turn around. You turn, hunching to shield your profile. The whole fortress is on the lookout for you. The guards nod to you as they pass by, but pay you no more notice. You continue along the short alley. Whew. Close one. Warehouse, broken buildings, the alley. I will take the warehouse. You slip into a warehouse. Inside, plenty of empty space, some of it lined with straw. The interior is quiet and dark. You search around in the straw to see if anything has been left behind from the last time this place was stocked, and in one corner, you find a brass pendulum. What a stroke of luck. You head for the door once more. The brass pendulum. Ooh, I am excited. We have a new spell at our disposal. Hey, look, there's the page for the Snatacat. Summon a new Snatacat whom the caster may control. We have not seen that page before. I think there's some new artwork on some of these, but I could be wrong. Some of them are mostly the same. I just don't remember seeing, like, Pep. This guy, like, holding a rock on his finger. Nap. This is the one we just learned. Requires a brass pendulum. Effective against living creatures, the spell causes them to quickly fall asleep. It is used in conjunction with a brass pendulum. The spell concentrates the creature's attention on the pendulum, which the caster must swing slowly to and fro. FYI. Well, that was, I don't know why that was just in there waiting, but there it goes. You enter the side street where you encountered the trio of guards. Let's head to the broken down building. We gotta explore here and figure out what's going on in this area. No, it wasn't Steve Jackson that made the map. It was Inkle, the developer who licensed the books. They're the developers and the engineers. Looks the same. What up, Lorak? Thank you for the resub, by the way. Part 11. Yes, Sorcery Part 11. Happening now live before your eyes. Hope you're having a great night. You pick your way through broken buildings and through the wreckage of fallen homes. It seems the city once housed a lot more people than it does now. Perhaps its life is simply ebbing away. Across the ruins, you can make out the stalls and tents of a bustling market. Clouds rumble as they roll across the dimming sky. I do want to go to the market and spend some of my 34 gold. You emerge from the ruins of a house into the edge of the market. It's busy with traders and stalls, a city in miniature. The market is not as large as the one encountered in Carré, but it still bustles with life. Even in Mampang, people need to go about their day. The square, the stalls, the tents. I don't want to go to the square. Let's stay away from the square right now. It's also nighttime, is it not? There are a few large tents set up and some stone buildings, too. There was a hawker loudly proclaiming that mysteries and wonders await in his tent. In one corner, a long line of creatures queue outside of a stone building. The mysteries inside of his tent. Sure, show me. You walk by the hawker who's plying her tray to the crowd. "Examine the wondrous stone of secrets," she cries. "Marvel as it speaks, advises, and prophesies." Fine. You approach the hawker who points right at you. "Now here's a discerning patron of the weird and wonderful. Will he enter and experience the mysteries that even our best magical knowledge cannot explain?" "Where are you from?" you ask. "I am a proud daughter of the 8th slum," she replies. "But they say my family were once great travelers and traders crossing the whole of the old world. Can you imagine such a journey?" "Indeed I can." She nods. "Of course, I could tell from the moment I saw you. You are the type to accept adventures, such as this one." She taps the stone beside her meaningfully. "What is it?" She puffs herself up. "The Stone of Secrets is an incredibly rare artifact, discovered deep within a lost cave many moons ago. It is the only stone in the world which can speak. It is not powered by magic, but a strange alien force, unique in the old world. The greatest magicians of our age have examined it and walked away confounded." "How much?" "You may enter for the astonishingly small sum of 2 gold pieces. What a bargain! What a steal! Only 2, yes, 2 gold pieces for an entertaining, enlightening, life-changing experience." You pay the fee, and the hawker beams, her gaze already slipping past you. "Here is a brave soul who has chosen to embrace mystery and wonder. Who will follow him?" Inside the tent we go. It is dim and cramped. A large stack of boxes sits to one side, a cloth draped over them. Other curiosities, no doubt, that the hawker has shelved in favor of the more profitable stone. If I search the boxes, am I going to get arrested? I wish more people would write stories games in this format. Allows for so much storytelling possibility. Yes, no, your own story. This is definitely more impactful than any of like the Telltale games outside of like Walking Dead Season 1 always will have a special place in my heart because it was the first that I felt like my decisions had an impact. And I really enjoyed it. But like this definitely dwarfs it in as much as there's so many extra choices. So many small things that come back. Isn't Lorak a character in these games? Yes. Lorak is a character. When did we get 34 gold? Well, we came in with 24, and we found gold in a couple of places including in that weird tunnel where there was the bed that broke, and in that hut where we zapped the bat that was chained up outside, for example. Look at the stone or search the boxes. I feel like if I search the boxes, I'm going to invite trouble. But I did pay 2 gold, so we'll see what happens. You begin to rifle through the boxes when suddenly you are stopped short. Then a voice booms through the tent. Hanalander! The voice is familiar, but quite impossible. It is the booming tone of Shadrach, the hermit from the Backlands. Why are you giving me up, dude? You're supposed to be on my side, man. Shadrach? Yes, it is I. It is good to see you again. I don't know, is he old Shadrach or young Shadrach? I'm not sure. Anyways, he laughs again. After a fashion, at least. Shadrach, the voice from the... He's an alien power now. What happened? I bound a piece of my spirit to this rock. A desperate move. Why? The Archmage's assassins found my cave. I was staked outside on a cross. My body is still there, wasting away. I was able to project a fragment of myself into this stone, another into a tree. Shadrach. I will avenge you. I thank you, but you must forget about the troubles of an old man. Focus on your mission. Without the crown, my suffering will pale in comparison to that of the old world. How did you get to Mampang? Can you help me? Are you safe? Can I aid you? Enough talking. Okay, can I aid you is useless. He doesn't want me to focus on him. Can you help me now? How did you get to Mampang? A stroke of luck, though I cannot tell if it was good or bad. Not many traveled near my cave, so when the woman outside did, I was overjoyed. I immediately spoke to her. Learning her trade of sorts, I convinced her I was an ancient artifact. I bid her to take me to Mampang. Perhaps I sold my fiction too well. She scooped me up and took a lengthy detour to villages on the way. I was forced to give advice and spin dreary prophecies. Well, can you help me now? You ask. I only hope I can help. I am but a rock. The stone dulls in color a touch, as though it sighed. But all I have learned of Mampang has made my heart heavier. Boy, a lot of information. We probably can only ask a couple questions. What secrets does Mampang hold? You ask. The greatest secret are the vaults of Mampang, buried somewhere beneath the city. They hold the treasure of the fortress, but they are heavily guarded. Treasure. What should we do? Find out more info about the city? Look in the towers? Ask more about the vaults? I don't think I might be able to do all these questions. He does say heavily guarded. I need to know about the treasure. What do you know of the Archmage's vault? The stone would shake its head if it had a head to shake. Nothing, it replies. But the crown will not be in any vault. It is too precious for that. What is in the abandoned towers? You ask. That is the inner college of Mampang, he answers. A place where magic was discovered and researched. The spellbooks you carry are based on the researches made in this place. The rock rattles and falls still. I am sorry, Analander. I lack the strength to continue speaking, it whispers finally. My body has already failed and my spirit cannot stay anchored to this rock forever. Keep your wits about you and know that I am proud of you. The rock stills as Shadrach's voice fades. You have found 2 new clues for the low, low price of only 2 gold. Shadrach, no, we need you. Outside the tent, the hawker claps on your shoulder. Well, friend, she says, did the stone unlock the mysteries of the universe for you? Did it dazzle your senses, delight your spirit? Indeed. Excellent, excellent. She claps you on the back. Go and tell everyone you meet. Good day.
You go back into the market. Don't worry about this old man. Use him to cast Pop Rocks. Put him in your pocket. You could. What would have stopped me from stealing that and just walking out with the rock in my backpack? I don't know. It is super nighttime, right? It is super nighttime. What am I supposed to do? Go to the fortune teller, I guess? I don't know. You join a long line of creatures outside the low stone building of the fortune teller. They are waiting with surprising patience. The creature in front of you is a hobgoblin with long blonde hair and 2 protruding hooked teeth. Why is everyone waiting? You ask. You don't know. Why are you waiting here if you don't know? Well, I saw the line. So you just joined? Well, she shrugs. I suppose when I first joined the line, it was for the same reason, but it seems so long ago now. How long have you been waiting? This time? A few hours, maybe? What do you mean, this time? She shrugs. Well, this isn't my first visit. No one visits Wide only once. Did you say Wide? That's right, fair and wide. The great seer of Lower Mampang. She smiles, her teeth twisting out sideways as she talks. See? You have heard of him. I don't think I have. She pauses to scratch her chin. If you don't mind, I'd like to get back to waiting. I'll leave the line. You step out of the line. The creatures who have joined behind you hurry to fill in the space, and as they do so, you see it is the thin creature whom you saw come out of the building. He has rejoined the line directly behind you. You turn to the thin creature. Didn't you just go in? The creature nods. Yes. Well, what did you learn? Not enough, the creature replies. A little more than last time, though. How many times have you been inside? That was my 15th visit, the creature replies. Every time, the future becomes a little clearer. I see real potential now. I could become almost anything. He shivers, smiling. I am almost giddy with excitement, but I'll have to wait, of course. What did the teller tell you? You ask. But the thin creature shakes his head. It's too personal to share, he answers. Besides, without knowing the answers to the previous questions, you wouldn't understand, I think. What will you do with the answer? Choose my next question, he replies. I'm getting close to my true calling now. I can feel it. Please, says the creature. I need to contemplate my next question. Let's get out of here. There's something accursed about this building, and you hurry from it. Indeed. Where am I going to sleep? There's no options right now. Maybe I can sleep in one of the stalls. Far and wide, I get it. Apparently, yes. Far and wide. No rewinds. Dangerous for Etal Man. Oh, yes, it is indeed. Very dangerous. We're in the city, and it's spooky KBS. Most of the stalls are mundane, roughly made household goods and some trinkets. Despite the number of shoppers, there are, in fact, very few goods. But as you wander the stands, you do spot a weapon dealer flaunting his wares, and a bent-back peddler with unusual items on a cloth. We have a decent weapon. I'll go to the peddler first. Everything's taking too much time. The peddler smiles as you approach, and he gestures across a motley collection of objects on a blanket. There's a chip pottery, dull knife, empty picture frames. He's not old, but a hard life has aged his looks.
Junk, refuse, and memorabilia,
He shouts.
all for the discerning customer.
Why are you selling junk? He cackles, which ends in a tremendous coughing fit.
Oh, you know. Another person's treasure, right?
Can these be used for magic? Chip pottery, dull knives? But why call it junk?
People will pay for it no matter what I say, if they truly want it. I see no reason to lie. Junk certainly covers it, right?
How did you come across these things? He points to a dried flower.
Well, that I found in the back pocket of a sleeping werewolf. This glue I won from a man in a contest of riddles, and this mirror I found dangling from a tree in an ancient swamp.
You are quite the adventurer, you observe.
In my youth, I was many things. An excellent dancer, for instance. I fathered 47 children by that particular skill.
Where are you from? What do you know of the inner college?
Where are you from?
The shores of Lake Ilklala, originally,
But that was so long ago. I took to wandering at a young age and finished up here.
he shrugs. Not what I hoped for, really. He scratches his nose.
So, going to buy anything?
He asks. Scrutinizing his assortment of junk, you see a few items which could be useful. A gold-backed mirror, a giant's tooth, some glue, a blimberry potion, or leave. Maybe he's got a bed for sale. I could use a nice bed to sleep in. You pick up the gold-backed mirror and admire yourself in it. The peddler smiles and hands over the mirror.
It still may smell of swamp, he warns. It's 48 gold pieces. Okay.
A giant's tooth?
It may look small, the peddler says as he holds it up, but I assure you it simply comes from a somewhat below average giant. Yours for 39 gold pieces.
You shake your head. Some glue.
Oh, careful not to spill any, the peddler says. It's 24.
A blimberry potion? You lift the vial carefully.
Fresh, the peddler says. Oh, fresh enough anyway. Yours for 30 gold.
Why so much? He shrugs.
You seen any blimberries around here?
You put it back down on the map. Goodbye. The peddler wishes you safe travels with a wink. What a waste of time. Everything is so expensive here. It's outrageous. You approach the weapons stall. The trader is extraordinarily thin. He might disappear if he turns sideways.
Welcome, friend, he says. The army has procured most of my goods, but I have a few items left to sell from my original stock.
You are not from Mampang?
There are safe traded routes, yes, I know, the peddler declares. But as a bold young man, I heard that the Archmage was offering a fortune for weapons.
The trader waves his hand vaguely.
Outfitting a new army or something, I'm not so sure. Of course, once I got here, well...
He shrugs. What happened? He glances at a passing guard and lowers his voice. I am disguised as a guard currently. So he's strangely trusting in me, the guard. Let's not tell him. He seems not to have noticed.
That snake Nylock would only pay me half and left me stuck on the wrong side of the wall. But what could I do? If I tried to leave, some birdman would have no doubt swooped, and then that would have been the end of it. At least I'm in a state to appreciate my poverty, but what can I do for you?
Nylock? He makes a rude noise.
The Archmage's official merchant. She handles all the trade from Mampang, not us.
And he gestures to the crowd.
But the fortress. The guard encampment around the tower. I suppose she's now chiefly interested in outfitting the army.
An army?
Oh, indeed. Though I couldn't tell you who they're supposed to be fighting. Everyone outside the walls is now dead, or so they say. Now, are you going to buy something, or are we simply to chatter like a Cladaman's grandmother?
Well, what do you have?
I can see you're a seasoned one, so I won't waste your time with the lumps the common soldier gets stuck with. I have this broadsword, which I can let go for, say, 15 gold pieces. And the best sword in my possession is this cutlass for 600 gold pieces. Of course, at these prices, you are practically robbing me, but then so has everyone else in this place.
Your prices are too expensive. He shakes his head.
This is the best you'll find in this fortress. I am nearly destitute, thanks to Nylock. I cannot go any lower.
But 600 gold pieces, you exclaim.
Well, this is no ordinary cutlass, the seller rebukes. The edge is unbreakable, the weight perfect. The blade cannot be dropped or slipped from the hand. It cannot miss. This blade will make you all but invincible.
He pauses to wipe spit from his mouth.
It's pretty good. See.
Give me a better deal.
Friend, this morning the beastman was so upset about the price he threatened me with the very sword I was trying to sell him. I can see you have a lot to learn about haggling in Mampang.
You've seen enough. And you nod to the trader. Farewell. Do come back. I don't think I will. Don't think I will. I'm not sleeping in the square. That much should go without saying. We may not be sleeping at all, actually. Do I have to go to the square? Because there's no way to go back this way. This may be the only option, actually. But I already have a +2 sword. So there's really no reason for me to buy anything. When did we leave Corée? Like a year ago? Like after we finished part 2? Duh! Zap this clown. Oh, I'd love to. No sleep, 24-hour stream. Oh, baby! I guess I'm going to the square now. It's about to be morning anyways. Did I lose stamina? You head away from the maze of stalls and shops. You could head in several directions from here. Archway, east side, north side, south side. Oh, look at these flags. Waving back and forth. Trying to get your attention. Oh man, I am burning up. It's toasty. We're going no cam so I can turn off these lights for a little while. Ooh, it's toasty. Actual sweat. I can't imagine what it's going to feel like at 100. I'm going to have to get like one of those sweet fans. Those like fanless fans. You know what I'm talking about? Okay. West side, north side, east side, not south side. Let's go to the archway and see what's over here. Ow. I think it's just hot inside this office at the moment. Outside, night has fallen. You march through the arch into a well-appointed empty courtyard. The stars are visible through a dome overhead. From a small booth by the entranceway, a guard nods to you. Soldier? Where are we now, huh? On this weird diagonal map. And I hear cats mewing. Fanless fan? Yeah, what's that, this thing. These, like, Dyson fans, you know, they're like $300, but they don't have, like, actual rotors. I don't know. Are these things quiet? Maybe it'd be worth it if it's quiet, because they can't have a fan being picked up on the microphone. But they're, like, crazy expensive. How does it work? Alien technology, I believe. So we're in this strange courtyard, and there's a fountain here. You step out into the central courtyard that fills this enclosure. The place is blessedly quiet, with several routes leading out of it. A dome looks up at the starry sky, and you spot the occasional birdman overhead. A fountain plays in the center. Search the courtyard, look at the fountain, sleep here. Sleep here! They're like, hey, soldier, I'm just gonna lay down on one of these benches next to the fountain. If you don't, they just stand watch for me. I'm gonna take a nap. The water from the fountain plays merrily over several stone statues set into the center of the bowl. That's like a tongue twister right there. Several stone statues set into the center of the bowl. Arching, how do you say this word? Satyrs? S-A-T-Y-R?
Satyr.
Satyr, okay. There you go. Satyr. Today we learned. There's the game. Arching satyrs, weeping maidens, aged men, head-butting orcs. It must tell some legend, but what that legend might be has been lost to time and the wearing water. A few guards wander past the arch checking inside, though what they're looking for is unclear. Why would you put this fountain here if I can't drink from it at all? Do I have any clues related to that, by the way? Mampang hides a vault. The door to the library is an illusory wall. Knocking twice, then touching with praying hands will open it. The inner College of Mampang is overrun by wild magic. I don't see anything that warns me against drinking from water. I do have a clue here about the larder of Throg. Do not eat from it, but that advice is not relevant anymore? Oh, because we're already on the inner side. It was to get to the inner side. I see. It is not pronounced satire. Anywho. My options. You look around the courtyard. There isn't much to see beyond the fountain and the benches that surround it. The doors are a mixture of shops and storage rooms. It really wants me to drink from the fountain. Fine. You cup a handful of sparkling water. A moment later, you spit it out. It is quite foul. Well, at least it didn't hurt. Sleep here. You find a quiet corner of the courtyard and curl up like a rat. The sound of the fountain is deeply relaxing, and you find yourself quite ready to sleep before you have even settled your pack. Your snoozing is interrupted by a studded boot on your gut. You open your eyes to see a group of guards standing over you, weapons drawn. "Who are you?" one demands. "I'm on watch," you reply, adjusting your slipping uniform. "Some watch," the other shoots back. "We saw your feet sticking out and thought you'd been clouded." "Get up," insists another, giving you a kick. "The vaults won't guard themselves." "The vaults are here?" You get to your feet once more, and the guards nod. "Now keep your eyes open this time," one advises. "They say the Analander himself is in the city, and he'd kill you as soon as trip over you." With that, the guards troop away. You'd better move on. A door leads out to the main square of the inner city, but there are several other doors leading off from the courtyard. One is signposted Nylock, but is closed up for the night. Isn't Nylock the bad guy that the other dude told us about? Guard room, side chamber, dark hallway, and the vault. It's the vault. Well, we didn't get a good nap, did we? Not for lack of trying, though, huh? You slip into a small side room. Inside are piles of crates, marked with the seal of Corray. There are several stacked, each bearing the custom stamps that predate the destruction of Corray. Oh, of course, the destruction of Corray. A few large empty crates lie undisturbed at the back of the room. Open a sealed crate. They are nailed shut, but you manage to slip your longsword between two boards, and you pry off the lid. Stacks of cloth, spearheads, miscellaneous goods, much of it junk, but the marks indicate it originated in Corray. Do these date from before the goblin attack, or is it possible someone escaped the city's destruction? You open one of the large crates, empty and roomy. You could hide your guard's uniform in one of the boxes for use later. What? There's a bunch of guards here. Why would I do that? Maybe it'll be relevant later. Actually playing Hitman now, yeah, it's true. Well, that was the day. You gained one provision, some gold, searched the wheat fields, and were cursed with the Zed spell. Oh. It's kind of oddly triumphant music when I read, "We're cursed with the Zed spell." The Archmage is now aware of you. Wasn't he aware of us before? You step out into the courtyard. Overhead, stars fill the sky. In the distance, the sun breaks over the horizon. You've been awake all night, not true, and are weaker for it. We have an apple, right? Just eat it. Taking the apple from your pack, you fill your empty stomach and try not to think about what you will eat tomorrow. Eating a meal in such a quiet place has reinvigorated you. You watch birdmen pass overhead. You could almost pretend you were watching normal birds back in Analand. Which way now? Let's try the guard room. You approach the guard room. The guard turns to you with narrowed, unfriendly eyes. What? There's a thief in the courtyard. What, like kick him out? Can I ask you a question? She frowns. Why? Well, you seem quite intelligent. She shakes her head. I'm an idiot, and I know it. With that, she waves you away, and you head back to the courtyard. Well, sure. You step out into the courtyard once more. It's deserted, and that is pleasurable enough. Which way now? Side chamber, Nylock's shop. Let's go to the side chamber. Didn't even have to sap. No, I didn't. You choose a small side door, which opens to reveal dirty living quarters. A bare rug covers the floor, and an unmade bed lists in the corner. A wood chest sits at its foot, facing an empty table. This is presumably home to some lowly guard or the other. Why would it have this big photo, if that is the case? I wonder. Whoops, hi. There we go. Wrong button. What are you guys talking about? Why do you guys care if the guards are guys or girls? They're just guards, alright? There's been a bunch of both. Most of them are not even human. But apparently that's not the issue. Oh, hi, Miss Elizabeth. Yes, it's too bad we were cursed with Zed. I'm not even sure what that's going to entail. A bare rug covers the floor. A wood chest sits at its foot, facing an empty table. You grab the edge of the rug, long sword at the ready. You flip it aside to find a small trap door set into the floor of the room. You grasp the handle and pull with all your might, but it doesn't budge. The door doesn't even rattle. You feel along the edges, discovering it's a fake. The wood has merely been cleverly cut to appear a trapdoor, and you let the rug fall once more. Okay. You squat down in front of the chest. There is no lock. Hold on, this is all a trap. You scrutinize the chest. It appears safe. What does that mean? That seems very suspicious that I would note that it appears safe. Well, it's not a mimic. It's not a mimic. Fine. You flip open the lid. You quickly step back. Nothing else happens. The box appears quite empty. Nothing jumps out of it. Not even a cobweb or a loose gold coin. Maybe this is a simple servant's room. You lift the box out from under the table. You hear a click somewhere behind you. You are too late. A heavy portcullis has dropped from the ceiling, barring the doorway. You are trapped from somewhere nearby. I knew it was a trap. You hear a hissing noise. You look up to see a greenish cloud descend from the ceiling. Poison gas. This room is a trap. You have walked straight into it. Well, should have followed your gut indeed. Guess what? I don't call me the Analander for no reason. Zip! Reaching to the constellations above, you can't create the spell. The ring of green metal on your finger glows and glitters. You are torn to the very air. Thought it didn't have a backup plan. It seemed safe. No one seems to have noticed your escape. Well, they've trapped this whole area for just me. Why do I think Nylock is going to end up being some really bad guy who tries to capture me? Probably because he will. You enter a trade post. A bald woman with one eye leans on a counter, flanked by shelves stacked with goods and trinkets. At this moment, she's talking to a shoddily dressed traveler. Look at this weirdo holding 2 oranges up here, ready to clasp them together. There's an elephant, skull, a heart with an angry face, a weird table made of goblins, curved scimitars, a photo of the 2 creators of this game, and many more objects of interest. Nylock glances up as you enter, then returns to her bargaining. Steal something? That ain't gonna work. You regard the trader. Nylock leans over a ledger and looks like she has held that same pose for 100 years. To say she is not showing her visitor much respect would be an understatement. The merchant is shaking her head, not meeting the eyes of the traveler. Listen, I do what? I can't read. I'm sorry. I don't know how I got here. Where am I?
Twitch? What is this, Twitch? Listen. I do want what you have, but if I buy it at that price, the Archmage will have my head. I'm already doing you a favor by not tossing you out. I see. They must give this some thought, rumbles the traveler. You hover listening, but the trader behind the counter has noticed you. Well, she demands, and what do you want? The man at the counter seems to notice you for the first time. Something about him seems familiar, and it would appear the feeling is mutual. You! The man gasps. Who are you? You do not know me. You must have seen sketches of my face, at least, on the walls and pamphlets that covered Carré. The man puffs out his chest. I am Vic Seneschal, first noble of the city port of thieves. In exile now, of course, and you, I think, are the Analander. You see the hatred in his eyes, as hot as fire. Vic, for first noble. Be silent. Analander? Nylock asks, still intent on her ledger. You don't know about the Analander? This is the foul cobbler that destroyed Carré. Wait, Crobler. A cobbler would be like a shoemaker. Or what, I don't know. And he's here bent on destroying Mampang now. I shouldn't wonder. Pack your bags, Nylock. This one leaves nothing standing. No way out of Mampang anyway, says Nylock. I don't know what a Crobler is either. Your cover's been blown. And I do it again. She's not listening, you point out. Nylock isn't. She's gone back to her ledger recording and computing figures. Vic explodes. What kind of reception is this for an honest trader? I'm busy, Nylock responds, and your goods are trash. Vic huffs. She does seem busy. Nylock makes eye contact with you for the first time. I'm glad someone here can see, she mutters. She points to her eye patch. Get it? Ask Vic his purpose. And what are you doing here, you ask, changing the subject away from yourself. Trading. What else? Vic says bitterly. Trying to stay alive. Not that he has much to trade, says Nylock. Vic puts a finger in your face. Not since this one ruined me. I was set to be first noble, you know. Now I'm scraping along selling bolts of cloth to a one-eyed Zanzunian. You were a slaver and a pirate. I was, he says wistfully. Nylock laughs behind a hand and Vic grumbles. Ruined, he repeats, by some vagabond scum from Analan. I wonder if the guards will be interested to know that you're here. He leaves the threat hanging. He goes over to a pile of papers, still muttering to himself, and begins sorting through them. Nylock is unimpressed. You cough politely. So, what kind of goods are you trading here? You ask. What? Nylock looks up. Oh, you're still here. I want to buy something. Good for you. She glowers. You browse around her stock. Buy 4 blood candles for 7 gold. Well, that's a big no. You were given advice in the dark chamber of night, do not light your way with the blood candle. Does that mean don't buy it at all, or just don't light it? I don't know. Buy a golden egg for 12 gold. Buy some provisions for 8 gold. You sell some strange things, you observe. Go to the market if you want the usual stuff, she replies. Don't bother me about it. Vic is fussing in the back of the shop. Yeah, but you could light your way 4 times. Eat the blood candle. I love how Vic is a total joke here after being a serious threat in part 2. No, I love that all the characters keep coming back. So here's the thing. The genius of the game. That was part 2, as you mentioned.
Corray we left to be overrun by goblins. We never met Vic the whole time we were in Corray. Not once. Of course, 2 games later, here he is. And here's the repercussions of our actions. Coming back and showing us what happened. Telling us a little bit of the backstory of what transpired after we left. It's great. Buy a golden egg for 12 gold. Why do I feel like everything this person has is a trap? But also, this is the only opportunity I'm going to really have to buy stuff unless there's more vendors over here. This market was awful. Right? There was a trinket vendor with everything's too much. The weaponsmith was too much. We may as well spend some gold on provisions here, even if it is 8 gold. Right? In my opinion. No use hoarding 32 forever. How many provisions do I get for 8 gold pieces? How many? She replies. You get a meal. Take it or don't take it. That's extortionate. Buy the food. Sure. Reluctantly, you hand over the money. Everyone has to eat, Nylock says with an approving nod. She makes a mark in her ledger to note the sale. Golden egg. Sure. You buy a golden egg built inside a gold-spun nest. Nylock doesn't know what it's for. For a lady friend, maybe? Vic teases. The trader smiles icily, perhaps hoping you'll buy more, perhaps hoping you'll leave. Vic watches you with jealous interest. Buy blood candles just for the heck of it. I am tempted. I won't lie. But I'm going to leave it. That's enough. Nylock shrugs. I have some questions. Good for you, she responds, picking her teeth. What can you tell me about the Archmage? He employs me. So, you've met him? Of course I haven't met him. He's probably dead, but I didn't say that. I just handle the trading. How did you lose your eye? It fell behind my bed. How did it come out? A guard did me the honor of detaching it for me, she replies. I've never been able to satisfactorily thank him for it, although believe me, I have tried. What was his name? Her. And she was a captain. But don't go pretending you're some kind of hero off to avenge me. I'm just a bald shop owner and you're some smelly stranger. Get out of my shop before you make me look bad. Enough questions. You nod and turn away. She pauses to scratch. Now, she says, do you want anything else? I'm leaving, you assure her. Splendid. Vic salutes you. Be seeing you, he grumbles. Well, we're just going to leave Vic there, I guess. That was an interesting encounter. A little confusing, but sure. How did he get to Mampang? What, Vic? Ionic Naga? I have no idea. It's a great question. Smelly stranger. Yeah, laugh it up, Chad, just because I got fleas, okay? You think you can just make fun of me because I got fleas and I hadn't taken a bath. At the far end of the courtyard is a gloomy hallway. It seems a strange addition to the otherwise clean merchant quarter. We've eaten today, and we have more rations. You emerge into a small dirt-filled room. There is an untidy pile of timber and a door at the far end. You cross the room and rattle the handle of the far door, but it doesn't turn. Is it locked? The door is heavy wood, tightly jointed. Thick oil seems to ooze between its planks. I mean, this is the only way to go downstairs. Unless we can somehow go around through this door. But I don't even know how that would work. Maybe you can go from this side instead? I have no idea. Can I have some frames back? Kick down the door. I feel like it's a bad idea. Most likely this door was closed for good reason. As far as you can see, the only thing in this room is a pile of wood in the middle of the floor. The timber is half rotten, covered in curious black splotches. Set it on fire. Yeah, sure. Squatting down with your tinderbox, you manage a few sparks. One lands on a piece of wood, which quickly bursts into flames. You stagger back from the fire. As the wood burns, releasing gusts of choking black smoke. Breathe deeply. You walk away from the flickering flames and the foul smoke. You turn back from the doorway. I think I made a fire here. I don't know why I did that, but I was compelled. You hear the tramp of guard boots past the front of the building. Which way now? I don't know. I'm gonna go hide in here and see what happens. Nothing. To the courtyard. A strange moan issues from somewhere below. What? There's just a fire back there. I guess I'm leaving now. You return to the east side of the bustling square. The buildings on the eastern edge are a little more ramshackle. The arch to the merchant's building leads away here. An alley runs past it. A pillory sits to the north. The winds begin to rise. A prisoner stoops half asleep inside the stocks. Glancing down the alley, you see a touch of smoke. Some kind of fire? Oh, really? There's a little bit of fire issuing from the alley, apparently. I'll go investigate that. You entered an alley littered with refuse, buildings either side leaning or collapsed. In the dim half-light, you nearly trip over two men leaning against a wall. They straighten and turn to you. "It seems we have a visitor," one says. His eyes are closed, and so are his comrades. These are the deadly red eyes of Corray, whose very gaze can burn. The three musketeers. They really are aligned quite strangely here with the big plumy hat. "What are you doing so far from Corray?" "Killing you," the man replies. A moment later, you hear the crunch of footsteps. There is another now standing behind you. Well, if I die here, it'd be very awkward. I must admit. This would be a bad way to die. You straighten up. "Get out of my way," you declare, "or I will have you arrested." The creature laughs softly in reply. "What have we here?" asks one of them. "Korga take my eyes, if this overfed oaf is a native of Mampang. Where are you from?" I mean, I could just say Analand. But that's a bit on the nose to keep just reminding everybody that I'm from Analand. You know? I'm gonna say Corray. Corray. "Ah," he replies, "as are we. We left the city port a season ago, fleeing the curse that changed us so." He spits. "Tell me, did you ever visit the Shrine of Slang? A true god, that one, nestled in the stinking docks of Corray." "I visited it, yes." "A visit is hardly suitable devotion," he frowns. "The strangest thing, though, is I can't remember the name of his high priest. It has slipped my mind. Can you remind me?" Okay, this is it wasn't Korga, it wasn't Lorag. I think it was Theta. Oh no, wait, Tristan, Vangorn, Theta. Like, dude, hold on. Vangorn was the killer, so it wasn't Vangorn. Vangorn was the guy that took us into the side alley. Theta was one of the nobles, I thought. Yeah, Theta was one of the nobles. Tristan, I think, is the answer. Tristan is my guess. Let's see if I'm right. I think it is, because I've eliminated all the other ones. Definitely wasn't Korga or Lorak. Tristan. Wrong! I knew you were lying! Which one was it? Was it Theta? Maybe it was Theta. They lunge at you. Will I have time to cast a spell? Apparently I will. Rewind? There is no rewinding here. Pop? Throw a pop rock down. Summon replica creatures. Well, we gotta go all in. Tell is not correct here. Well, we did pop rocks already. What were the other letters? W? Create an invisible wall. Create a shield. Well, if I have to fight, the shield would be good, but aren't they just gonna open their eyes? Oh yeah, if I can make a fireball. Cause invisibility would be nice. Well, fireball is definitely the most damage, but also is gonna attract the most attention. Yes, the wall is unbreakable, but if they're coming to me at me from all sides, then it's only the wall only blocks one side. I think there's only one way to go here. All in, baby. Hot! You spin the constellations into shape around you, winding a fireball in your palm. It strikes one of the Red Eyes, killing him instantly. The two remaining Red Eyes gawk at the spectacle. They are distracted. That's probably my opportunity to run. But if I was gonna cast another spell, just saying. It might be walk. I don't know if I could fight them though. I kind of just want to kill them. That's what you do. I think I want to walk. Create a little shield. And 1 gold piece and 1 stamina later. Walk! You place a gold piece on your wrist and cast a spell, and a moment later the coin is gone. You feel the weight of an invisible shield on your arm. The Red Eye opens his eyes and fires off a beam of deadly heat at you, but it bounces right off your shield, striking his companion. Wow, we just Captain America'd that Cyclops laser. Now it is merely you and the final Red Eye standing in the alley. He draws his sword. You approach nervously, but although the Red Eye stares at you, he cannot burn you. It seems they are weaker here than their Korean cousins. Why is my max power 9? I believe defend is in order here. Yes, it is. 0! Did I take any damage? Did I take a -1? His deadly glare exhausted, the Red Eye draws a curved dagger from his belt. Then he rushes you. You gather your wits and drop into a defensive crouch. You adjust your shield and square your shoulders. He shifts his grip on his wicked dagger. To me, that says, if he did a 10-9, he can't do more than like a 5. I'm gonna be cautious. I can't afford to take any damage here. I have to win. Okay, that was worthy. That was worthwhile. He looks over his shoulder and you seize the moment to strike, swinging with expert precision. You catch him beneath his own raised blade. The Red Eye winces at the blow. Oh, this is crazy, because if we die here, we actually die. If we die here, if the internet dies here, we die in real life. Okay, he did 3-9. He steps back. I think he's gonna defend, but I think I also have to press the attack. Like, we may as well just do like a 5-1. Okay. Keep it up. Keep it up. He's gonna have a little bit more attack power this time. You keep up the pressure. He tries to scurry into the alleys, but you block him with a trip. No idea what he's gonna do next, so I'm gonna hold. Good call.
You drop into a defensive stance, shield covering your face. As the red eye swings with great force, you parry in a flash of sparks. You watch his eyes carefully for his next move. He shifts away quickly. He's got to have less than like 4-6. He's gotta. He does. It's -2. You spy an opening and go on the attack. He moves to jog into a doorway, but you prevent him with a solid kick. He can barely find his balance. The red eyes suck no matter what, so I'm happy to be killing 3 of them. To be honest, they're awful. Oh, I don't know how much to expect. I think my shield still exists, so I may as well be cautious. Good call. Very good call. He tries to run you through. You turn his blow aside. He moves from you fast. That should be it. You seize the moment. Rearing back and bringing your sword on his head, your strike is more than the red eye can take. He falls to the ground, already forgotten by the bustle of the alleys. No stamina lost. Flawless fighting. The red eye lies dead at your feet. The back alleys of Mampang are hostile, it would seem. You continue along the road. A lane leads off. Your shield shimmers out of existence. As the sun climbs the sky, the wind billowing between the buildings rise. Looking down the lane, you see a large tavern, but it appears to be closed at the moment. You must keep going. I could have died forever right there. I should have run. But what if they caught me? I don't know. Walk turned out to be a great answer. But we did use 4 stamina to navigate through that fight, to be fair. Should I use the fox now? Or save it for later? What if you find yourself in an inescapable situation where you need a prayer? Snark. What if? But if you use it now and you go through enough, then you might not need it. Who knows? I'm so scared of what happens when we die. I don't want to know what happens when we die. I want it to be a surprise. But I am scared too. No loot, so sad. It actually is kind of sad, isn't it? You follow the road to a junction where a collection of nestled winding alleys lead away. The sun has reached its highest point now. Peering down them hints at a maze of twisting paths and shadowy nooks. There is a small fire here, around which a few figures sit glumly. By the way, a few minutes ago, Frostrider says, when in doubt, zap. Well, I did hot. Fireball saved us just fine. Thank you for the 7 months, Frostrider. Welcome back. Gumby Oak is also here for 3. What's up, Gumby Oak? How you guys doing tonight? Thanks for sharing your Prime subs, the both of you. Look at the alleys, look at the people. Cast a spell. I'll look around. The alleys are a rat's nest of buildings and winding streets. They go on forever, yet curve immediately out of sight. The people gathered here have a cluster of tents, along with packs of gear. A small fire burns in a dugout pit, and they sit around it, chatting over a bubbling stew. A rat scurries over your foot, then stands nearby, boldly staring. Kill the rat. The buildings surrounding you are old and poorly built. In stark contrast to the martial efficiency of the rest of Mampang, most are sagging and leaning, but you can see shadows moving in the windows. Despite the grim setting, people still live here. Perhaps it would be worth... Wait a second, can you talk to the rat? Is that gonna get you caught? Someone's gonna, like, overhear you, right? Almost guaranteed. Also, why? Oh, this is actually see the future, not float. Interesting. We also have purr. Okay. Purr. Purr! You cast a spell and a flood of cats spill forth. There must be at least 50, and they crowd around your legs, rubbing against your legs and meowing. The noise is quite deafening. Tickle them. You tickle one of the nearby cats and it squirms over onto its back, throwing short legs up into the air and pedaling them. You grab one by its neck and hoist it into the air. It seems like a real cat. Has it been summoned from elsewhere or created in totality? The cats are varied as one would expect from real cats. Some are mackerel tabbies, while others are jet black or wiry and brown. You try to shoo the cats, but there are too many. They simply circle about, avoiding your waving arms. It took a stamina, by the way. The cat in your arm scratches you. You decide to ignore the cats and move onward, but you can barely take a step without the furry creatures grabbing onto your tunic, digging 100 claws into your flesh. You try to cancel the spell, but you cannot. Why is this happening? You cannot seem to find it anymore, as though the magic has been distributed across all the cats and can no longer be shaped. If you could herd them into one place, maybe you could do something with them, but that would surely be impossible. Hiss. You hiss loudly. The cats look somewhat nonplussed, but after another round of hissing, they begin to jowl. They eventually disappear into the nooks and crannies of the back alleys. The rat population is in for a surprise. Catolander, the Catomancer, apparently, is here. I have arrived. I think that was an Easter egg, except it hurt me. Well, I guess it's too late. Yep! Removing the green wig, you pull it onto your head and complete the spell. Hello there, the rat says. All right. Hang on, did this rat just avoid all the cats that I just summoned? What are the dangers of the alleys? Lots of nasty types hiding in there, he says. And some of the old buildings are dangerous. Plus you might get stepped on. Well, actually, never mind about the last one. What is on the other side? Of the alleys. More the same, shrugs the rat. Mud and stone. How do I get through the alleys? Oh, easy, he says. Just look for the bronze dome. Massive it is, even for a tall one like you. What direction is it in? Direction? He looks puzzled, you think? Can you point the way? He shakes his head. Follow the smell of bronze. That's what I do. You can smell bronze, right? Best be off, he says. Before you summon any more bloody cats! He scampers off into a hole. He knows. Go up to the fire. It's a bit risky, isn't it? Am I still dressed like a guard in the slums? May not be a good idea to do that. Every time I go to a fire, I end up dying somehow. Maybe if we can cast Sus, we can get a little information. I don't know what other... we don't even have access to that. How what? Can I summon more cats? I don't want to cause explosions. What am I doing that for? It just seems mean. Go up to the fire. You approach the fire, but something about your appearance must be foreboding. No one will talk to you because I'm dressed like a guard. Several alleys lead off from here. Whatever, we're just gonna go around the back to the east road. You pass by the alleys and follow the road as it heads toward the rising wall of Mampang. After a while, the path opens out into a stony clearing. You are into the middle part of the day, and yet the citadel is still cold. Guards walk this way and across the space. Look at the flagstones, look at the people, look across the square, or make a move. So we're really close to a bunch of these big towers of various shapes, sizes, and colors. We're very close to this. There's a back door here. There's some benches. There's a sewer grate.
There's like a lot to see, even in this city. And we have yet to uncover all of its secrets. No, I don't want to summon any more cats in case they take more stamina from me. But I think we will discover more of its secrets next time. I think this is a good kind of chapter break where we're at this wall and we just summoned a bunch of Easter egg cats and talked to a rat. I want to go ahead and call it here for today because I can feel myself getting kind of tired after yesterday from reading aloud for so long. Takes a lot of energy. But I don't want to overdo it on day one when we're going to be doing RimWorld tomorrow and another fun game on Sunday. But yeah, I want to rest. I had a big day yesterday. And also, it's hot. Yeah, I am very sweaty. Right, Midas? It's very hot in here for some reason. Why did you come over here? What are you thinking? What were you thinking, huh? You can't do that. You can't just wander over whenever you want. Rat was the most helpful one in the city. Now he has to contend with the cats. Hey, what are you doing? But anyways. Ugh. I really enjoyed part 4 so far. It's been really cool. These little kids screaming, though, gotta cease. Thank you for ceasing. Ooh. I think I got some sun yesterday, actually. Thanks for streaming, Etalyx. My pleasure. Timmy, this is about the perfect length. I like 6 to 7 hour streams. I think that's like the optimal stream length anyways, so just happened to be at a good time. But I want to make sure that I take my time through part 4 because this is the end, right? I'm not in a rush. So we'll probably play Sorcery again next weekend, unless something else comes up. But we'll probably continue part 4 this next weekend. Rest today for a 19-hour RimWorld stream tomorrow. But no, it's been really good. Hang on, I can still show you this even while it's muted. I'm just fascinated by all the little things that have come back. Like the lady with the golden hair strand. Don't forget that we still have this. And she said we'll know when to use it. Golden hair. The single strand of golden hair from the goddess of justice. We have a crystal tooth for unknown reasons. 2 more blimberries, a bunch of teeth. We got the face mask back today. We got a brass pendulum to try out, make somebody go to sleep. More handfuls of stone dust. What was the ration we got? 1 meal of dubious origin from that weird vendor. Picked up a golden egg from said vendor. A number of clues. Mampang hides a vault in the merchant's building. We'll have to figure out how to get there. We start a fire. I don't know if that's going to do anything or not. The Archmage may be dead, some rumors say. Very curious indeed. We'll re-examine these clues next time we play to kind of refresh our memory, but we started here, worked our way through the ravine, up into the craters, up to the front door, had to kill 3 guards to get in. You do what you gotta do, okay? We can't just... It's us or them at this point. And I'm gonna say it's them. Wandered through the field, made a random scythe hand friend, played some dice, checked out our fortune, talked to your boy Shadrach, met Vic again, strangely, killed some Red Eyes. I love that all the former games kind of culminate here. So like Red Eyes from Corray, Vic from Corray, Shadrach from part 3, Golden Hair from the first game. Like it's all just building to a crescendo, and that's what I enjoyed the most about it so far. We went really far today. It felt like nothing. I know. Chat, does anyone know if part 3, how does it stack up to the length of part 2? Like if part 2 took us about 3 streams, well I'm assuming this will take us about 3 streams as well. Because we kind of did 2 7 to 8 hour sorcery streams and 1 6-hour stream, I think. Depending on how much energy I have is kind of what we'll do. I'm assuming they're going to be similarly paced. This one doesn't look as big, but it's long. Yeah, it's kind of what I'm just assuming. That it's got some tricks up its sleeve that it's going to show us, because they've been kind of building upon that. Who did the icon graphic? You mean this? This was done by a pixel artist. I don't remember the name. It was like a year ago. It was... Who was it? I'm looking through my DMs toward last year to try to find it for you. Astronaut Curve. There you go. Astronaut Curve is the name. I found it. First sorcery stream of yours where I could actually send you off. Well, hope you had fun, Ionic. Thanks for hanging out, and hope you guys enjoyed the story. I think it's been good setup this time. Getting all the pieces into play. You know, they're starting to get find their place on the board. We're talking to some strange individuals. We've been cursed with Zed, which I don't know what that means. Told we're definitely gonna die. There's no rewinds now. It's all a bit scary. We'll see how it goes, I guess. I'll try to take it very carefully and cautiously next time. Looking forward to... I'm equal parts looking forward to finishing it just to know what happens and how my story is going to end. And also, like, sad that I can't experience it again for the first time, even though I'm not done. But I am also simultaneously looking forward to playing it again on my own, just to see what changes. But anyways, I'll catch you guys again tomorrow. I'll try to be there at 3 p.m. Pacific time. And we will continue our RimWorld story. A different story, but another saga all the same. Yeah, I would do a second playthrough off stream. Streaming this twice, I think, is just overdoing it. Especially considering it's taken us a full month to get through. But it would go a lot faster, I'm sure, without reading everything aloud. But it's very fun. It's fun to just do the story time, kind of chill, hang out. So thanks for experiencing it alongside me. Some of you guys for the first time too. Vicariously enjoying it through me. But definitely check it out for yourself if you haven't already. It is fairly cheap on Steam. But we got some games coming out in the next week or so that we're going to be checking out. Besides this weekend, of course, where I'd like to do RimWorld, like I said, and maybe Return to the Obra Dinn if I can. We got some other stuff coming soon. Mechanic Miner looks cool. Total War looks pretty good. There's like a railroad game that I'm curious about. A few games come out on the 28th and the 29th. So we're going to have a lot of options. Be nice to play some fun new stuff. I don't want to burn people out on Sorcery. That's why we're going to give it like a week or so unless I change my mind. But we'll hit it up again next weekend. Heavily enjoy these streams. I'm glad, Lorag. It's a lot of fun. I see why it's your namesake. Because it's just solid all around. But yeah. Good night, guys. Take it easy. I send you off now to sleep. And I'll see you again tomorrow. So it won't be long. Yes, Astronaut Curve was the name of the artist. Summon your cat army again. I would enjoy playing it again and using different artifacts. Like, I never even got the Crystal Orb, and I haven't used it really the whole game series. So, like, that would be fun, to be interesting to see how that changes things. And there's a handful of other spells I haven't really relied on at all. And maybe play without the ability of the Tell Cap. You know, some of the crutches I've been using, removing those would change how you play. My first time sold me right on your streams. Hey, thank you, Timmy. EST. Glad you had fun. Love these sorcery streams. They're honestly my favorite of the year so far. Certainly among my favorite as well. Though it's already been almost 5 months. My other favorites are like this. I loved the Civ streams a lot. There was another couple games that we played that were really fun, but I'm having trouble remembering. There's been a lot of good stuff. I'm happy there's only been like a couple streams that I regretted doing. Like the FTL one. But I'll do FTL again. I'll play it again. Oh yeah, Fallout, which we're gonna go back to New Vegas eventually for the DLC. Let's not forget. Fallout playthrough was excellent. Playthrough without the spellbook? You certainly can. It's an option. Alright guys, have a good one. Take it easy, and I'll see you again at 3 o'clock. Actually, let's say 3 to 3:30 Pacific time, so definitely earlier than today. For sure. Good night for now. See you then. Come back tomorrow. I'm gonna go get some food. And give Mida some too. And turn off these hot lights. The Analander is temporarily retiring. How many streams has it been? I do worry some people are getting burned out. Too much of a good thing and all that, but I'm still having so much fun. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 8th sorcery stream? That's not as many as I thought. So there'll be about 10 total. That's a good round number. 10 sorcery streams to go through the whole game. Yeah. That's a good round number. Alright, dudes and dudettes. Good night, and see you next time. For real this time. I'm leaving forever.